Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Chapter 1, In the Hidden Mist Darkness. Then pain. And finally, a cry. My cry. What is happening? Panic bloomed like ink in water as his consciousness clawed its way out of the void. A second ago I was in my apartment, studying for the medical exam. And now, blinding lights. A chorus of excited voices. Shapes moving, pulling, rapping. It's a boy. A woman's voice exclaimed in a language he understood, yet felt distant. Unfamiliar in tone. Too crisp. Too real. Wait, Asian? He looks Asian? But I was in. A wave of sensation crashed over him. Cold air. Warm cloth. The weight of being held. Congratulations, Mizutani-san. A healthy, strong child. Through the haze of newborn vision, he saw her, a woman with soft features and tired eyes. Blue like glacier water. She was crying, but smiling. Her arms trembled slightly as she cradled him close. Ren, she whispered against his tiny head. Our little Ren. Ren? Who is? The thought evaporated. A man approached. Tall, built like someone who knew how to survive. His gaze was gentle, but alert, always watching. Then his forehead tilted just slightly, and the room shrank. Metal. Engraved. Familiar. A forehead protector. 4 stylized waves. No. His breath, or what passed for breath in his infant form, caught. That symbol. I've seen it 100 times. Hidden Mist Village. The village hidden in the mist. A jolt of primal terror surged through him, disconnecting thought from breath, logic from body. Of all the places. Of all the hellscapes he could have been reborn into, why here? Outside the delivery room, past the steamed-up window, lay a fog so dense it seemed to press against the glass like a living thing. It curled and shifted. Watching. Listening. Waiting. A beautiful newborn, murmured one of the attendants. His eyes. They look so. Another began, hesitating. Aware, the first finished. Soft. Uneasy. The man, his father, apparently, stiffened just enough for a trained eye to catch. The mother clutched him tighter, her heart beating faster. What is this? What's happening? Am I still dreaming? But no matter how hard he tried to force himself awake, the sensations persisted. The smells. The sounds. The weight of breath and skin and heartbeat. He knew that symbol. He knew the history. This is the bloody mist. This is where children were made into weapons. Where the strong survived, and the weak. It's very quiet for a newborn, someone commented. Stay calm, he told himself, forcing his body to slacken. Blend in. Figure it out later. His eyelids fluttered. He let his breathing slow. He became still. Sleep began to take him again, real this time. Thick and slow and heavy like the fog outside. But before it fully claimed him, one last thought lingered, fragile and sharp. Please. Let this be just a dream. Outside the window, the mist thickened. Swallowing the world in silence. And hiding, just for now, the storm to come. Chapter 2, The Store. Ren watched the rain beat against the window of his mother's store as a customer examined a set of kunai displayed on the counter. The clink of weapons mingled with the steady rhythm of the drops. 3 years after his birth into this world, he finally had a clear picture of the situation. No, it was not a dream. In fact, he was about 20 years before the events he knew, at a crucial time for Hidden Mist Village. Yagura had not yet become Mizukage, but tensions in the village were already palpable. His mother, Mizutani Yuki, ran one of Hidden Mist Village's weapon stores. It was not as luxurious a place as the Tantan store in Hidden Leaf Village, but its strategic location and reputation for quality ensured a steady stream of customers, mainly Chunins and Jonins. Ren-chan, can you bring me that box of senbon needles? Asked his mother, pointing to a low shelf. He got up from his usual position by the window and carefully picked up the requested box. Despite his young age, he moved with unusual grace for a 2-year-old. His father, Mizutani Tashiro, was an elite Chunin. Belonging to the 3rd caste, he was always off on dangerous missions. This meant that he was often away from home for weeks at a time. His absences have increased in recent months, Ren reflected, watching his mother serve the customer. Tensions with other villages are probably growing. The store had become a valuable source of information. The ninjas who came in often talked freely, underestimating the presence of such a small child. He had learned much about the political situation in the village and the various clans by listening to their conversations. The doorbell rang again, A young jonin entered, completely soaked from the rain. Ren recognized him. He was Ao, one of the most skilled sensor ninjas in the village. "Yuki-san," he greeted with a nod, then his stern gaze softened slightly when he noticed the child. "And little Ren-kun. I see you've grown since last time." "Good morning, Ao-san," Ren replied politely, bowing as his mother had taught him. It is curious how the first canon Naruto character he met was actually Ao. Ren watched with interest as the jonin was served by his mother. Ao did not yet have the Byakugan that he would get in the future, but his reputation as a sensor ninja was already established. If I can form a good relationship with him, Ren thought, I might understand how he develops his sensory skills. They might come in handy in the future. "I need explosives," said Ao, returning to his usual professional tone. "I have a mission tomorrow and my supplies are almost exhausted." "Certainly, Ao-san," Yuki replied, heading toward the back of the store. "We just received a new shipment of high-quality explosive seals." The day continued between occasional customers and routine work. While arranging a new kunai arrival with his mother, Ren reflected on his current situation. The chakra had not yet manifested, but he could feel it flowing within him, like an underground river waiting to emerge. He had decided not to force its awakening. At this time in Hidden Mist Village, being considered a prodigy could be as dangerous as being considered weak. As the light outside diminished and the rain intensified, Ren helped his mother close up store. "Dad should be back this week," Yuki said as she locked the door. "He promised to bring you something special." Ren smiled. His father's gifts were always interesting items collected during missions, blank scrolls, small ninja tools, sometimes even basic books of genin techniques that he accidentally forgot to bring back to the village administration. As they walked home in the pouring rain, Ren shook his mother's hand. Family. A new feeling for him, and for now, his priority was to learn as much as possible while remaining in the shadows. The time to emerge would come, but not before he was ready to face the challenges this world would present him with. Chapter 3, Whispers from the War. The smell of grilled fish filled the Mizutan's small kitchen. Ren was sitting at the table, watching his mother prepare dinner, when a familiar sequence of knocks at the door jolted both of them. "That's him," Yuki smiled, heading for the doorway. Toshiro entered, his uniform still damp from Hidden Mist Village's constant fog. Despite the obvious weariness on his face, he smiled broadly when he saw his son. "Tadaima," he said, hugging Yuki and ruffling Ren's hair. "Okari-san," Ren replied, studying his father carefully. He noticed small wounds on his hands, now bandaged, and a slight limp in his left leg. After changing and freshening up, Toshiro joined the family for dinner. "It looks like the war is coming to an end," he said between bites. "Hidden Leaf Village is suffering heavy losses." Ren listened carefully. Too vague as information. If Konoha is losing, it means Minato has not yet taken action. "The other nations?" asked Yuki, serving more rice. "Hidden Stones Village is getting more and more pressing, and Hidden Sand Village is also gaining ground," Toshiro sighed. "As for us, we are actively entering the war." This information is important, Ren reflected. "We are in the midst of the Third Ninja War. The Yellow Lightning has yet to gain notoriety and Rin's incident hasn't happened yet, but they will happen soon most likely. And after that. I almost forgot." Toshiro stood up, reaching into his backpack. "I brought something special for us." He pulled out a small object wrapped in a dark cloth. Ren carefully opened it, revealing two identical pale blue crystals the size of a coin. "They are raw chakra crystals," Toshiro explained. "I found them during a mission. They are not pure enough to be used in weapons or ninja tools, but I thought of making two identical pendants out of them, one for you and one for me." A gentle smile lit up his face. Ren observed the crystal with genuine interest. "It might be useful for me to practice chakra control when it manifests." "Thank you, San," he smiled, as his father helped him hang one of the crystals on a lanyard he would wear around his neck. Toshiro did the same with the other crystal. "They change color when exposed to chakra," his father added, absent-mindedly stroking his own pendant. That night, in his room, Ren reflected as he played with the crystal. The moonlight made it glow faintly. "I have to prepare myself. Unfortunately, the time is not the best for quiet development, but I might take the opportunity to explore mist techniques more by combining it with my knowledge of Naruto." He thought back to the techniques he knew from his previous world. "Hiding in mist jutsu, the hidden fog jutsu, will be fundamental. But I could combine it with other elemental natures. Wind to make it sharp, or perhaps lightning style. Electricity conducts through water and fog. It's hard to specialize in electrical techniques in Hidden Mist Village. That could be my advantage." He stood up, approaching the fogged-up window. The fog outside seemed thicker than usual. "It's a pity I won't be able to have access to the forbidden techniques like Minato's Flying God or Edo Tensei. I really would have liked to learn them, but still, I can try to develop Rasengan on my own." First, however, I have to survive what is about to happen. The Yellow Flash, the incident with Rin, the rise of Yagura, the purge of the Kekkei Genkai. Hidden Mist Village is about to enter its darkest period. Chapter 4, First Steps. Dawn had not yet dawned when Ren completed his 20th lap around a small lake near his home. His breathing, surprisingly regular for a 5-year-old, was creating little clouds in the morning mist. Amazing how quickly this young body recovers, he reflected, wiping off his sweat. In my previous life, after 2 cigarettes I couldn't even climb stairs. God, how I miss those damn cigarettes. He sat down on the lakeshore, beginning his series of sit-ups. He had established a precise routine, running, floor exercises and finally swimming. Swimming had been a natural addition, after all, he was in the village of mist. 50 sit-ups, 30 push-ups, 20 squats. He mentally counted. Not bad for a 5-year-old body. The presence of chakra must also influence physical development. The sun was just beginning to rise as he plunged into the lake for the last part of his workout. The water was cold, but he had become accustomed to it in recent months. Half an hour of swimming and his morning routine would be complete. Later, in his mother's store, Ren was arranging a new delivery of kunai when the doorbell rang. Ah, Tatsumi-san. His mother's voice greeted the visitor. Has the new shipment arrived? Ren looked up with interest. Tatsumi was the seal master who supplied the store with scrolls and explosives. An older man with a long gray beard and hands covered with small scars, signs of years of practice in Fuinjutsu. Yuki-san, smiled the man, placing a heavy box on the counter. I brought what was requested. He paused, noticing Ren. The little one is growing, I see. Ren watched in fascination as the man pulled several scrolls from the box. Some were standard explosive seals, others were preservation scrolls. But what caught his attention were the intricate ink patterns that decorated each seal. How do they work? The question escaped him before he could restrain himself. Tatsumi raised a surprised eyebrow. Oh? Are you interested in Fuinjutsu, boy? Very much, Ren nodded. It is like writing a command to the universe, isn't it? Like programming reality. Years of Naruto begin to bear fruit. Tatsumi's eyes lit up. An interesting description for such a small child. He turned to Yuki. Your son has a special way of seeing things. Of course, would you believe it if I told you I transmigrated from another world? Thought Ren wryly. Mother, Ren turned to his mother. Can I learn? Yuki exchanged a glance with Tatsumi, if the master was willing to take such a young apprentice. Please, please, I don't know how long I've been waiting for this opportunity, Ren. The elder stroked his beard. Come back in a few months. If you keep this interest, we can talk about it. Before Ren could respond, the store door opened again. His father entered, shaking the moisture of the fog from his cloak. Ah, Tatsumi-san, Toshiro greeted with a respectful bow. It is always a pleasure to find you here. Mizutani-san, replied the seal master, returning the greeting. I was just talking to your son about Fuinjutsu. He has an interesting way of looking at things. Toshiro cast an intrigued glance at Ren, then turned to Tatsumi. I hope he is not disturbing your business. On the contrary, smiled the elder, starting to gather his things. It is refreshing to see a young man so interested in the art of seals. With your permission, I might consider teaching him something in a few months. Well, I have secured another resource for the future, Ren. After Tatsumi had taken his leave, Toshiro turned to his wife. I finished this morning's mission earlier and thought we could have lunch together. There's a new kiosk near the academy that serves great ramen. Yuki smiled, starting to set up the counter. That sounds like a great idea. We can close for lunch, the store is quiet today. Soon after, the Mizutani family was sitting at the ramen stand. As they waited for their order, Ren noticed another child not far away, probably his age, eating with what appeared to be his father. He had brown hair and a serene expression. That's young Utakata, his father whispered, noticing his interest. His master is Harut, one of the best jonin in the village. Ren almost choked on the tea he was drinking. Utakata? The future Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, if I remember correctly? It's rare to see him around, his father continued. He usually trains in the eastern part of the village with his master. Ren watched the future Jinchuriki with renewed interest. The child looked so normal. Nothing foreshadowed the tragic fate that awaited him. Another piece of the puzzle, he reflected as he began to eat his ramen. Yagura is not yet Mizukage, and Utakata is not yet a Jinchuriki. We are soon to enter a brief period of peace before Madara takes over Yagura. I can take advantage of this period to grow without too much danger. How is the morning training going? Asked his father, interrupting his thoughts. Fine, Ren replied. Although I'd rather be able to learn some techniques. Toshiro smiled. All in good time. You need to develop your chakra first. But if you keep this up... He cast a meaningful glance at his wife. Maybe we could start with some basic exercises. Ren's heart sped up. At last. With chakra completing active, I should be able to progress quickly. I wonder what exercises are used here in Hidden Mist Village for chakra development. As they finished their lunch, Ren noticed that Yukikato was watching him curiously. Their gazes crossed for a moment before they both returned to their respective meals. I wonder, Ren thought. If things go as they did in the original story, in a few years this boy will carry a huge burden. Maybe there is something I can do to change his fate, but first, I have to become strong. Chapter 5, the guy in the backyard of the store, balancing on his hands, Ren mentally counted as drops of sweat ran down from his forehead to the tips of his hair. 98.99.100. He got back to his feet in a fluid motion, shaking his arms to ease the burning. 4 months of constant practice were paying off. Mighty guy was right, he reflected, wiping his face. Walking on the hands is not just an eccentric exercise. The arms develop a different strength when they are forced to support the full weight of the body. His routine had evolved considerably. In addition to her morning run and swim, he now devoted at least an hour a day to exercises on his hands, balancing, walking, even some timid attempts at doing push-ups in that position. If legs are naturally stronger than arms, it's because we're constantly using them to walk, he reasoned as he prepared for another set. So if I want arms as strong as legs? Again with that weird exercise? Ren turned around. His father was watching him from the courtyard entrance, a half-smile on his face. He is right, I would think so too, especially if a 5-year-old is doing it. I saw that in a book, Ren replied, trying not to sound too defensive. What kind of book? Toshiro approached, sitting down on an empty crate. The Super Mega Exercises of the Force, Ren said, trying to be as childish as possible. I could have chosen a different name though. His father burst out laughing. What a child. After composing himself he added, actually I noticed that your balance has improved a lot. Maybe we can start with something more interesting. Ren's heart sped up, but he maintained a composed expression. Like feeling the chakra? Toshiro nodded. Sit down, he pointed to the floor in front of him. First of all, close your eyes. Ren obeyed, assuming the lotus position. The chakra flows in us like water in a river, Toshiro began. Like water, it can become more turbulent. It can be a trickle or a waterfall. But unlike water, chakra responds to our will and our emotions. Ren felt his father's hands rest on his shoulders. Now, try to concentrate and tell me what you feel, Toshiro continued. Don't force yourself. Let the feeling come on its own, like when you are immersed in the lake and feel the movement of the water around you. Ren concentrated. At first he felt nothing, then a sensation. Like a tingling sensation on his skin, but deeper. I can feel it, he whispered. It's like waves? Good. His father's voice was approving. What you feel is my chakra interacting with your body. That's how ninjas start their path. Some develop it naturally, others work on it for years. What about me, can I become a ninja? Anyone can become a ninja, Toshiro replied. The question is how much time and dedication you are willing to invest in it. For now, focus on this exercise. Try to feel your chakra, but without forcing it. Like when you let yourself float in the water. That evening in the store, Ren was still reflecting on his father's words when the bell rang. His heart leapt when he recognized the figure of Tatsumi. Ah, the young scholar, smiled the seal master, noticing him. Still interested in Fuinjutsu? Of course, it will be one of the key elements of my style. Ren nodded vigorously. I've been studying the basic seals on the scrolls we have in the store, he said quickly. And I tried to copy some patterns. He pulled out some sheets from under the counter where he had meticulously reproduced the simplest conservation seals. Tatsumi took the sheets, examining them carefully. His eyebrows arched slightly. Your handwriting is surprisingly precise for your age, he commented. And I see that you numbered each stroke, noting the correct order. I noticed that the order of the strokes seems as important as the shape, Ren explained. As if each line builds on the previous one. Tatsumi studied him for a long moment. Do you know why explosive seals are so dangerous to create? Because if you miss a line, the energy is not channeled properly and the seal can explode prematurely, Ren answered promptly. And do you know why preservation scrolls must be charged with specific chakra? No my friend, now you want too much. I'll try with sincerity. I don't know, I wouldn't want to hazard a wrong answer, Ren said, hoping his bet was right. Not too convinced, Tatsumi stroked his beard, exchanging a glance with Yuki. A seal master expert must also know when not to go over, Tatsumi replied. Sunday morning, he finally said. At dawn. If you want to learn, we'll start with the basics. And I mean the real basics, how to prepare the ink, how to hold the brush, How to breathe while drawing a line. Ren's heart almost exploded with joy, but he kept a serious expression. I'll be there, Tatsumi-sensei. Don't call me sensei yet, muttered the elder. We'll see if you have the patience for it. Fuinjutsu is not for those who seek shortcuts. If only he knew, Ren thought as the seal master walked away to talk to his mother. In the next life let me reincarnate as an actor. Chapter 6, Days of Waiting. The week proceeded at the now familiar pace for Ren, waking up at dawn for the run around the lake, swimming, hand exercises, and finally breakfast. The routine had become so natural that his body moved almost by inertia, leaving his mind free to focus on other matters. The leaf exercise, he recalled as he dried himself after swimming. It was the first step for chakra control in the manga. One had to adhere leaf to the forehead using only the chakra. He picked up a fallen leaf from one of the trees near the lake. Sitting in the lotus position, he tried to remember the details. First I have to feel the chakra, as Tasha. My father taught me, then I have to try to direct it to a specific point. He closed his eyes, searching for that tingling sensation he had felt the day before. It was like trying to grasp water. The more he tried, the more it seemed to elude him. No, that won't do. Father said not to force it. Like when I'm floating in the water. He relaxed his muscles, letting his awareness gradually expand. Slowly, he began to sense something. It was not his father's powerful and controlled chakra, but a more subtle sensation, like a warm current flowing under his skin. The crystal at his neck pulsed faintly. Interesting, Ren noted. The crystal seems to react when I focus on the chakra. It might be useful as an indicator. Over the next few days, Ren alternated his physical workouts with attempts to control the chakra. The leaf continued to fall from his forehead, but each day he managed to hold on to it a little longer. In the store, between customers, he watched with renewed interest the seals on the display scrolls. Some ninja can create seals using only their hands and chakra, he reflected as he cleaned the display case. The fourth Hokage was famous for this. I wonder if... His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a customer, but the question remained, along with many others he hoped to ask Tatsumi. Discreetly, of course. On Thursday, his father found him still awake in the middle of the night, surrounded by papers on which he had drawn various seal patterns. Shouldn't you be in bed? He asked, although his tone was more amused than reproachful. I'm studying the basic structure of seals, Ren replied, stifling a yawn. Each pattern seems to have a specific meaning. Takashi observed his son's drawings. You're really into this fuinjutsu thing, huh? Ren nodded. It''s. Fascinating. Like there's a language hidden in the lines. And then it would make a big difference in the future. Friday and Saturday passed in a flash of practice, attempts with the leaf and study of the seals. Finally, Sunday arrived. The fog was unusually thick that morning as Ren made his way to the appointed meeting point with Tatsumi. I wonder what the first day will be like. It almost feels like the first day of school. He stopped in front of an old building at the edge of the village. The door was ajar. Ren took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob. You're late. Tatsumi's voice rang out from inside, causing him to gasp. But sensei, it's still 10 minutes before dawn, Ren protested. The first lesson of fuinjutsu, the voice seemed to come from every direction, is that nothing is as it seems. WTF? Ren hesitated, his hand still on the handle. Something wasn't quite right. Chapter 7, The Art of Seals. Ren paused, his hand inches from the handle. Something was wrong. Tatsumi's voice sounded strange, as if coming from all directions at once. He's right, something is wrong, he thought, stepping back. The fog around the door was moving unnaturally, almost artificial. Are you afraid? Tatsumi's voice rang out again. No, but... Ren hesitated, trying to voice his feeling. This door. It's strange. A gentle laugh came from behind him. Ren turned his head sharply. Tatsumi was sitting on a bench not far away, a scroll on his lap. An interesting observation for someone so young, the seal master commented, standing up. It was a simple illusion, a test to see how detail-oriented you are. He pointed to an entrance on the opposite side of the building. That's the real door. The first rule of fuinjutsu, observe everything. The details are as important as the whole. I hope this cryptic language is not a common feature in the ninja world. The interior of the building was one large room, lit by lamps hanging on the walls. In the center was a low table with 4 cushions. On it, Ren noticed various tools, brushes of different sizes, ink containers, scrolls and paper. Sit down, Tatsumi ordered, taking a seat across from him. Before you touch a brush, you need to understand what you are doing. What do you know about seals? Are they patterns that allow you to manipulate the chakra in specific ways? Superficial, but not wrong. Tatsumi picked up a blank sheet of paper. The seals are a language. Like any language, it has its own grammar, its own syntax, its own rules. But unlike written words, which must be read to take effect, seals act on the physical world directly. He drew a line on the paper. Each stroke is like a word. Each curve is like a sentence. Together, they create instructions for the chakra to follow. For the next 2 hours, Datsumi explained the basic principles of seal calligraphy. How to hold the brush, how to breathe while tracing, how to maintain steady pressure. Now you try it, he finally said, handing a brush to Ren. Draw this line. Ren took the brush, trying to replicate the movements he had observed. The result was shaky and uneven. Again, Datsumi said simply. After the 20th time, Ren's arms were sore. It's much harder than I thought. Why don't we use regular brushes? He asked during a pause. These brushes are made with special bristles that react to the user's chakra, Datsumi explained. Even if you are just practicing the form now, your chakra is already starting to flow through them. What about the ink? Standard mixture for now. The chakra-infused ink will come later, when you can draw a decent line. He observed Ren's last attempt. Like this is not. The sun was high when they finally took a break for lunch. Datsumi pulled out 2 bento. Question, he said as they ate. Is it possible to create seals without a brush and ink? Ah, Datsumi smiled. Were you thinking of chakra-drawn seals? It is possible, but it requires a perfect understanding of seal structure and exceptional chakra control. For now, concentrate on the basics. The afternoon was devoted to preparing the basic ink. Ren learned how to mix the various ingredients in the right proportion. Seal ink must be perfectly balanced, Datsumi explained. Too thick and the chakra will not flow properly. Too much liquid and a seal will dissipate. How many types of ink are there? More than I know of, Datsumi admitted. Each village has its own recipes. Some seal masters create their own blends. But they all start from this base. As the sun began to set, Datsumi gathered his tools. For this week, practice only the basics. No experiments, no attempts to create seals. Just straight and curved lines. He pulled out a small roll. These are the exercises to follow. See you next Sunday, same time. Yes, Sensei interjected, remembering the ban. Tatsumi-san. On the way home, Ren reflected on the day. His arms were as tired as after an intense workout, but his mind was full of new possibilities. A language that speaks directly to reality, he thought. With enough study, I could. He paused, shaking his head. No, I don't have to fantasize. As Datsumi said, first the fundamentals. One step at a time. That night, before sleep, he drew imaginary lines in the air, repeating the learned movements. Sleep found him while still mentally repeating the rhythm of the strokes. Inhale, trace, exhale, lift. Chapter 8, Small steps. 2 weeks had passed, and Ren's routine had evolved. His morning runs had lengthened, he could now complete 2 full laps of the lake before switching to swimming. The hand exercises were yielding amazing results, he could keep his balance long enough to cross the entire backyard of the store. My arms aren't shaking as much as before, he reflected as he completed his daily series of exercises. And the weight distribution is becoming more natural. After physical training, Ren devoted an hour to chakra practice. The leaf now remained attached to his forehead for almost a full minute. It wasn't much, but for a 4-year-old it was a remarkable achievement. He had also started a new exercise, adhering a drop of water on his finger, then turning it downward without dropping it. This exercise my father gave me should be the equivalent of the leaf exercise for Hidden Mist Village. Concentration. He murmured, staring at the drop on his finger. One day, browsing in his mother's store, he had finally managed to find a chakra paper. Finally. With his heart pounding, he had picked it up and hidden it in his room. That evening, after making sure he was alone, he had channeled his chakra into the sheet. The result had surprised him. The paper had broken in half, but one of the halves had also moistened slightly. Main affinity wind, with a weak secondary affinity to water, he had realized. Not bad, a double affinity is a good starting point. I wonder if it was the influence of the leaf exercise. A good initial combat style could involve using mist and wind techniques to disorient the enemy before striking with a Rasengan. No, I should keep the Rasengan hidden for now. Well, I'll think about it later, it's still too early anyway. The lessons with Datsumi were progressing slowly but steadily. The seal master was impressed by the precision with which Ren drew the basic lines. Your hand is still uncertain, he had told him during the last lesson, but your strokes have a natural rhythm. It's rare to see this fluidity in someone so young. You should know how many hours I'm practicing. I've never written so much in my life. Your ink is well balanced, Datsumi had commented that day, examining a mixture Ren had prepared. Although, he had added with a smile, noticing some stains on Ren's sleeves, your pouring technique still needs practice. Of course, I'm still in a child body in the store, Ren had begun to notice details in the seals that had previously eluded him. How the patterns repeated with subtle variations, how the lines flowed into each other creating complex but harmonious structures. One morning, while helping his mother arrange a new delivery of scrolls, he had found himself commenting, "This one has a different conservation seal than usual." Yuki had raised a surprised eyebrow. "How did you notice it?" "The outer lines form a circle instead of a hexagon," he had replied, pointing to the pattern. "And there's an extra symbol here." His mother had smiled, but in her eyes was a spark of concern. "You're learning fast," she had said after a pause. "Maybe too fast." "Too fast? And if you knew about the fourth Hokage, what would you say?" "She's right, though, I must remember to keep a low profile," he thought as he practiced his lines that evening. Although it is frustrating to have to artificially slow down. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. It was his father. "Time for bed," Toshiro said, entering the room. "But I have something to show you tomorrow. A new chakra exercise." Ren's eyes lit up, but he tried to contain his enthusiasm. "What kind of exercise?" "You'll see," smiled his father. "For now, just rest. You'll need it." That night, Ren fell asleep thinking about the possibilities that lay ahead. He was making progress, slow but steady. And perhaps, this very controlled slowness was the key to growing truly strong in this dangerous world. Chapter 9. The proposal dawn had not yet dawned when Toshiro led Ren to a small secluded clearing, not far from the lake where the child usually trained. "I've noticed your progress with the drop," Toshiro said, sitting down on a boulder. Ren nodded, trying not to look too anxious. "I'm going to show you something different today." Toshiro picked up a handful of pebbles and arranged them in a circle on the ground. The chakra is not only used to make objects stick together. It can also be used to sense our surroundings. He knelt beside the pebbles. "Close your eyes and put your hands like this," he demonstrated, placing his hands parallel to the ground. "Now, try to let the chakra flow gently downward." Ren imitated his father's position, closing his eyes. It was similar to the exercise he had taught him to feel the chakra, but this time he had to project it outward. "Don't force it," Toshiro guided him. "Imagine that your chakra is like the morning mist slowly descending." For several minutes, Ren felt nothing. Then, gradually, he began to sense something, a resistance, like small knots in the flow of his chakra. "The stones," he whispered. "Can I feel them?" "That's right," his father's voice was smug. "It is a basic form of chakra perception. Very rudimentary compared to what ninjas do, but it's a good starting point." It seemed similar to the concept of the radars opening his eyes. Ren saw that his father was watching him with a thoughtful expression. "There's more," Toshiro said after a pause. "Your chakra control, your training, your dedication to fu injutsu. These are not common things in a child your age." Apostrophe. For a moment Ren felt a twinge of worry in his chest. "I have talked to some teachers at the academy," his father continued. "It would be possible to get you started early. It wouldn't be the first case, although it's rare." "And you tell me so? You were giving me a heart attack." "How early?" asked Ren, trying to sound simply curious. "You could start next semester, in 2 months. You'd be the youngest in the class, but—" "I'd like that," interjected Ren, then corrected himself. "That is, if you and Mom think it's a good idea." "I can't miss this opportunity," Toshiro smiled. "We'll all talk about it tonight. For now, continue with the exercise. Try counting how many stones you can sense without looking." That evening, sitting around the dinner table, the discussion resumed. "He is very young," Yuki said, the concern evident in her voice. "And remember that although we've never had any problems, we don't belong to the elite." "I know," Toshiro replied. "But he already has the chakra control of a much older child. And with his observation skills." "That's exactly why," Yuki interrupted. Attracting too much attention at this time. Ren listened in silence, reflecting. The academy will worsening after Yagura takes full control. The nickname of Bloody Mist Village will solidify more during this period. But I have to take the risk. If I go in now, I might avoid taking the exam in the same year as Zabuza. "I want to do it," he finally said, drawing the parents' attention. "I know I'm young, but I feel the time is right." Yuki and Toshiro exchanged a long look. "If that's what you want," his mother finally said, "we will support you. But you'll have to promise me one thing." "What?" "Don't push too hard. You don't need to be the best, to stand out. Sometimes, being average is the wisest thing." Ren nodded solemnly. His mother understood perfectly. In a village like Hidden Mist Village, keeping a low profile was considered a blessing. "I'll go talk to the academy administration tomorrow," Toshiro said. "For now, continue with your training." "And Ren?" "Yes. I'm proud of you." I have never heard those words. Something inside me that I never felt that night, lying in his bed, Ren thought back on the day. The perception exercise had opened up new possibilities for him, but it was the early entrance to the academy that occupied most of his thoughts. 2 months, he reflected, 2 months to prepare myself. To be strong enough to survive, but not so strong as to attract the wrong kind of attention. To be special, but not too special. He fell asleep thinking about his father's words, and how his life, and his character were gradually changing, merging more and more into that world. Chapter 10, Intensifying Training. San. Ren looked up from his morning bowl of rice. Would you teach me basic taijutsu? Toshiro put down his chopsticks, studying his son carefully. What made you decide? If I'm going to enter the academy, I want to be prepared, Ren replied, trying to sound determined but not too mature. And I saw that in the store we sell wooden swords for training. A smile formed on his father's face. Are you already thinking about kenjutsu? Aren't you running a little too fast? I can start with the basic movements, Ren insisted. Like the older children who come into the store do. If I want to have any hope I have to start as early as now. I don't remember well, or maybe I haven't seen how the academy works in Hidden Mist Village, but they will surely be very specialized in kenjutsu. After a brief discussion, Toshiro agreed to start with basic taijutsu. But no swords for now, he added firmly. First you have to learn the basics and move correctly. Ren's routine expanded. Mornings still began with running and swimming, but now included an hour of taijutsu with his father before the latter left for missions. Lower position, Toshiro corrected, as Ren repeated the basic academy form. The center of gravity must be stable. In the store, Ren had convinced his mother to let him practice with wooden shurikens. Only in the backyard Yuki had specified. And only when there are no customers. He had marked a target on an old log and spent hours throwing, retrieving, and throwing again. He vaguely recalled Itachi and Sasuke's training scenes in the manga, trying to replicate that methodical precision. I still can't rotate my wrist like Itachi did, he reflected after yet another inaccurate throw, but I can work on the base. Afternoons were divided between Fu-in-jutsu with Tatsumi and new chakra exercises. He had begun practicing control of the water element in a more structured way. Once I have mastered the adherence of the drop, I must be able to hold it suspended in my hands according to what San says. By the side of the lake, away from prying eyes, he continued his training. It was much more difficult than the adhesion of the drop. It's like trying to hold onto a sticker that has lost its adhesive strength, he thought in frustration after yet another failed attempt. Evenings were spent practicing the perception exercise his father had taught him. He had found that it worked best when combined with the controlled breathing that Tatsumi had taught him for Fu-in-jutsu. Now within a 2-meter radius I have no problem feeling stones. One evening, while practicing in the courtyard, he felt a familiar presence approaching. Your balance is improving, commented Ao, who occasionally passed by the store. Ren turned around, surprised. He had not heard the Jonin coming. It was at that moment that he noticed something different about the bandage covering Ao's right eye. The fabric seemed thick, and there were faint chakra marks shining through the edges. Ao-san, your eye patch. He said before he could restrain himself. Ao brushed the bandage over his right eye. Ah, this? A souvenir from the war. Did something happen during a mission? Asked Ren. You could say that, replied Ao briefly. A gift from a ninja from Hidden Leaf Village. So it is this time that happened. I would like to know more. How did he avoid the seal on the Byakugan possessor's eyes? Or did he take them from someone in the main lineage? Ren's gaze shifted to the earrings Ao was wearing. What about those? They look like seals. They are protective talismans, Ao explained. Against certain kinds of special eyes. I didn't remember them like that, he thought. Like the one under the blindfold? Asked Ren, realizing too late the inappropriate question. I heard you're entering the academy early, said Ao, ignoring the question. A word of advice, the academy is not just about techniques. It's also about learning when to use them. With those words, he entered the store, leaving Ren to ponder the meaning of his message. That night, as he mentally repeated the taijutsu forms before bed, Ren took stock of his progress. His chakra control was gradually improving. Taijutsu was still very basic, but it was beginning to feel more natural. His aim with shuriken was inconsistent, but improving chakra perception was still rudimentary, but promising. I won't be the strongest in the class, he thought. But that's not the goal. For now, I need to build a solid foundation. Chapter 11, Preparations and Changes. Sitting in the lotus position on the lake shore, Ren held a very thin layer of water suspended between his hands, trying to keep it, albeit very small, in a spherical shape. Controlling the shape and surface tension, he reflected as a drop came off the imperfect sphere. It looks like the Rasengan exercise, but with water. The idea had came to him specifically by remembering the Rasengan training. If he wanted to increase his control over chakra, he had to start with the basics. After his morning practice, He found the courage to ask the question he had been planning for days. "San," he said as he dried off from swimming, "do you think I could learn some basic techniques?" "Just a little." Toshiro studied him for a moment. "Do you have anything specific in mind?" "I saw the gain in practicing the substitution jutsu in the academy courtyard," Ren replied, trying to sound casual. "It seems useful." His father smiled. "The substitution jutsu? Not an attack technique? Interesting choice." Well, Ren scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. "I thought it best to start with something practical. I can already imagine my nickname, Ren of the Replacement," he thought, chuckling to himself. "You know," Toshiro said, interrupting Ren's thoughts, "most children want to learn flashy techniques. Your choice shows wisdom." He stood up. "All right, but first I will teach you basic seals." Later that day, Toshiro took Ren to lunch at a small ramen stand. The place was run by an elderly retired ninja named Kenji, famous for his spicy broth and stories about the days when he was an active jonin. His hands, marked by old scars, still moved with precision as he prepared his famous noodles. "Ah, Toshiro-san," greeted Kenji with a warm smile. "And little Ren. The usual for both of you?" Before they could answer, two figures with Anbu masks appeared silently beside their table. One of them, wearing a fish mask, leaned over to whisper something in Toshiro's ear. His father's face became serious. "I see," he said, rising slowly. He turned to Ren, hesitating for a moment. "I'm sorry, son, but I have to go." "It is an urgent matter." "Don't worry, Toshiro-san," Kenji intervened, his voice gentle but firm. "Little Ren can stay here and eat. I'll make sure he gets home safely." Toshiro exchanged a meaningful look with Kenji, years of mutual trust condensed into that brief moment. "Thank you, old friend," he finally said, laying a hand on Ren's shoulder. "Behave yourself." As his father walked away with the Anbus, Ren noticed unusual movement on the streets. More ninjas were being discreetly approached and called out. There was a tension in the air he had never felt before. Something big is happening, he thought. Could it be the end of the war already? So soon? "One miso ramen, please." A young, enthusiastic voice interrupted his thoughts. Ren turned to see a young man with glasses, probably a couple of years older than him, sitting at the counter. The newcomer carefully arranged a stack of medical books beside him before noticing Ren. "Here's ramen for little Aoi," said Kenji, setting down a steaming bowl. Theoretically, Aoi retorted, adjusting his glasses with a professorial air, "At 7 years old you already have all the qualifications needed to enter the academy, so I'm not so little anymore, Kenji-san." Kenji laughed, shaking his head. It was only then that Aoi seemed to notice Ren. "Oh. I haven't seen you here before," he said, turning toward him. "I'm Aoi Kaido, nice to meet you. My father is a doctor ninja at Central Hospital, and my dream is to become a great ninja doctor like him. I will start the academy next semester." He interrupted, blushing slightly. "Ren," he replied simply, studying the boy. There was something genuinely friendly about his manner. "Aoi Kaido," pondered Ren as the boy continued to speak enthusiastically about medical techniques. "I don't remember this name from my memories. But it might come in handy in the future." Kenji served their ramen with a smile, and for a moment, the weight of the events unfolding outside seemed to lighten in the aroma of the spicy broth and Aoi's animated chat about the basics of ninja medicine. In the afternoon, the lesson with Tatsumi took an interesting turn. The seal master, satisfied with Ren's progress with basic calligraphy, decided to introduce him to the first real seals. "These are first-level storage seals," he explained, showing a simple but elegant pattern. "They are mainly used for storage of small, non-living objects. Observe the structure. Now let's get into it," thought Ren while carefully studying the pattern. It was simpler than the seals he had seen in the store, but he could recognize some basic elements he had practiced in the previous weeks. "The seals are like buildings," Tatsumi continued. "Each line is a foundation, each curve a pillar. If one part is weak, the whole structure can collapse." The lesson went on until sunset. On his way home, Ren saw his father waiting for him on the street corner, still in his mission uniform. Together, they passed by the administration building, where a group of ninjas was having a heated discussion with some civilians. "Things are changing," Toshiro murmured, leading Ren down a more secluded path. "The war is not going as planned. There is this new ninja in Hidden Leaf Village. They call him the Yellow Lightning." Ren felt a chill run down his spine. Minato Namikaze, this is it. At home, the tension was palpable. After dinner, Ren heard his parents talking in the kitchen, thinking he was already in bed. "It's too dangerous," his mother said. "You can't go too." "I am a ninja," Toshiro replied. "I can't turn my back on my village." Hidden in the shadows of the hallway, Ren listened intently. "It's starting," he thought. "First Minato will change the fortunes of the war, Then Yagura will turn Hidden Mist Village into the Bloody Mist. Events are moving faster than I remembered. That night, in the safety of his room, Ren reflected on everything he had observed. The small drop of water in his hands trembled slightly before dissolving. 2 weeks, he thought, looking through the window at the mist enveloping the village. 2 weeks to prepare for what is to come. Chapter 12. Waiting in the mist. The full moon illuminated the lake as Ren completed his final run. He stopped on the shore, his breathing already back to even despite the distance he had run. A week had passed without news of his father. Physical endurance definitely improved, he reflected, trying to focus on progress rather than worry. I can run 5 kilometers without breathlessness, almost 7 if I use chakra to support the muscles. Not bad for a 5-year-old body. He got into position to begin his walking on his hands. The exercise had become a kind of meditation, a way to empty his mind of the thoughts that plagued him in the night hours. This training has given amazing results. I can now keep my balance and walk almost 2 kilometers. My arms have become almost as strong as my legs. The fog thickened around the lake, hiding the moon. Ren continued his exercises in the growing darkness, mentally cataloging his progress as if to convince himself that he was not wasting time. Chakra control was stable. The leaf remained attached to his forehead for several minutes. He could hold a small drop of water in his hands for almost 30 seconds. His chakra perception allowed him to detect presences up to about 10 feet away. The calligraphy for the basic seals was now fluid and natural, but there were things he could not learn on his own. I no longer had the opportunity to study hand seals, he admitted in frustration. It didn't take Tsan's departure just now. He paused, returning to his feet. The moon was completely hidden now, the fog so dense that he could hardly see the shore of the lake. Everything was going too smoothly, he thought bitterly. I must concentrate on what I can do alone. He pulled out a kunai and thoughtfully weighed it. Maybe I could start weight training. I don't think they have gravity seals here, I'll have to ask Tatsumi. If not, I could use lead bars. 1 week to the beginning of the academy. A week without news from his father. Ren stared into the fog, as if he could discern in it the answers he sought. Never did I imagine I would have this feeling of anticipation, he reflected as he gathered his gear. Not just for the academy. Come back soon, Tsan. On his way home, he stopped several times to scan the horizon, looking for a familiar figure in the fog. But there were only shadows, and the oppressive silence of Hidden Mist Village. The store was still open when he returned. His mother was arranging a new delivery of kunai, her tired face illuminated by the faint light of lanterns. You've been to the lake again, she said, not a question. Her eyes studied the traces of training on her son, his damp clothes, his hands slightly abraded by the exercise on his hands. I had to. Keep busy, Ren replied, taking a cloth to help her clean the weapons. Your father will come back, Yuki said, her voice firm despite the worry in her eyes. He has always kept his promises. I hope so. Ren nodded, focusing on the kunai he was polishing. The cold metal under his fingers reminded him of his father's lessons on throwing weapons. Another thing I need to perfect, he thought. While we're waiting, his mother continued, you could help me reorganize the storage room in the back. There are some basic techniques written on the weapon rolls that you might find interesting. Ren's eyes brightened slightly. His mother had always had a subtle way of helping him with his training. In the warehouse, among boxes of shuriken and rolls of ninja wire, Ren did indeed find several interesting documents. Detailed descriptions of handles, throwing angles, even some notes on blade maintenance that could come in handy for his future katana. These are notes from your father, Yuki explained, pointing to some yellowed papers. From when he was still a genin. He thought you might need them someday. Ren studied the familiar handwriting, noting how some passages had been underlined several times. Precision comes before power, one note said. 1 well-placed kunai is worth more than 10 thrown at random. Before I would have thought how obvious it is. But now. Night had fallen by the time they finished settling in. His mother served him a light dinner, the empty place at the table seeming to scream his absence. Tomorrow, Yuki said as they cleared the table, we could start preparing your equipment for the academy. I've set aside some special pieces that might be useful for you. Thank you, Kasan-ran replied. Then, after a moment's hesitation, do you think he will be proud? When will he come back? Yuki paused, looking at her son with a mixture of sweetness and sadness. Ren, your father has always been proud of you, from the moment you first opened your eyes. He leaned closer, stroking his hair. And he will be even more so when he sees how hard you are working. That night, in his room, Ren mentally prepared a more structured training program for the following days. He had to be ready, for the academy, for his father, for whatever the future held. 1 week, he thought as he fell asleep. 1 week to get ready. And then. Chapter 13, changes. 2 days later, the store bell rang just before dawn. Yuki rushed toward the door, while Ren became alert, sensing soon after a familiar chakra. Toshiro. Ren ran downstairs, finding his father supported by a teammate. A bloody bandage wrapped around his abdomen, but he was alive. He was back. "I'm sorry to have worried you," Toshiro said with a tired smile as they helped him sit up. "You were lucky," said his teammate. "Others didn't make it." As his mother tended to his wounds, Ren stood beside them, a strange feeling in his chest. It was no longer the detachment of the early days, when he saw them as mere characters in a story. In some moments, without his realizing it, these strangers were becoming his family. How ironic, he thought, observing his mother gently scolding his father as she changed his bandages. "I have been reincarnated in the most ruthless village in the Big Five countries, and instead of getting tougher, I find myself feeling affection." "Hey, little champion," his father's voice brought him back to the present. "They've given me 2 weeks of enforced rest. Looks like I'll be able to accompany you on your first day at the academy after all." That night, as everyone slept, Ren got up to drink water. Muted voices came from the kitchen. "The war is becoming serious," his father was saying. "What about the council?" His mother's voice was strained. "Divided. Some want to keep fighting, but—" A pause. "There is talk of possible peace talks. With the yellow lightning out there, nobody would expected another genius like this in Hidden Leaf Village." Ren clutched his glass of water. Events were moving quickly. The incident of Rin, the rise of Yagura, the impending end of the war. Everything was converging toward the turning point that would turn Hidden Mist Village into the Bloody Mist. But this time, he thought as he returned to his room, "I am not just an observer. This time I have a family to protect." He paused in front of the window, watching the fog enveloping the village. It was strange how fate had a sense of humor all its own, sending him right here, right now, to this family. And instead of hardening him, it was making him more human. Maybe, he reflected as he went back to bed, that's the whole point. The days that separated him from the start of the academy now seemed more meaningful than ever. He wasn't just preparing to become a ninja, he was preparing to protect something precious. Chapter 14, Test Tiger. Snake. Rat. Ox. Toshiro slowly displayed each seal, his hands moving with the fluidity that comes from years of practice. These are the basic seals that every ninja must know. Ren watched carefully, memorizing each movement. In the backyard of the store, the morning air was cool and the fog was just clearing. Each seal, his father continued, guides the chakra differently, like water flowing in different channels. You don't have to worry yet about understanding exactly how each one works, that will come with time. For now, concentrate on the form and fluidity of the movements. Finally, Ren thought as he imitated the gestures. This is what I was waiting for. After an hour of practice, Toshiro stood up with a slight shudder, the wound in his abdomen still healing. "There's one more thing," he said, briefly entering the house. When he returned, he held something wrapped in a cloth. "This," he said, unwinding the cloth and revealing a worn-looking but well-maintained kunai, "was my first kunai. My father gave it to me when I started the academy, and now it is yours." Ren took the weapon reverently. It was heavier than the wooden ones he had trained with, and he could feel residual traces of his father's chakra in the handle. "It is not a toy." Toshiro's expression was serious. "Use it only when necessary, and take care of it as if it were part of yourself." The day of the academy came faster than Ren expected. The morning mist was unusually light as the Mizutani family made their way to the imposing building. Toshiro, still slightly stiff in his movements, walked by his side, while Yuki held tightly to his right hand. The entrance to the academy was crowded with families. Ren immediately noticed the different clans, the Yuki, the almost translucent-skinned Hazuki, members of the smaller clans keeping to themselves. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone knew that not every child present that day would make it to graduation. "Remember," his mother said, kneeling to greet him, "you don't have to prove anything to anyone. Do your best, but keep a low profile," his father completed. In this village, attracting too much attention can be as dangerous as not living up to it. Ren nodded, feeling the weight of the kunai in his pocket. "I wonder," Yuki murmured as their son joined the other students, "if we are doing the right thing." "He is a Mizutani," Toshiro replied, but his voice betrayed a note of concern. "And he has something special. You noticed it too, didn't you? That way of looking at the world, as if he sees further than the rest of us," she completed. As he entered the building, Ren felt her parents' stares on her back. "Don't worry," he thought. "I'm not the helpless child you think. And maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to change the future enough to protect you both." The fog was returning, enveloping the academy in its familiar embrace, hiding for a moment the dark fate that awaited the village of Hidden Mist. The entrance to the academy was crowded. Families from various clans had gathered to accompany their children to the entrance tests. Ren watched carefully, mentally cataloging the various Kekkei Genkai present. There was a group from the Yuki clan, masters of ice style, the ice element. Not far away, members of the Hazuki clan were talking among themselves. Their ability to turn into water made them among the most feared ninjas in Hidden Mist Village. He also noticed representatives of the smaller clans, the Karatachi with their affinity for coral, the Kurisuki specializing in petrification techniques, and even a couple of members of the rare Ketsueki clan, known for their ability to manipulate blood. So many Kekkei Genkai, Ren thought with a squeeze in his heart. It's a pity that in a few years many of them. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a group of Chunin examiners. One of them stepped forward to explain the tests. The tests will be divided into 3 parts, he announced. Physical, chakra check and attitudinal. Those who fail even one test are automatically excluded. No welcome speech? It's way different compared to Hidden Lee Village, Ren thought. The first physical test was held in the large training ground behind the academy. Of the 243 candidates, they were divided into groups of 20 for the tests. Only the last 3 group had 1 person more each. The endurance run was the first challenge, 5 kilometers through a rough course in the fog. Ren kept a steady pace, watching the other participants. A boy from the Hazuki clan, Hiroshi, dominated the trial with an outstanding time, his partially liquid body allowing him to glide through obstacles with unnatural ease. Immediately behind him, a girl from the Yuki clan named Yukiko created small ice bridges to overcome the most difficult areas. Amazing, they already have a good control of their Kekkei Genkai. In the test of climbing a 30-meter rock face, the talent of a Karatachi clan boy, Shinji, emerged, using his coral to create handholds. The basic combat saw representatives of the traditional warrior clans shine. A girl from the Jetsueki clan, Misaki, even startled the examiners with her controlled ferocity. Ren noticed that her eyes took on a reddish tinge during combat. In the chakra control test, candidates had to complete the water drop test. Here Aoi Kaido completely dominated, completing all the tests with a grace that made the examiners murmur. Her performance was closely followed by Juneko of the Tsukino clan, known for their illusory techniques. The aptitude test revealed much about the candidates' personalities. Some already showed an eerie coldness in their answers, while others maintained an innocence that Ren suspected would not last long. At the end of the day, the examiners announced the results. Of the 243 candidates, only 160 were admitted. The top 10 finishers were Hazuki Hiroshi, excellent in everything, particular talent in taijutsu and water ninjutsu. Yukiko, perfect control of her Kekkei Genkai even at this age. Kaido Aoi, best chakra control ever seen in such a young candidate. Karatachi Shinji, excellent practical use of his skills. Ketsueki Misaki, natural talent for fighting. Tsuki Juneko, exceptional chakra control. Kaguya Shin, impressive use of taijutsu. Munashitma, perfect balance in all trials. Yuki Sora, second representative of the clan, very promising. Kashima Kurara, natural talent with weapons. Ren placed 33rd out of 160 admitted, exactly where he had planned, high enough not to raise concerns about his competence, but not so high as to attract unwanted attention. The students were divided into 8 classes of 20 students each. Ren was assigned to 3B along with Aoi Kaido and Juneko Tsukino, among others. A good group this year, commented one of the examiners. Although his gaze was lost in the fog, I wonder how many of them will survive till the graduation. Chapter 15. The first day Ren walked through the entrance with other students, noticing how the building looked even more impressive from the inside. "Hey Ren!" A familiar voice called out to him. It was Aoi Kaido, making his way through the other students, his glasses shining in the dim light. "I can't believe we ended up in the same class. Did you see that? I ranked 3rd. "Congratulations," Ren replied with a small smile, remembering their meeting at the ramen stand. As then, Aoi carried a precarious stack of books in his arms. "Watch out for you." A sharp cry jolted both of them. A girl with long black hair was running straight toward them, chased by what looked like a small tornado of water. "Make way." Ren moved nimbly, dragging Aoi with him. The girl, whom Ren recognized as Tsuki Juneko, darted past them, followed by a partially liquefied Hazuki Hiroshi shouting something about an insult to the honor of the clan. Is it always like this?" asked Aoi, adjusting his glasses. "Stop." The sharp voice made everyone on the spot freeze. Fujimoto-sensei, a man in his 30s with a scar across his chin, watched the scene with hard eyes. "This is Hidden Mist Village Academy, not a playground. Hazuki, Tsuki, to class." Immediately, the atmosphere cooled instantly. The students hurried toward the classroom in silence, feeling the weight of their sensei's gaze. The classroom was a spacious room on the 3rd floor, with large windows overlooking the academy courtyard. Ren sat in a center pew, neither too far forward nor too far back. Aoi, after a moment's hesitation, sat next to him. "Before we begin, Fujimoto-sensei said, his voice firm and controlled. I want to make one thing clear, I will not tolerate childish behavior. You are here to become Hidden Mist Village ninjas, not to play games. Hazuki, Suki, this is your first and last warning. Duneko and Hiroshi nodded, every trace of playfulness gone from their faces. The introductions proceeded in a tense atmosphere. Each student stood up, said his or her name, and quickly sat down again. When it was Ren's turn, he introduced himself briefly, Mizutani Ren. He noticed the curious glances. He was the youngest in the class, and that attracted unwanted attention. The youngest, someone murmured. The son of the weapon store, added another. Fujimoto-sensei proceeded to explain the first-year program, chakra theory, ninja history, basic taijutsu, elementary ninjutsu, and Hidden Mist Village's distinctive techniques. His tone left no room for doubt about the seriousness of the training that awaited them. During the lunch break, Ren found himself sitting with Aoi and, surprisingly, Duneko, who seemed to have lost some of his initial exuberance. So, Mizutani-kun, Duneko said in a low voice, how does it feel to be the youngest? How does it feel to provoke a Hazuki on the first day? Replied Ren with a slight smile, trying to lighten the mood. Duneko smiled weakly. Perhaps not my brightest moment. Technically, Aoi began, before being interrupted by both of them, don't start with the Hydra zones. The rest of the day passed in an alternation of theoretical lectures and early practical exercises. On the way home, Ren reflected on the day. The group seemed interesting, although the academy's severity was evident. Duneko hid a sharp mind behind his seemingly carefree attitude, and Aoi. Well, his encyclopedic knowledge could come in handy. Maybe, he thought as Hidden Mist Village's mist thickened around him, I could make a bigger change than I expected. Chapter 16, an unusual routine. A month had passed since the start of the academy, and Ren had established his routine. While waiting to find gravity seals, he had adapted by adding 10 kilograms of weights, 5 distributed on his legs and 5 on his upper body. After his usual 5-kilometer running and swimming session, he got into position to start his walking on his hands. With 10 more kilos it is definitely more difficult, he thought. His thought was interrupted by a familiar voice, look who's here. Ren kept his balance with difficulty, recognizing the voice of Tsuyoshi Shiakase, a second-year academy student. He was accompanied by 2 other students from Class 2A. I heard that the little freshman was training in strange ways, but this... Tsuyoshi laughed scornfully. What do you think you are accomplishing by walking on your hands like a clown? Ren continued on his way, ignoring them completely. Hey, I'm talking to you. Tsuyoshi took a step forward, but froze when a familiar voice intervened. Oh, interesting training method. It was Aoi, also headed to the academy. Technically, walking on the hands strengthens not only the arms but also the core stabilizing muscles. Also, he adjusted his glasses, going into what Juneko called encyclopedia mode. It improves balance and neuromuscular coordination. It is a very efficient exercise. No one asked your opinion, 4 eyes, Tsuyoshi huffed, but the moment had passed. He walked away with his friends, not before casting one last contemptuous glance at Ren. You shouldn't have intervened, Ren said, returning to a standing position. But thank you. Aoi shrugged his shoulders. I was going to the academy anyway. Besides, it's fascinating from a physiological point of view. How long can you maintain that position? I can walk almost 2 kilometers now. Aoi's eyes lit up. Really? I wonder how that affects the chakra pathway in the upper meridians. During the lecture, Fujimoto-sensei explained the basic principles of chakra control. Chakra control, he began in a firm voice that filled the lecture hall, is the basis of everything you will do as a ninja. Before you can manipulate elements or create illusions, you must learn to control your inner energy. He demonstrated by creating a small sphere of water in his hands. This will be your first real test. Creating and maintaining a water sphere requires constant concentration and precise chakra flow. Perfect, Ren thought. This integrates well with my lake practice. The students began to practice. Many could barely make the water flicker, while others only created messy splashes. Technically, Aoi murmured as he tried to stabilize his wobbly sphere, the process requires constant chakra modulation to counteract the water's natural surface tension. Less theory, more practice, Juneko interrupted him from behind, just as her sphere exploded into a small fountain, dousing everyone around her. Ren hid a smile as she concentrated on her exercise. Morning practice with the water drop gave him a slight advantage, but maintaining a larger sphere was a completely different challenge. I have to find the right balance, he reflected. Not too powerful to reveal my true level, but enough not to arouse suspicion. During the lunch break, the trio found themselves in their usual spot in the courtyard. Duneko was still soaked from her failed attempts, while Aoi frantically consulted a manual on water manipulation. How do you make everything look so easy? asked Juneko to Ren, wringing out her wet hair. I practice a lot, he replied simply. That must be why I always see you coming so early, Aoi commented, looking up from his book. Theoretically, the morning practice when the chakra levels are freshest. Oh no, he's off to another class, groaned Juneko theatrically. Someone stop him. In the afternoon sparring session, Fujimoto-sensei divided the students into pairs. Mizutani, called Fujimoto, you with Karatachi. Shinji Karatachi, the coral boy, approached with a friendly smile. I hope you're tougher than you look, he said, making small coral crystals appear on his knuckles. Interesting, Ren thought, using coral to cover knuckles. I could emulate it with the earth element and incorporate it into my style. The training with Dasher. My father is paying off. Compared to him, this seems like child's play to me. Interesting, Shinji commented after being thrown to the ground for the third time. You don't move like a beginner. Training, Ren replied simply, helping him up. I won't be the one going down this time, though, Shinji said with a smile, changing his posture and charging Ren with a feint from below. Better not give too much away, I'll pretend to get hit this time, Ren thought, dropping to the ground with a controlled thud, decreeing the end of the sparring. This is my clan's secret technique, Mega Karatachi Taijutsu! Exclaimed Shinji triumphantly, but someone noticed Ren's unusual movement. At the end of the day, the usual trio Ren, Aoi, and Juneko was joined by Shinji as they returned to their respective homes. I heard what happened this morning with Tsuyoshi, said the coral boy. Don't worry, it's all smoke and mirrors. I wasn't worried, Ren replied. I like your attitude, laughed Juneko. By the way, has anyone seen Hiroshi today? I wanted to show him a book about jellyfish I found. Don't provoke him yet, groaned Aoi. I spent half an hour yesterday explaining to him the difference between Cnidarians and Ctenofers. Anyway, this hand-walking thing, do you think you could teach me? Ren raised an eyebrow, smiling. Could this be the beginning of the change? I can imagine Mighty Guy's face if he could see me. What? She laughed. If it works for you, why not, and then? Her smile turned mischievous. Imagine Hiroshi's face when he sees me walking using only my hands. Ren shook his head, but could not hold back a small smile. Chapter 17, Shadows of Power. The council chamber was plunged into a tense silence as the Anbu with a mask vaguely resembling a fish completed its report. The dim light from the lanterns created dancing shadows on the faces of those present, partially hiding their reactions. How did a single gain in defeat 4 of the 7 swordsmen? Asked the Mizukage, his voice betraying a mixture of disbelief and concern. Mizukage-sama, replied the Anbu, bowing his head slightly, this Geinin possessed formidable taijutsu. He increased his strength greatly with a forbidden technique from Hidden Leaf Village, to the point of losing his life himself. Silence fell in the hall as the Mizukage assimilated the information. After moments of overthinking, his voice rang out firm and decisive, this is too dangerous a technique. Make sure that no other ninja in Hidden Leaf Village can use it. So, the Mizukage resumed, his voice tired but firm. 4 of the 7 swordsmen have fallen. Against a single Geinin of Hidden Leaf Village. An uneasy murmur ran through the council chamber. Losing 4 of the legendary 7 swordsmen was a huge blow to Hidden Mist Village's prestige. We must intensify our war efforts. Thundered one of the councilors, slamming his fist on the table. We cannot allow Hidden Leaf Village to humiliate us like this. And waste more lives? Retorted another. We have already lost too much in this war. Our resources are depleting. Troop morale is at its lowest. The third Mizukage watched the debate with tired eyes. The years of war had left its mark on his weathered face. It was at that moment that Takedo, one of the senior advisors, stepped forward. His voice was low but piercing. Perhaps there is a way to turn the tide of this war, Mizukage-sama. He paused, waiting for a nod of assent before continuing. The Sanbi. With his power, we could deliver a blow from which Hidden Leaf Village would not easily recover. The Mizukage leaned forward, suddenly interested. Continue. For the next hour, Akito laid out his plan. The councilors listened in silence, their faces growing increasingly somber as they understood the scope of what he was proposing. As the councilors animatedly discussed the implications of the plan, in a room hidden in the shadows, Madara Uchiha, his body now scarred by years, smiled. Finally, he whispered to himself, my successor is almost ready. The scene changed dramatically. Morning light filtered through the windows of the academy, where Fujimoto-sensei was explaining the 12 basic hand seals. Ni, Ushi, Tora. He listed, demonstrating each seal with precise movements. The correct sequence is as crucial as the speed of execution. Ren took notes diligently, his mind returning to his father's teachings on seals. It's like my father showed me, but with more detailed information and practical use. Hey, Ren, whispered Juneko from the next desk, Did you see that? Shinji is sleeping again. Indeed, Karatachi Shinji had his head resting on the counter, seemingly lost in dreamland. Aoi was shaking his head disapprovingly as he consulted his anatomy textbook. Karatachi. Fujimoto-sensei's voice made Shinji jerk. If hand seals bore you so much, perhaps you would prefer a practical demonstration? Excuse me, sensei, Shinji stammered, straightening up suddenly. Small coral crystals unconsciously formed around his fingers out of embarrassment. Karatachi. Thought Ren, his brow furrowed. I hadn't noticed, but I feel like I have this name already, but where? As I was saying, Fujimoto continued, each seal affects the chakra flow in a specific way. For example, the Tora seal is commonly used in offensive techniques because... But Ren was still lost in thought. There was something about the name Karatachi that eluded him, like an echo of memories he could not fully grasp. Earth to Ren, Janeko prodded him. You're so focused you almost look like you're in a trance. Yeah, Aoi added, adjusting his glasses. Technically, considering your usual attention patterns, this level of distraction is highly unusual for you. Aoi, you're worse than Big Brother, Ren said, noticing too late that he had said something out of context. Big Brother? And who is he? I want to meet him. Not wasting a moment, Aoi, his scientific curiosity immediately ignited. His eyes shone behind the lenses of his glasses as he leaned forward, ready to storm Ren with questions. Shit. And now what do I say? Panic crossed Ren's mind as he frantically searched for a plausible explanation. Fortunately, he was saved by Fujimoto-sensei's intervention. Kaido. If you have so much energy to ask personal questions, perhaps you would like to explain to the class the complete sequence of seals for water style, water trumpet? As Aoi straightened awkwardly in his chair, Ren released a sigh of relief. Chapter 18, Precarious Balance. As dawn found Ren completing his 500th meter of walking on his hands around the perimeter of the lake. He had not yet adjusted to the weight gain in training, and drops of sweat trickled down his forehead to his hair as he maintained controlled breathing as Tatsumi had taught him. What the hell? Ren maintained his concentration despite the surprised voices. A group of older students had stopped to observe him, their faces betraying a mixture of derision and disbelief. They are really testing my patience, he thought. They are brats in my eyes, but I really want to teach them a lesson. It's that kid from 3B, said one of them. The one who ranked 33rd. Looks like someone is compensating, laughed another. Hey baby. The academy is on the other side, and people usually go there using their feet. Alright, I get it. Ren paused, returned to a standing position, and asked in a calm voice, do you have a problem with that? The tallest of the group, a boy with a scar on his cheek, stepped forward. Oh, the little guy can talk. How about showing us if you can do more than walk like a clown? I have to be careful, Ren thought. I can't show too much, but a little lesson. The first attack came quickly but predictably. The training is paying off, Ren noted. They are slow in my eyes. He merely shifted sideways, letting his fist brush the air where he stood a moment before. Training with his father, he knew exactly where to strike to quickly end the confrontation, but he held back, opting instead for a calculated clumsiness, as if he were trying to replicate moves seen but not fully assimilated. A lucky kick sent the first boy to the ground. You little bastard. The second attacker lunged forward, this time more cautiously. Ren allowed himself to show a flash of his true skill, just enough to make it clear that he was not easy prey, but not so much as to arouse suspicion. A series of basic academy moves, executed with just enough precision. But just as he was about to end the confrontation, a familiar voice interrupted the scene. What's going on here? Yukiko had emerged from the morning mist, her presence as sudden as a gust of icy wind. Her clear eyes studied the scene with an eerie calm. Just a little morning workout, the scarred boy said, trying to save face. Ren took the opportunity to stagger slightly, as if exhausted from the confrontation. They were helping me practice, he said, inserting a note of breathlessness in his voice. Yukiko watched them for a long moment. Really? Because from here it looked more like 3 against 1. The older boys exchanged nervous glances. The Yuki clan's reputation was well known, and no one wanted trouble with one of the academy's top students. We were just joking around, murmured one of them, backing away. See you around, little guy. When they were gone, Yukiko turned back to Ren. You are holding back the shots, she said. It was not a question. I don't know what you're talking about, Ren replied, keeping his expression confused. They almost beat me. If you hadn't come along. A thin smile appeared on Yukiko's face. Sure, she said. As you wish. He turned to leave, then added, nice moves though. For someone who ranked 33rd. As he watched her walk away into the mist, Ren sighed internally. Hiding one's abilities is more difficult than expected. I will have to be more careful in the future, but how satisfying to hit those imbeciles. He resumed his walk on his hands, this time making sure he looked more uncertain in his movements, before heading toward the academy. Later, in class, Fujimoto-sensei was explaining the basic principles of chakra elements. His voice filled the classroom as he drew the 5 elemental symbols on the blackboard. Every ninja has a natural affinity, he explained. But in Hidden Mist Village, we expect everyone to develop at least one basic skill in the water element. With the water element I'm already well on my way, Ren reflected. Too bad I don't have shadow clone jutsu yet, with that I could improve my progress more quickly. Mizutani-kun, Fujimoto's voice almost made him wince. Could you repeat what I just said? You explain how the water element is particularly versatile because it can adapt to any form, Ren replied without hesitation, and how this reflects Hidden Mist Village's ninja philosophy. Fujimoto nodded, apparently satisfied, as Juneko gave him an impressed look. During the lunch break, the usual group gathered under a tree in the courtyard. Aoi was enthusiastically explaining how chakra affected the body's meridians when they were interrupted by a loud splash. Hiroshi had just fallen into his liquid form, splashing Juneko from head to toe. Oops, he said with a smile that was not at all displeased. I still have to check this form properly. It's so unstable, like a jellyfish. Juneko stood up slowly, her black hair dripping. You know, she said with a sweet smile, I read that jellyfish can be frozen and survive. Can I ask Yukiko to check if it works for you too? Please, not again, moaned Aoi. The afternoon was devoted to taijutsu practice. Fujimoto divided the class into groups, and Ren again found himself face to face with Yukiko. Don't hold back, she said as they got into position. I won't if you don't, Ren replied. The sparring that followed drew the attention of the entire class. Yukiko was incredibly agile, but Ren seemed to be able to keep up with her, although he was using awkward and fortuitous movements. Eventually, one of Yukiko's punches found its target, sending Ren to the ground. Interesting style, she commented with a slight smile after Fujimoto called an end to the round. Maybe you're not as crazy as you look. That evening, Ren stopped by his mother's store on his way home. As he helped arrange a new delivery of kunai, fragments of a conversation between two chunin caught his attention. 4 of the 7 swordsmen fell in battle. So we are in the period when Mighty Dai sacrificed himself. Reflected Ren. Soon there should be Rin's incident. After a moment's pause, he mentally added, however, I couldn't have changed that episode. Not only would I have had to face a Madara who, though aged, is an insurmountable obstacle for now, but I would have created a butterfly effect too great to predict. He rounded out his day with a moonlit hand-walking session. As he practiced, he noticed a familiar figure watching him from the shade of a tree. It was his father, his gaze thoughtful as he watched his son's practice. Chapter 19, The Library of Mist. A new day had arrived, and after morning classes, Ren took advantage of his lunch break to visit the academy's library. It was a gloomy place, lit by greenish lanterns that created dancing shadows on the dark wooden shelves. Typical of Hidden Mist Village, he thought. Even the library must look ominous. The librarian, an elderly woman with a scar across her neck, studied him suspiciously when he presented his student pass. Section E and D over there, she pointed with a gnarled finger. Don't even try to approach the upper sections. The protective seals are not lenient with the curious. Protective seals? I would love to study them, but for now I don't have the proper knowledge yet. Ren nodded respectfully and headed for the indicated shelves. The section was divided by elements and types of techniques. He began to methodically examine the available scrolls. Let's see. Water style, water trumpet, rank D, basic water control. Could be a good starting point. As he made mental notes, he heard someone approaching. It was Aoi, who seemed perfectly at home among the dusty shelves. You're here too? Whispered the bespectacled boy. Most students don't come to the library until the 2nd month. I like to be prepared, Ren replied under his breath, noticing an interesting role on fog manipulation. If you're looking for basic techniques, Aoi said, I recommend this. He pulled out a scroll from the top of a shelf using a ladder. Hiding in Mist Jutsu, Hidden Fog Jutsu. It is considered the signature technique of our village, although this is only the basic version. Ren picked it up, pretending he didn't already know of its existence. Thank you. Do you come here often? Almost every day. My father says knowledge is as important as practice. He paused, looking around before lowering his voice even more. I also found some interesting texts. Before Aoi could continue, another student entered their section. It was Yukiko, the girl from the Yuki clan. Oh, she said, seeing them. I thought I was the only one who came here during the break. Are you looking for anything in particular? Asked Aoi, always ready to help. Support techniques, she replied after a moment's hesitation. Everyone expects me to focus only on my Kekkei Genkai, but... She left the sentence hanging, but Ren understood. At a time when Kekkei Genkai holders were viewed with suspicion, it was wise to diversify one's skills. They spent the rest of their lunch break studying in silence, each immersed in their scrolls. Ren mentally catalogued the techniques that might be useful to him: water style, water wave, D-rank hiding in mist jutsu, D-rank transformation jutsu, E-rank hei, whispered Aoi, interrupting his thoughts. Look at this. He showed him an old text that talked about the techniques of combining elements. It says that some hidden mist village ninjas were able to combine water and wind to create icy fog, or water and earth for mud techniques. Interesting, isn't it? Ren nodded. In fact, I had already thought of these combinations. Too bad there is nothing practical in that scroll. It would be ideal to learn how to combine the elements. Not having Kekkei Genkai, I can only manipulate them during the execution and not before, but for that I would need a very advanced level of chakra manipulation. The rest of the day was devoted to the practice of chakra control. Fujimoto-sensei had them practice moving water in small bowls. The key, he explained, is to feel the natural flow of the water. Don't force it, guide it. Ren noticed that his morning training with the water ball gave him an advantage in this exercise. While other students were struggling to create small ripples, he was already able to make the water rotate steadily. Not bad, Mizutani, commented Fujimoto. Aoi-su, I said, your control is not at all inferior to mine, replicating the same exercise but with some subtle differences. On the way back, he thought again about the techniques he had studied. Hiding in mist jutsu will be essential, he reflected. Not only is it a characteristic technique of the village, but it will allow me to hide other training from view. He stopped by his mother's store for his turn to help, but his mind was already focused on how to integrate the new techniques into his training program. You look thoughtful, his mother commented as they arranged a new delivery of kunai. I'm just planning, he replied vaguely. Don't push too hard, she said, the concern evident in her voice. Remember, sometimes the thinnest mist is the one that lasts the longest. Ren nodded, understanding the metaphor. Chapter 20, Foundations. Today we will review the hand seals, Fujimoto-sensei explained, accurately tracing the 12 basic seals on the board. Ni, Ushi, Tora, Yu, Datsu, Mi, Yuma, Hitsuji, Saru, Torai, Inyo, I. White chalk left precise marks as he continued his explanation. Each seal affects the chakra flow differently. As we have seen, Tora is often used in offensive techniques, while Mi is common in defensive techniques. Now, Fujimoto slowly formed the Mi seal. We will practice a basic defensive technique, water style, Suijin Haki. The class moved to the training courtyard, where several pools of water had been prepared. The students arranged themselves in rows, watching carefully as Fujimoto performed the sequence: Mi, Hitsuji, Tora. A thin wall of water rose from the pool, crystal clear and stable. This is the most basic version, he explained. A simple but effective defense. As the students practiced, the natural differences between them became apparent. Hiroshi, thanks to his Hazuki nature, manipulated water with innate ease. Yukiko had to concentrate to keep her small wall from showing signs in ice, while Juneko seemed more interested in giving artistic shapes to her barrier than in making it functional. Concentration, sighed Fujimoto, observing yet another failed attempt by a student. When Ren's turn came, he executed the seals with studied precision, producing an unstable but functional wall of water. Discreet, Mizutani, commented Fujimoto. But work on the speed of the seals. Right, thought Ren, I need to improve the speed of execution. The ultimate goal is to be able to execute fast techniques with one hand. During the lunch break, he found a quiet corner of the courtyard to practice. He concentrated on the E-seal, carefully studying the flow of chakra through his hands. In the afternoon sparring session, he was matched with Romito Yare, ranked 41st. Basic taijutsu only, Fujimoto specified. No techniques. Romito showed a decent command of basic movements, but was nowhere near Yukiko's level. This is the perfect opportunity to keep a low profile, Ren thought, deliberately adopting an imprecise and seemingly lucky style. The sparring ended with a narrow victory for Romito. Your taijutsu doesn't seem to be improving like your control, Mizutani, Fujimoto commented. Ren noticed the piercing gaze of Yukiko, who seemed to have caught something out of tune in his performance. At the end of class, the usual group consisting of Aoi, Juneko, Ren and now Shinji gathered to return home. As they walked, Juneko was animatedly recounting his latest failed experiment with illusory techniques when they saw Toshiro waiting leaning against a tree. Ren, his father called with a smile, do you have a moment? I'd like to spend some time with you before the next mission. He took his leave of his friends and followed Toshiro toward the small ramen stand they occasionally frequented. Steam rising from the bowls created a cozy atmosphere as father and son sat next to each other. How are things going at the academy? Asked Toshiro, stirring his noodles. Ren told of his progress, of Aoi and his passion for knowledge, of Juneko and his antics that hid a natural talent for Ganjutsu. As he spoke, he noticed how his father listened to him with particular attention. You know, Toshiro said after a moment of reflection, when you were just born, I wondered what kind of father I would be. The life of a ninja doesn't leave much room for family. He turned to look at his son, his eyes betraying a slight weariness. A ninja cannot always do the right thing. Sometimes, for the good of the village, we have to make difficult decisions. But the most important thing is to never lose our humanity. I never imagined I would feel this, Ren thought, feeling an unexpected warmth in his chest. In my previous life I never knew my father, and now. I like this, he said suddenly. Ramen noodles? Asked Toshiro, raising an eyebrow. No, Ren smiled. Having a father like you. Toshiro almost choked on his last bite, clearly caught off guard by this display of affection. But when he recovered, a special warmth shone in his eyes. The mist of Hidden Mist Village enveloped father and son as they walked home, the taste of ramen still on their lips and the shared words resonating in their hearts. Chapter 21, The Seven Swords. The atmosphere in the classroom was unusually solemn that morning. Fujimoto-sensei had replaced his usual blackboard with 7 wooden stands, on each of which was painted the outline of one of Hidden Mist Village's legendary swords. Today, he began in a voice that betrayed an emotion rarely shown, we will pay tribute to our valiant 7 swordsmen, who fell defending the village against the green beast of Hidden Leaf Village. More like a tribute than a lesson, Ren thought, noting how their usually stern teacher showed an almost reverential respect as he approached the first stand. Kubikiribacho, the decapitating sword, Fujimoto pointed to the first drawing. A blade that regenerates itself using iron in the blood of its enemies. Its wielder was known for its unstoppable brute force. Juneko raised his hand timidly. Sensei, is it true that the sword was as tall as 2 men? Almost, Fujimoto smiled slightly. And heavy enough to break bones with a single blow. Turning to the second stand, he continued, Kiba, the lightning swords. The only weapons in history capable of generating electricity independently. Technically, Aoi whispered aloud before he could restrain himself, the electrical conductivity of the special metal used to forge Kiba should be. Kaido, Fujimoto interrupted him, but his tone was surprisingly patient, the real magic of the 7 swords is beyond science. As the lesson proceeded, Ren carefully observed the reactions of his classmates. Shinji, for once fully awake, was frantically drawing each sword in his notebook. Yukiko seemed particularly interested in Hyuga, the sword that could transform into various chakra forms. And finally, Seimata, Fujimoto concluded, the most fearsome of the 7. A living sword that devours chakra itself. Sensei, another student asked, is it true that only some can wield these swords? It is, he nodded gravely. Swords choose their wielders as much as wielders choose them. His gaze wandered over the class. And who can say? Perhaps a future swordsman of the mist lurks among you. But Sensei, Hiroshi intervened in his usual arrogant tone, aren't we too young? Age doesn't matter as much as determination and heart, Fujimoto replied. Our fallen men were young when they began their training, but their spirit was already that of true Hidden Mist Village swordsmen. During the lunch break, the excitement about the lesson was still palpable. I want new Ebari! Exclaimed Juneko, mimicking sewing movements in the air. Imagine being able to sew together the shadows themselves. The statistical probability of being chosen as a wielder is approximately 0.001%, Aoi began, but interrupted himself upon seeing the stares of the others. But I suppose dreams don't follow statistics. I would like Hyuga, Yukiko said softly. The ability to shape chakra into that form. Ren remained silent, thinking about how cleverly history had been rewritten. The green beast was actually a single Genin who had sacrificed his life to save his team. But here, in this classroom, she had been transformed into a monster against whom the valiant swordsman had fallen defending the village. What about you, Ren? Asked Shinji, interrupting her thoughts. Which would you prefer? Before he could answer, Fujimoto-sensei called the class to order. For the rest of the day, he continued to tell stories of the exploits of the 7 swordsmen, mixing history and legend in a way that made his young students' eyes sparkle. Chapter 22, The Thread of Mist. The day at the academy had just ended when Ren found his father waiting for him at the exit, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Would you like to practice a little? Asked Toshiro with a smile that hid something. Ren nodded, intrigued by his father's expression. Instead of heading to their usual training grounds, Toshiro led him out of the village, through less and less traveled paths until they reached a vast semi-desert plain. The terrain was barren, with a few rocks scattered here and there and no trees in sight. The fog of Hidden Mist Village was only a distant memory here, replaced by dry air and a surprisingly clear sky. Show me the hand seals you learned, Toshiro said, sitting down on a rock. Ren performed a complete sequence of the 12 basic seals, trying to maintain the precision that Fujimoto-sensei had emphasized so much. Good, nodded his father. Now, let's try sparring. I want you to use the substitution jutsu every time I attack you. This place, thought Ren, looking around. There is practically nothing to substitute with. Tashiro's first attack came fast but controlled. Ren attempted the substitution, but with no objects nearby, the technique failed miserably. After several failed attempts and as many blows narrowly avoided, Tashiro stopped the sparring. Do you understand why I brought you here? He asked, an amused smile on his face. Because there are no replacement items, Ren replied, massaging an arm where one of the strikes had hit him. That's right. In all my years as a Chunin, I have found myself in similar situations several times. Desert areas, open plains, places where the replacement jutsu seemed useless. He paused, looking at the horizon. I had to develop some alternative solutions. Tashiro pulled a kunai from his bag. The first is obvious, always carry items for replacement. But it's not always practical, and containment scrolls have their limitations in combat. I don't remember to have seen some explanation about this in the manga. What's the other solution? Asked Ren, genuinely curious. This, Tashiro raised a hand and Ren saw something almost invisible glowing in the sunlight, a very thin chakra thread extending from his fingers. The thread quickly stretched until it reached a small rock several meters away. With a fluid motion of his wrist, Tashiro slid the rock toward them. A chakra strand, he explained. Like an invisible web that allows you to attract objects for replacement. It almost looks like Konkuro's technique, Ren thought with amazement. San, he said aloud, this technique. Could it also work with puppets? Tashiro looked at him in surprise. Where did you hear about puppets? At the academy, Ren quickly replied, we were told that there are ninjas who fight using puppets. His father's expression became distant for a moment. Years ago, during a mission, we met a young ninja who used this very technique. Alone, he put several squads in trouble, forcing us to retreat. He shook his head, returning to the present. But yes, the principle is similar, although I don't have much information about it. He approached Ren, showing him how to form the filament. The key is to balance the chakra perfectly. When the filament touches an object, you will feel like attack. That is the moment when the object adheres. Then you have to withdraw the thread with a steady acceleration, otherwise you will lose your grip. For the next few hours, Ren practiced creating the filament. It was more difficult than it looked. The chakra had to be perfectly controlled, neither too thick nor too thin. It's like trying to keep water in thread form, but if I could master it properly, it might come in handy on many occasions, he thought, as yet another attempt dissolved into the air. The sun was setting when he finally managed to create a stable filament and attract a small stone. Not bad for the first day, smiled Tashiro. Let's go home, your mother will be waiting for us. That evening, sitting around the dinner table, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. Yuki had prepared Ren's favorite dish, and the air smelled of spices and family affection. I never imagined I would have this feeling, Ren thought as he listened to his parents talk about the day. This belonging. This family. What are you thinking about? His mother asked, noticing his absorbed look. Nothing in particular, smiled Ren. Chapter 23, The Stalking Village. Sunday began before dawn. Ren woke up when the sky was still black, preparing for his meeting with Tatsumi. First, however, he had other plans. He headed for a small secluded cove he had discovered during his morning explorations. It was hidden among the rocks and the thick fog made it virtually invisible from the main path. Perfect for practicing transformation jutsu, he thought, pulling out the scroll he had memorized from the library. The technique required precise visualization of the desired form, combined with careful chakra control to maintain the transformation. After several failed attempts, Ren felt exhausted. I have already used up almost all my chakra, he reflected, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Now I understand how lucky Naruto was with all those chakra reserves. Interesting training choice. Ren turned around sharply. Yukiko was sitting on a rock not far away, her watchful gaze studying his every move. How much? Enough to see that your techniques are more advanced than you show in class, she replied in a neutral tone that hid a hint of suspicion. I need to improve my surrounding perception, Ren chided himself. I can't afford to be caught off guard. You shouldn't be here, he finally said, maintaining a cautious expression. Neither should you, Yukiko replied, her eyes never leaving his. But everyone has their secrets, don't they, Mizutani-kun? She rose gracefully from the rock. A word of advice, concentrate first on the form and then on the chakra infusion. It is more efficient. Yukiko took her leave, leaving Ren with his thoughts and a small smile. You are late, Tatsumi greeted him when he arrived at their usual meeting place. Excuse me, sensei. I was just training you, the old seal master completed. I can tell by your disturbed chakra. I hope at least you continued practicing calligraphy. Ren pulled out his latest exercises. He had spent the evenings perfecting the basic strokes, incorporating subtle variations he had noticed in the more advanced conservation seals. Tatsumi examined the work in silence. Interesting, he finally said. You notice the recurring pattern in the preservation seals. The outer edges seem to echo the inner contents, Ren replied cautiously. Like waves in a pond, nodded Tatsumi. The basic principle of any seal is harmony between container and content. He pulled out a new scroll. Today we will try something more complex. They spent the next few hours studying a basic seal for water filtration. It was more complex than the patterns Ren had practiced so far, but he recognized familiar elements in the structure. This seal, Tatsumi explained, not only purifies water but can also separate it by density. Some medical ninjas use it to create precise solutions. Sensei, Ren asked during a pause, is it possible to combine seals with elemental techniques? Tatsumi studied him with a penetrating gaze. Technically, yes. But it requires a deep understanding of both arts. Why? Curiosity, Ren replied, trying to sound casual. The old man stroked his beard. Remember, young Mizutani, haste is the enemy of precision. And in Fu-in-jutsu, precision is everything. In the afternoon, back at his secret cove, Ren found Juneko waiting for him, perched on a branch. You too? He sighed. What's going on? More like a stalking village than a mist village. I was bored, she admitted, sticking her tongue out. And I didn't feel like going to Aoi's for her medical lessons. So do you want a training partner? After a moment's thought, Ren agreed. 2 sets of eyes were better than 1 for spotting mistakes, and Juneko, despite her playful attitude, was surprisingly sharp in her observations. They spent the rest of the afternoon practicing together, Juneko with his illusory jutsu, hiding in the mist, while Ren, now short of chakra, observed and made suggestions. On the way back, he reflected on the day. The techniques were improving, his Fu-in-jutsu was progressing, and maybe he was even learning to trust, at least a little. Actually, I can't figure out how to behave, he thought as he walked. On the one hand I feel like I'm reliving my youth, and on the other I'm afraid of making connections with people who might change in the future. His hand brushed against the roll with Fu-in-jutsu exercises in his pocket. There was still much to learn, but he was beginning to see how all the pieces could connect to each other. Chapter 24, Progress and Discovery. 2 months had passed, marked by an increasingly intense routine. Ren had developed the habit of keeping his chakra perception constantly active, a skill born of necessity after repeated surprises from his friends during training. His range of perception had gradually extended to 7 meters, not much by the standards of an experienced ninja, but remarkable for a child of his age. His body was responding well to the increase in training weight, now at 12 kilograms. The changes were subtle but noticeable. The baby fat was gradually giving way to more defined musculature, though still appropriate for a child his age. The role of the medical ninja, Fujimoto-sensei's voice filled the courtroom, has revolutionized the way we conduct operations. Survival statistics have increased significantly since we started including at least 1 medic per team. As he watched a practical demonstration of basic medical technique, Ren felt a familiar sense of déjà vu. Notions of anatomy from his previous life as a medical student began to resurface, mingling with new knowledge about chakra. That would be another useful skill to develop, he reflected. If only I had shadow clone jutsu, I could devote more time to everything. Never mind, it seems I'll not get it shortly. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected movement. Aoi had stepped forward, his hands already glowing a pale green chakra as he replicated the technique demonstrated by Fujimoto. Show yourself, Juneko poked him with a grin. Just because you've studied every medical book in existence. But there was admiration in his tone, and even Shinji seemed impressed. Ren watched with renewed interest. Perhaps his shy classmate had more potential than he imagined. Could you teach me? Asked Ren after class, surprising Aoi with his direct request. It's not simple, replied Aoi, adjusting his glasses nervously. It requires extremely precise chakra control and a thorough knowledge of anatomy. It took me months just to. He paused when he saw Ren's hands begin to glow with a faint green glow. The healing chakra flickered for a moment before fading, but it was undeniably present. Impossible, Aoi whispered, his eyes wide. It took me 3 months just to produce the first spark. You might have a natural talent for it. In the afternoon, Ren found his father waiting for him in the training yard. After an intense taijutsu session, Toshiro pulled out a bakken. I think it's time to start with real sword training, he said with a smile. The hours passed quickly between basic stances and elementary katas. As the sun began to set, father and son found themselves sitting on the river bank, sharing a peaceful moment. You know, Toshiro began as he threw a rock into the water. My first mission as a Chunin was a complete disaster. He laughed at the memory. We were supposed to escort a merchant, it seemed simple. But we weren't told that his cargo was cages full of ninja cats. Ren listened rapt as his father shared stories of his missions. Taking advantage of a pause in the story, he decided to ask the question that had been buzzing in his mind for some time. San, he began cautiously, are you familiar with shadow clone jutsu? Toshiro looked at him surprised. Where did you hear about that technique? In class, Ren answered quickly, during a lecture on cloning techniques. Ah, Toshiro smiled. No, that is not a technique properly from our village. But we in Hidden Mist Village have the water clone jutsu. It is especially useful for reconnaissance and stealth operations. But water clones cannot perform jutsu independently, can they? Asked Ren, trying to mask his real interest. You are well informed, nodded Toshiro, studying his son with curiosity. No, in fact that is the limitation of the Mizubunshin. He threw another stone into the water, observing the circles spreading across the surface. You know, in all these years of missions, I've learned that a ninja's true strength lies not in the techniques he knows, but in the wisdom of knowing when and how to use them. Before returning home, he pulled out a time-worn scroll, the edges slightly frayed from constant use. His hands caressed it almost reverently before handing it to Ren. The basics of Hidden Mist Village Kenjutsu, he explained, his tone unusually serious. This scroll has been passed down in our family for 3 generations. Each Mizutani has added their own notes to it, their own discoveries. Now it is yours. He paused, his eyes lost in memories. But remember, a sword is only as strong as the heart of the wielder. It is not the weapon that makes the warrior, but the soul that drives it. That night, as the moon reflected off the calm waters of the river, Ren repeated the kata he had learned during the day. His movements were fluid, precise, each stance flowing naturally into the next like the water flowing beside him. Medical ninjutsu, chakra strands, the way of the sword, he reflected as he completed yet another sequence. My style is taking shape, each piece fitting with the others like an elaborate puzzle. But as he performed the last kata, an unsettling feeling crept into his mind. Something is eluding me, he thought, stopping mid-movement. Like a shadow in the fog, something important that I can't grasp. Chapter 25, Lessons in Sword and Humanity. Sunday's dawn brought with it a thicker than usual mist. Ren awoke before the sun, preparing for his morning practice, when he found his father waiting for him in the courtyard, 2 bakkens in hand. Tatsumi-sensei is not available today, Toshiro said, throwing one of the bakken at Ren. So I'll take care of your training. Something in his father's tone made Ren realize that this would not be a normal training session. First position, Toshiro ordered, his voice unusually stern. Show me the basic vertical cut. Ren performed the movement he had practiced in previous weeks. Again, his father said. And this time, focus on precision. Not on strength. The bakken hissed through the air as Ren repeated the movement. Again. Force means nothing if you don't hit the target. Toshiro approached, correcting Ren's posture with precise touches. The Mizutani style does not tolerate useless movements. Every gesture must have a purpose. For the next 3 hours, Ren repeated the same movement. Once, 10 times, 100 times. When his arm trembled from the effort, Toshiro showed no mercy. The ninjas out there will not be merciful, he said, his voice as sharp as a blade. One mistake and it's over. There's no room for hesitation, no room for weariness. This is different than usual, Ren thought, noticing the change in his father's attitude. Harder, more urgent. When they finally switched to sparring, Toshiro did not hold back his blows. Every time Ren let his guard down, his father's bakken found an opening, leaving bruises that would last for days. Not fast enough, Toshiro commented after yet another blow. If you had been an enemy, you would have died 5 times already. When they finally stopped for lunch, Ren was exhausted and covered in bruises. As he headed home to freshen up, he caught fragments of a conversation between his parents in the kitchen. You were too hard on him, his mother's voice was concerned. Not as hard as the world out there will be, Toshiro replied, a shadow of sadness in his voice. Things are changing, Yuki. The village it's not the same anymore. Sometimes we have to be tough to prepare those we love for the difficulties to come. He's just a child. He is a ninja in training. And I'm his father. I don't have the luxury of being nice all the time, not if I want him to survive in this world. Lunch was quiet, almost silent. Ren could feel his mother's concern and the weight of responsibility on his father's shoulders. In the afternoon, he headed for the center of the village, where he had an appointment with his friends. He found Aoi, Juneko and Shinji waiting for him, but with them was also an unexpected figure. I also invited Yukiko, Juneko announced with a smile. I hope you don't mind. For once, Ren had decided to give himself a real moment of rest. The group wandered the streets, with Juneko telling exaggerated stories of his secret missions, which consisted mainly of stealing sweets from the home kitchen, Aoi trying to explain the chemical composition of dango, and Shinji laughing at their antics. It was then that they heard a commotion coming from a side alley. Misaki Kurashimi and 2 other students were surrounding Kma, a quiet student in their class. "Please leave me alone." Kma's voice trembled slightly. "Why?" Misaki's smile was dangerously sweet. "I only asked to talk." Juneko moved before anyone could stop her. "Hey. 3 against 1 doesn't seem very fair." Yukiko followed, the temperature around her beginning to drop visibly. Ren stayed behind, watching the scene carefully. "I can't draw too much attention," he thought. "But if things escalate..." "Don't get involved," Misaki hissed, her chakra visibly pulsing. Small drops of blood began to levitate around her, her Kekkei Genkai manifesting in response to her anger. Yukiko responded by creating ice crystals that danced in the air. The tension was palpable. It was then that the murmuring began. "Them again. These monsters with their Kekkei Genkai. Why do they let them roam freely? They don't belong here." Misaki's expression hardened, but something in his eyes changed. "Let's leave," she said to his companions. "My fun is over." Only after they had left did Kma reveal the truth. Misaki had only tried to talk to him, to get to know him better, but he had rejected her brutally, afraid of her reputation and her Kekkei Genkai. It's no different from how they treated Naruto, Ren reflected. Fear breeds hate, and hate breeds isolation. The group tried to lighten the mood. Juneko began to imitate Fujimoto-sensei's stern expressions. Aoi tried to scientifically explain why the dangos of a particular vendor were superior to others, and even Shinji joined in by telling about the time he had accidentally created a coral sculpture in the shape of a duck. But when the others left, Yukiko stayed behind with Ren. "I understand her, you know," she said suddenly. "Misaki. To be looked at as monsters, feared for something we were born with." He paused, looking down at his hands. "Sometimes I think they are right to fear us." Ren looked at her for a moment, then said, "Do you know what the difference is between a monster and a hero?" Yukiko looked at him questioningly. "It's not the power they possess," Ren continued, "but how they choose to use it. Your ice can protect as much as it can hurt. It is your choice that makes the difference." Yukiko's eyes widened slightly, as if she was seeing something new. "You sound like an adult Mizutani-kun." "Yes, in Uncle Ben mode today," Ren thought with a wry smile. The mist was thickening around them, hiding the shadows moving across the rooftops. In the distance, an unspecified figure was watching the scene with growing interest. Chapter 26, Revelations. Another month had passed at Hidden Mist Village Academy. The morning fog had barely cleared when Fujimoto-sensei entered the classroom, his stern gaze roaming over the students. "Today," he announced, "we will check your progress with transformation jutsu." He paused, studying the reactions of the class. "I will call some of you randomly. I want to see who really practiced and who just wasted time." The tension in the class was palpable. Juneko straightened in her chair. Aoi began muttering the sequence of seals under his breath, while Shinji tried to hide the fact that he had fallen asleep on his notes. "Hazuki Hiroshi." The boy stood up with a confident smile, performed the seals, and turned into a perfect replica of Fujimoto-sensei. "Acceptable." "Tsuki Juneko." Juneko turned into Hiroshi, even adding his typical arrogant grin, snatching a few laughs from the class. "Mizutani Ren." "My usual luck." Ren stood up, trying to maintain a neutral expression. "I've already mastered the transformation technique, and I'm just short of the substitution technique my father showed me," he thought as he deliberately performed the seals with studied slowness. His transformation into Fujimoto-sensei was imperfect, his hair slightly disheveled, his height not exactly correct. "You need to work on the precision of the details, Mizutani," Fujimoto commented. But Ren noticed Yukiko's piercing gaze. Was there something in her eyes? Suspicious? "As you know," Fujimoto continued after testing other students, transformation jutsu is one of the basic techniques required for the end-of-year test. It is not just about infiltration, it demonstrates your chakra control and visualization skills. During the lunch break, the group gathered in their usual place. "My transformation was perfect?" bragged Juneko. "Did you see how I imitated Hiroshi's grin?" "Technically," Aoi intervened, "your chakra distribution was slightly unbalanced on the left side. I noticed a small asymmetry in the "Oh, shut up you walking encyclopedia," interrupted Juneko laughing. "If you want," Yukiko said, addressing Ren in a tone that hid something, "I can give you some tips on transformation. You seem to be having difficulty." There was something in her gaze that made Ren hesitate. Why does she keep looking at me like that? It's as if she knows. "By the way," Aoi intervened, interrupting his thoughts, "do you want to come to the hospital after class?" My father is on duty today and I thought it might be interesting. Hidden Mist Village Central Hospital was an imposing building, but what struck the group was not the structure but the constant coming and going of injured ninjas. It's been like this for weeks, Aoi murmured as he led them through the corridors. The war. They stopped in front of a waiting room full of shinobi with wounds of various kinds. Some had bloody bandages, others showed signs of burns or frostbite. Aoi. A deep voice made them turn around. Dr. Kaito was a tall man with the same glasses as his son, but his eyes betrayed deep fatigue. This is not the best time for a visit, son. We just received another group from the front and father, Aoi interrupted him. Remember when I told you about that boy who manifested healing chakra on the first try? That's him. He pointed to Ren. The doctor's tired eyes lit up with interest. He studied Ren for a long moment. Show me. Ren hesitated. It's risky to show too much talent, but this could be my chance to learn medical ninjutsu. Concentrating, he let his chakra flow into his hands. The green glow appeared almost immediately, steady and bright. Dr. Kaito held his breath. Incredible. The control of the chakra, the stability of the emission. Aoi, how long did you say it took to achieve this result? On the first try, father. The doctor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. With a talent like that, Aoi, teach him Shosen Jutsu. It is a Renki technique, but it is the basis of all medical ninjutsu. With his chakra control, he could learn it quickly. As the group left the hospital, Ren thought back to all the injured people he had seen. War is not a game, he reflected. Reading it in a manga and experiencing it firsthand is totally different. Chapter 27, Plans. The sunset light filtered through the window of his room, painting elongated shadows on the floor. Ren, sitting in the lotus position, opened a containment scroll with measured movements. In a cloud of smoke, a notebook with a worn cover emerged, its yellowed pages filled with meticulous notes and detailed diagrams. With expert fingers, he began his usual ritual of reviewing and planning. Black ink traced precise lines on the paper, as he catalogued and analyzed each technique with the precision of a surgeon. Transformation jutsu, mastered, he noted, allowing himself a thin smile at the memory of his imperfect demonstrations in class. Substitution jutsu mastered in its fundamentals, but the chakra strand technique still needs refinement. He paused to add a new insight. I could develop a seal that I could imprint on my weapons and objects, creating a tracking system that would allow me to locate them nearby. Especially useful if I lost my weapon in combat. I must consult Tatsumi-sensei on the feasibility. He paused his pen over the paper, visualizing the possibilities. Also, chakra strands could be enhanced by creating specific anchor points. A miniaturized seal could act as a hook for the strands, making them easier to detect and catch. By strategically applying it to kunai and other throwing weapons, I could create a network of pre-prepared replacement points. The key will be developing a seal small enough to go unnoticed but powerful enough to act as an anchor for the chakra. He sketched out a quick sketch of what he envisioned the seal to be, a circular design no larger than a thumbnail, with concentric patterns vaguely reminiscent of ripples in water. Perhaps, he noted beside the drawing, the same fluidity that governs the water element could be applied here. Chakra should flow naturally to these anchor points, like water finding its level. He paused to contemplate again, scenarios and strategies unfolding in his mind. The kawarimi could evolve beyond its defensive nature, becoming a tool for strategic positioning and surprise. The applications were limited only by his imagination. Turning to water techniques, his gaze became more analytical. Water style, water trumpet, theoretically understood but yet to be tested. The modulation of water pressure offers versatility, from a concentrated jet to penetrate defenses to a broad wave for field control. He paused, thinking. Water techniques have never particularly inspired me, but if the second Hokage made them his trademark, there must be a deeper reason. Perhaps the secret lies in advanced applications. Water style, Suijin Haki. A flash of inspiration struck him as he wrote. The water from the wall could be quickly converted into projectiles or used to amplify Genjutsu through refraction. But there was more. Wait. His mind began to race. The second Hokage was not only a master of the water element, but also a formidable seal master. Could there be an intrinsic connection between the two disciplines? His thoughts returned to his lessons with Tatsumi-sensei, to all those times he had spoken to him about fluid movements in the calligraphy of seals. Like drops of water, each element began to flow into a larger picture. A potentially revolutionary discovery, he murmured, feverishly noting, deriving the similarities between the principles of the water element and the theory of seals. He turned the page, revealing a section dedicated to chakra control. The basic exercises were routine, but new possibilities were opening up. With surgical precision, he drew a diagram of the chakra circulatory system, highlighting the critical points for applying the chakra scalpel. The healing chakra, he wrote with the expertise of someone who had studied medicine in another life, can be refined into a lethal instrument, following the principle Kabuto demonstrated against Naruto and Tsunade. The key will be micrometric control, not brutal cuts, but precise surgical incisions, capable of severing ligaments and tendons without leaving visible traces. He paused, contemplating the irony of the situation. The same hands he had dreamed of using to heal were now learning to wound with clinical precision. It was a strange evolution of the Hippocratic Oath, he thought with a bitter smile. He drew a new diagram, this time of his ideal combat system. First phase, evaluation using chakra perception to map the environment, understanding the opponent's movement patterns. Second phase, manipulation, kenjutsu as a primary fighting art, water techniques for field control and diversion, henge and kawarimi in support to create opportunities. Final phase, termination, chakra scalpels for precise and lethal strikes, speed techniques to instantly close distances. He paused, adding notes on the points to develop. I can't increase the load weights for training anymore, or it would harm my development, as I still have the body of a 5-year-old child. Still thinking, if I remember correctly, a good speed technique was the body flicker, Shizue's specialization. I will have to look into that technique. If I'm not mistaken, they should use the mist body flicker here. It will be essential for mobility, but it will require perfect chakra control. The key will be the economy of movement, he noted. Every action must have multiple purposes. A single movement of the sword must be both attack and defense, both distraction and preparation for the next strike. He closed his notebook with a firm movement, the smell of dinner wafting into the room. He placed it back in its holding scroll, letting his plan settle in his mind like ink on paper. As he descended the stairs, each step an exercise in control and silence, Ren thought back to the progression of his training. It wasn't just a matter of mastering techniques, but of forging a style that blended the precision of a surgeon with the lethality of an assassin. The kitchen was warm and welcoming, a stark contrast to the fog gathering outside the windows. Yuki was arranging bowls of rice on the table, while Toshiro helped serve the miso soup, the steam rising in fragrant spirals. I thought I smelled ink, his mother said with a smile as Ren sat down in his usual spot. Were you studying? Taking notes, Ren said vaguely, accepting the bowl of rice his father handed him. Speaking of studying, Toshiro blew on his soup before tasting it. I ran into Kaido-san at the hospital today. He told me his son is always talking about your talent for healing chakra. Aoi talks too much, Ren muttered, feeling strangely embarrassed. Like his father. Yuki commented with a nostalgic smile, handing Toshiro the pickled vegetables. Remember when we were at the academy? He never stopped explaining the chemical composition of everything. And you always listened to him with the patient face, Toshiro teased, even though you were probably thinking about how to sharpen your kunai. Well, it worked, didn't it? Yuki gave him an amused look. After all, you ended up buying all your weapons from my father's shop. The weapons were just an excuse, Toshiro winked, making his wife blush slightly. Ren watched this exchange with a mixture of amusement and wonder. It was still strange to him, this familiarity, this domestic warmth. In his previous life, meals had been solitary events, often hastily consumed while studying. Ren, do you want more fish? His mother asked, noticing his empty bowl. Yes, please, he replied, surprised at how naturally he now accepted this motherly attention. Oh, I almost forgot, Toshiro said between bites. I found that book of basic kata you were looking for. It was at the bottom of a shelf in the weapons storage room. Really? Ren's eyes lit up with genuine interest. His father nodded. It has some interesting diagrams on posture. Remember that problem you were having with the third kata? I think this might help. Speaking of help, Yuki interjected, her voice studiedly casual, we're having a big delivery of ninja gear tomorrow. Could you give me a hand at the shop after the academy, Ren? Of course, he replied, noting how his mother had deftly avoided mentioning the type of equipment. The special deliveries often meant military supplies, a subtle reminder of the reality around them. And maybe, she added with a smile that tried to lighten the mood, we could take a detour to the dango vendor on the way back. The conversation continued, jumping from topic to topic with apparent ease, the latest news from the village, progress at the academy, even a discussion of Yuki's secret recipe for miso soup. The familiarity of these moments had something surreal to Ren, like an island of normalcy in a sea of uncertainty. He watched his parents with clinical attention, noting the little signs that betrayed their concern, a pause that was too long between sentences, a gaze that wandered off into space, fingers that drummed absent-mindedly on the edge of the table. Toshiro recounted anecdotes from the academy with an enthusiasm that seemed almost forced, while Yuki filled the silences with questions about the school day, receiving studiously vague answers. This is what it means to have a family, Ren mused, watching his parents continue to maintain this fragile normalcy. An unexpected warmth spread through his chest, mixed with an ever-stronger determination to protect these moments. That night, lying in his bed, Ren's thoughts oscillated between the warmth of the family dinner and the coldness of his plans. He watched the fluid movements of the sword blend with the precision of the chakra scalpel, each piece fitting together like a deadly clockwork. After all, he thought as sleep claimed him, it's not so different from surgery. Only now I'm learning not to repair, but to disassemble, with the same precision, the same attention to detail, and the same emotional distance. A bitter smile curled his lips. His previous life had taught him to save lives, this one to protect them, even if it meant breaking others. Chapter 28, Gift Dawn. Ren was completing his 10th lap of hand-walking around a lake when a familiar presence materialized nearby. Your left shoulder is lower than your right, Toshiro observed, sitting with effortless elegance on a nearby rock. Ren rose to his feet in one fluid motion, wiping sweat from his forehead. It was unusual to see his father at the lake so early, normally he would have been out on some mission by now. I see you've been increasing the weights, Toshiro noted, indicating the bands adorning his son's arms. How's the substitution technique going? Almost done, Ren replied, straightening his back. I think I just need to improve my speed of execution. Show me. For the next few minutes, Toshiro watched and corrected his son's technique, suggesting small adjustments that made a big difference. Then, in one fluid motion, he pulled 2 bakken from his pack, tossing one to Ren. The third form, he said simply. The wood of the bakken was warm to the touch, worn from countless hours of practice. Ren began the sequence of movements, each gesture the product of hundreds of repetitions. Again, Toshiro ordered after the first pass. This time, let your breath guide the movement. Like water, continuous, uninterrupted, fluid. The sun rose slowly over the fog as they repeated the sequence. With each pass, Toshiro focused on a different aspect, now the angle of the wrist, now the position of the feet, now the transfer of weight from one leg to the other. The kata, he explained as they rested, is not a simple series of movements. It is an intimate dialogue between the warrior and his blade. The sun was high by the time Ren reached the academy. The morning fog, instead of thinning, seemed to have thickened, enveloping the building in an opaque blanket. Perfect, Fujimoto-sensei's voice rang out in the classroom. Nature has provided us with the perfect conditions for our lesson today. Everyone to the courtyard. The students followed their teacher outside, where the fog created a surreal environment, turning familiar figures into blurry shadows. Today we will practice the concealment technique, Fujimoto announced. Split into pairs. Aoi automatically approached Ren, but Fujimoto shook his head. Today I will pair up. Mizutani with Yukiko, Kaido with Juneko. Yukiko positioned herself next to Ren with her usual measured grace. Let's see if your morning training has improved your stealth as well, she whispered with a thin smile. The first stage is observation, Fujimoto explained. Study how the natural mist moves, how it reacts to your movements. The students dispersed into the courtyard. Juneko, trying to hide, stumbled loudly, causing Aoi to sigh as he was trying to explain the optimal density of the fog. Ren watched as Yukiko moved, her steps were so light that the fog barely swayed as she passed. With her Kekkei Genkai, she had an innate understanding of how cold air interacted with humidity. That's right, Fujimoto agreed, silently materializing next to them. The mist is not a cloak to wear, but an environment to inhabit. Observe how Yukiko-san moves, her chakra blends with the environment instead of disturbing it. In the afternoon, after class, Ren and Aoi had retreated to a secluded corner of the academy courtyard for their usual medical ninjutsu practice. The fog provided a natural curtain that insulated them from curious eyes. Ren watched the green chakra in his hands begin to manifest with increasing stability. It was a peculiar sensation, as if a dormant muscle memory were being awakened. Your progress is remarkable, Aoi observed, as Ren healed a small superficial cut on his arm that he had made specifically for training. Your healing chakra is becoming more stable. Good thing, Ren thought, concentrating on keeping the flow steady. At least a little satisfaction that my medical studies are bringing me some benefit. The cut slowly healed under his fingers, still requiring a lot of concentration. Another technique to develop in addition to chakra scalpels, self-cellular regeneration. Look, Aoi said, leaning in for a closer look, adjusting his glasses with his trademark gesture. The regeneration is occurring evenly, although still slow. Technically, with more practice, you could significantly increase the healing speed. Yes, Ren mused, the ability to regenerate could make all the difference in a prolonged fight. He nodded vaguely at his friend's technical explanations, his mind already exploring the possible applications of these techniques. When he returned home, Ren found his father sitting at the kitchen table, hunched over the old family scroll. His elegant handwriting filled the yellowed margins of the pages. Come, Toshiro called, beckoning him closer. There's something I want to show you. He walked over to a dark wood shelf, retrieving an object wrapped in a time-worn silk cloth. You know, he said, returning to the table with an almost embarrassed smile, your birthday is in a few days, and since I'll be on a mission. I thought I'd give you this early. His hands moved delicately as he unrolled the cloth, revealing a small tanto. It was your grandfather's. He intended it for his heir. I actually wanted to wait until you were 7, but... He scratched the back of his neck, in that characteristic gesture he did when he was slightly embarrassed. I didn't want to miss seeing your face when you saw it. Ren's hands trembled slightly as he took the weapon. The blade seemed to vibrate beneath his fingers, as if recognizing an affinity with his chakra. It's no ordinary blade, Toshiro explained, pride mingling with affection in his voice. It was specifically crafted to channel chakra. I thought. Given your progress in Kenjutsu, you might want to familiarize yourself with it while I'm away. And when I get back, he added, ruffling his hair, we'll celebrate your birthday properly and explore it together. Ren clutched his danto to his chest, surprised by the depth of feeling that coursed through him. In this new life, birthdays had taken on a whole new meaning. How ironic, to feel this way. Here of all places. Thank you, San, he said simply, but the words contained more than just a thank you. That night, after his father's footsteps had faded away towards his room, Ren lay awake, the family scroll open before him in the dim moonlight. His eyes wandered over the incomplete technique, trying to penetrate its secrets. I never thought I'd receive a blade to channel chakra so soon. Perfect, I'll have to speed up my training with the wind element too if I want to imitate Asuma's style. But there's something, he thought, a subtle uneasiness creeping into his mind. Something I'm missing. Chapter 29, Wind and Revelations. Dawn found Ren already awake, sitting in a meditative position on the shore of the lake. In his hands, a leaf trembled slightly as he tried to cut it with his wind chakra. The process was frustrating. After an hour of trying, the leaf showed only slight signs of cutting. This is harder than it looks, he thought, looking at yet another damaged leaf. In the manga, it looked so simple. But manipulating wind chakra requires a precision I wasn't expecting. It's completely different from water. While water flowed naturally, adapting to any shape, wind was rebellious, elusive. It required not only control, but also a kind of sharpening of the chakra itself. It's like trying to turn your chakra into a microscopic blade, he mused, picking up yet another leaf. This time, he tried to visualize his chakras, two opposing forces colliding, creating a sharp edge. The tanto his father had given him lay beside him, wrapped in its silk cloth. Ren glanced at the weapon every now and then, imagining what it would be like to infuse it with wind chakra, like Asuma did with his blades. I need to master the base element first, he told himself firmly. I can't risk damaging Tsan's gift with reckless experiments. Besides, if I remember correctly, it took Naruto weeks to cut his first leaf, and he had the advantage of shadow clones. On the way to the academy, a familiar voice called out to him, Ren. Wait. Shinji caught up with him, his usual friendly smile. As they walked, Ren noticed that his friend seemed unusually thoughtful, as if he was weighing something in his mind. How's the training with the coral going? Ren asked, trying to break the silence. Oh, good, Shinji replied, absent-mindedly forming small crystals on his fingers. The clan is pleased with my progress. Even though... He trailed off, biting his lip. Even though? Ren encouraged. You know, Shinji finally said, you remind me a lot of Yagura-san. Yagura-san? The question escaped Ren's lips with obvious surprise. Yes, you know him? Shinji smiled with a mixture of pride and nostalgia. He's one of the strongest ninja in our clan, even though he didn't inherit the Kekkei Genkai. At first, many looked down on him, but he never gave up. He has this calm but determined way of doing things, just like you. Seeing Ren's interest, Shinji continued, in our clan, the Coral Kekkei Genkai is everything. Those who don't have it are often cast aside. But Yagura-san has proven that even without it, one can excel, becoming a master of water style. They say he can manipulate water in ways no one else in Hidden Mist Village has ever seen. Yagura Karatachi. Ren thought, as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. I didn't know his clan had a Kekkei Genkai. Much less that he hadn't inherited it. This information could clarify an important piece of the puzzle. Could this be the lever of hatred that Madara will use to induce the purge of the Kekkei Genkai? Are you okay, Ren? Shinji asked, noticing his friend lost in thought. Yes, Ren replied with a slightly embarrassed smile. It's just interesting. What was it like growing up with him in the clan? I didn't know him very well personally, Shinji admitted. He was already a jonin when I was little. But I remember him always training alone, at dawn, in the Eastern training camp. There was something hypnotic in the way he manipulated water. As if it were a natural extension of his body. Shinji absent-mindedly formed a few coral crystals on his fingers as he continued, the clan elders didn't talk about him much, you know. It was as if his existence made them uncomfortable. A ninja without a Kekkei Genkai surpassing those who did. That's not something you see often. And now? Ren asked, trying to keep his tone casual. Things are different now, Shinji smiled slightly. He's become too strong to ignore. But. He trailed off, as if deciding whether to share anything else. But? Some say it made him tougher. As if he had something to prove. But hey, Shinji added quickly, noticing Ren's expression, those are just rumors. Most of us admire him. He's living proof that with enough determination, you can overcome any limit. Or maybe, Ren thought darkly, he's proof of how resentment can silently grow into something much darker. At the academy, they found the classroom already full. Fujimoto-sensei began a lesson on Ganjutsu with his usual methodical precision. The Mugen, hiding in mist jutsu, he explained, creating a thin illusory mist around himself, is one of the basic illusory techniques of Hidden Mist Village. Unlike the real mist created with chakra, this is an illusion that confuses the opponent's senses. Observe how the chakra must be modulated to specifically affect the target's nervous system. The class watched in fascination as the illusory mist danced around the sensei, creating a strange blaze of light and shadow. Your specialty, Aoi whispered to Juneko with a smirk. At least I don't spend my days reading anatomy books, she retorted, but her smile betrayed her pride at the compliment. During lunch break, Ren excused himself from the group. I need to check something out in the library, he said vaguely, ignoring Yukiko's questioning look. The library was in its usual deathly silence. Greenish lanterns cast dancing shadows across the dusty shelves, while the smell of old parchment and ink permeated the air. The librarian barely looked up from her register when Ren entered. Elemental Jutsu's section? She asked in a hoarse voice, already accustomed to his frequent visits. Yes, Shizuka-san, Ren replied politely. He had learned that a little courtesy could open many doors in the library. Remember, she said, her eyes shining in the dim light, no techniques above D rank for first-year students. Ren headed to the indicated section, looking specifically for the wind element scrolls. It was a surprisingly small section. In Hidden Mist Village, the water element naturally dominated most of the shelves. 2 scrolls caught his eye, Wind Style, Dusting Wind Jutsu, Cleansing Wind Jutsu and Wind Style, Dust Cloud Jutsu, Dust Wind Jutsu. He carefully pulled them out, noting that the second seemed to have been rarely consulted. Perfect, he thought, studying the seal diagrams. The staircase is a great basic technique for understanding how to shape the wind chakra, creating a breeze that purifies the air. It could be useful for dispersing poison or mist techniques, though it has a very small range. His eyes shifted to the second scroll. And the Wind Style, Dusting Wind Jutsu. Raising and manipulating dust in the air. A seemingly simple technique that could become lethal when combined with other techniques. He immersed himself in reading, absorbing every detail. The Wind Style, Dusting Wind Jutsu, in particular, showed interesting diagrams of how wind chakra could be used to manipulate particles in the air. This could be perfect for creating distractions or reducing the visibility of the opponent. And it seems to have some similarities with the hiding in mist jutsu. But his mind kept returning to the revelation about Yagura. The implications were huge, a future Mizukage, rejected by his own clan for the lack of a Kekkei Genkai. How had this shaped his character? And what did it mean for the future of Hidden Mist Village? If Madara exploits this resentment, he mused, it could explain why the purge of the Kekkei Genkai was so brutal. It wasn't just mind control, but a deep-seated hatred that was manipulated. Do you need help finding something specific? Shizuka's voice made him jump. The librarian approached silently, a skill she had never lost since her days as a ninja. No, thank you, Ren replied, quickly composing himself. I found what I was looking for. The afternoon was spent practicing the techniques they had studied in the morning. Fujimoto had divided the class into groups, each to attempt to create a simple illusion. Remember, his voice echoed in the courtyard, Ganjutsu requires more subtle chakra control than ninjutsu. You are not manipulating the physical world, but the perception of it. Juneko shone in these exercises. Her fog illusion was so convincing that even Fujimoto-sensei nodded in approval. Excellent control, Tsuki-san. Notice how evenly the chakra is distributed. Ren, meanwhile, deliberately maintained an average level of performance. His mind was still busy processing the information about Yagura and planning his training with the wind element. Hey, are you okay? Juneko's voice brought him back to reality. You've been quiet all day. More than usual, you mean, Aoi added, adjusting his glasses. Technically, your social participation level has dropped 43% from the weekly average. Ren blinked, surprised to find all his friends looking at him with concern. I'm fine, he smiled softly. Just thoughtful. Yukiko studied him with a piercing gaze. Does this have anything to do with what you were looking for in the library? Part of it, Ren admitted vaguely. I'm trying to figure out some things about the wind element. Damn, he thought, she's done it again. It's amazing how Yukiko always manages to catch me off guard with her questions. Years of previous life experience, and just one direct look from this little girl makes me speak without filters. The wind element? Aoi brightened. Technically, it's one of the rarest elements in Hidden Mist Village. Most ninja here naturally develop an affinity for water or... Don't start one of your lectures, Juneko interrupted him, laughing. Not everyone is as interested in elemental theory as you are. On the way home, Ren's thoughts swirled between wind techniques, worry for his father, and this new, crucial piece of information about Yagura. The sun was setting, turning the fog reddish. Things are getting more complicated, he thought, clutching the tanto at his side. And I have a feeling this is just the beginning. I need to speed up my training, but keep a low profile. The wind, the tanto, the medical ninjutsu. Every piece has to fit together perfectly. He paused for a moment, pulling a leaf from his pocket. He focused his chakra, trying to replicate what he had studied in the scrolls. This time, a small cut appeared in the center of the leaf. A thin smile curled his lips. Chapter 30, a special day. The morning sun's rays danced through Hidden Mist Village's perpetual haze, creating a play of light and shadow that transformed the village into a surreal painting. In Tatsumi's workshop, this filtered light cast strange reflections on the hundreds of scrolls hanging on the walls, making the still fresh ink of the seals glow as if alive. Ren watched intently as the old seal master, his hands gnarled but steady as ever, traced an intricate circular pattern onto a blank scroll. In the air thick with incense and ink, each movement of the brush seemed to be accompanied by tiny sparks of residual chakra. The Shihoufuin, Tatsumi explained, is one of the first marking seals that every seal master should master. A simple but essential seal for tracking objects. The pattern was surprisingly simple compared to the containment seals he had studied so far, a hexagonal shape with a single central symbol, surrounded by 4 cardinal kanji. The seal allows one to track objects for approximately 2 hours within a radius of several hundred meters, Tatsumi continued, pointing to various points on the pattern. Its simplicity makes it easy to spot, but it is perfect for learning the basic principles of marking. The old master proceeded to explain the activation sequence, first the tracing of the central symbol, then the connection of the cardinal points in a clockwise direction, finally the infusion of chakra in an inward spiral motion. The key, Tatsumi emphasized, is to maintain a constant flow of chakra during the application. Too little and the seal will fade, too much and it will destabilize. Ren nodded, already imagining possible practical applications. It will have to be a basic seal. I seem to recall that the ones seen in the manga could last much longer, if not indefinitely like those of the 4th Hokage, but by understanding the basic structures of the various seals I will be able to develop my own, suited to my needs. Now, Tatsumi handed him a brush. You try. And remember, precision first. As Ren attempted to replicate the seal, he noticed how each stroke required a different modulation of chakra. The central symbol had to be charged evenly, while the cardinal kanji required a more precise flow. You're using too much chakra in the north quadrant, Tatsumi observed. Look at how the ink reacts, see those little ripples? They indicate an unstable flow. It's like trying to keep 4 drops of water in balance at the same time, Ren thought, adjusting the flow. Each cardinal point must be perfectly balanced with the others. Sensei, he asked as he began his 5th attempt, I've noticed that the order of the strokes seems to affect the stability of the seal. Is there a specific reason for this? Tatsumi nodded approvingly. Seals are like a dance, each movement must flow naturally into the next. The order of the strokes determines how the chakra is distributed in the matrix. A mistake in the sequence, and chakra accumulates in the wrong places, Ren completed, noting how his last attempt was already dissolving for this exact reason. I wonder. He mused, studying the field pattern. If I slightly altered the angle of the kanji, perhaps I could create a more efficient flow. Like the curves of the river reducing the resistance of the water. In his next attempt, Ren introduced subtle changes, almost imperceptible, but significant. The kanji were slightly angled, creating a more natural flow between the cardinal points. Tatsumi watched silently, his eyebrows rising slightly as the seal settled with a brighter glow than expected. Interesting approach, he said finally. You noticed the inefficiency in the original design and corrected it instinctively. It's a rare talent in young seal masters, most simply copy blindly, without truly understanding the flow of chakra. It's not just instinct, Ren thought. It's experience studying human anatomy. The principles are surprisingly similar, like blood in the veins, chakra always seeks the path of least resistance. However, Tatsumi continued, his voice growing serious, modifying seals requires extreme caution. A mistake in calculating the flow can have explosive consequences. 2 hours and several scrolls later, Ren had produced a functioning seal, albeit a much weaker one than the original. Not bad for a 6-year-old, Tatsumi commented with a rare smile. I'm not yet. Ren trailed off, realizing that today was indeed his birthday. I've been so wrapped up in training and potential future events, I almost forgot about it. I need to better balance my path between future planning and my present life. Go home, the old master said, noticing his expression. There are more important things than seals, sometimes. On the way home, Ren was so wrapped up in thoughts about the new seal that he almost didn't notice anything strange when he opened the door to his house. Surprise! Juneko, Aoi, Shinji, and Yukiko were all standing in her living room, surrounded by makeshift decorations. Her mother smiled from behind a homemade cake. What? Ren stammered, for once genuinely taken aback. You didn't really think we'd forget your birthday? Juneko chuckled. Technically, Aoi began, adjusting her glasses, considering your behavior patterns over the past few months, it's highly likely that you yourself had forgotten that. Aoi, Shinji interrupted, you're ruining the moment. I brought a present, Yukiko said, stepping forward with a carefully wrapped package. Her presence was unexpected, but not entirely unwelcome, Ren realized. Wait until you see what we got you. Juneko exclaimed, bouncing excitedly. The afternoon passed in a whirlwind of laughter, presents, and minor disasters. Aoi nearly set the curtains on fire trying to light the candles with a minor fire jutsu. Theoretically, the flame's trajectory should have been perfect, while Yukiko accidentally turned the punch into ice when he tried to chill it. It's not my fault, the recipe said, served cold. Shinji, in his attempt to be helpful, created small coral decorations that, surprisingly, turned out to be excellent decorations for the cake. The most hilarious moment came when Juneko, trying to impress everyone with an elaborate cake-cutting technique, ended up covering Aoi from head to toe in cream. My calculations. Aoi muttered, his glasses completely white, didn't account for that variable. Even Ren couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The gifts were an interesting mix, a set of medical books from Aoi, an elegant kunai holder from Juneko, a small coral crystal from Shinji, for good luck, and from Yukiko. A rare book on hidden mist village swordsmanship. How did you find that? Ren asked, genuinely surprised. I have my sources, she smiled mysteriously. As the party continued, Ren found himself genuinely enjoying the moment. It was strange how these classmates, these people he had initially wanted to keep at a distance, were becoming so important. 6 years, he thought, a hint of sadness crossing his face. Too bad my father wasn't here today, he would have enjoyed it too. The day ended in the courtyard, where the group had gathered to enjoy the last rays of the sun filtering through the fog. Juneko had begun to tell stories of their adventures at the academy, with particular emphasis on Ren's attempts to keep a low profile. It's amazing how average he always manages to look, Aoi commented thoughtfully. Like that time he pretended not to know how to throw kunai? He asked, adjusting his glasses. Oh, he gets that from me, Yuki laughed, starting to tell stories of how she met Toshiro in his weapons shop, where she pretended to be a simple merchant while in reality she specialized in weapons. Shinji and Yukiko listened raptly, while Juneko continually interrupted to ask increasingly detailed questions about weapon combat techniques. Mom. Ren protested weakly, but his smile betrayed the pleasure of seeing his mother finally relaxed, sharing stories of the past instead of worrying about the future. As the evening mist enveloped the courtyard, Ren's friends took their leave one by one, leaving him and his mother alone in the gathering twilight. It's been a beautiful day, Yuki said softly. Ren nodded, allowing himself to enjoy this rare moment of tranquility. Later, in his room, Ren returned to his gifts, examining them carefully. Aoi's books are very interesting, he mused, examining the volumes. A general anatomy tome, first aid jutsus, and basic guide to poison removal. These may come in handy. I wonder if it's possible to build up a resistance to poisons by ingesting small amounts daily. He picked up the kunai holder, twirling it between his fingers. Juneko's gift, though simple, is very elegant indeed, with his crescent moon carving. Shinji on the other hand. He smiled, looking at the coral crystal, a fun gift. But Yukiko's gift is the one that surprised me, he thought, flipping through the book on sword techniques. There are descriptions of many techniques here. It's not detailed, but it can serve as a basis for improving my style. He looked up at the moon filtering through the window, and a feeling of uneasiness suddenly came over him. The chakra pendant around his neck pulsed faintly, as if responding to his troubled thoughts. Chapter 31, The darkest night. The forest was shrouded in unnatural darkness. The white masks of the hidden mist village ninja glowed faintly in the darkness, the wavy lines etched on their foreheads looking like dancing snakes in the gloom. She's only a few years older than my son, one of the ninjas' voice trembled slightly. We can't do this to her, even for us this is too much. Toshiro-san, these are orders from the Mizukage, the captain replied dryly. Our village is at stake, it could change the course of the war. Surely there must be another solution, Toshiro insisted, his mask failing to hide the disgust in his voice. You don't understand, without this mission Hidden Leaf Village will not be weakened and will use its momentum to attack us. And we will defend ourselves, Toshiro retorted firmly, as we always have. Do you want the Hidden Leaf Village ninja to break into the village with the potential risk of killing your family as well? The captain's voice sharpened. Do you want to abandon the mission and become a traitor? What will become of your family? The silence that followed was as heavy as lead. Toshiro closed his eyes behind his mask, the image of Yuki arranging weapons in the shop, of little Ren training diligently in the courtyard. He remained silent, his heart heavy, and followed the orders. The night seemed to grow even darker. What followed was a bloodbath. A boy in a wooden mask emerged from the darkness, his single red eye glowing with murderous fury. The mist ninja fell one by one, their bodies torn apart by a merciless and brutal wood technique. Toshiro lay in a pool of his own blood, his chest pierced by a branch that had punctured his lung. The cold of the night was giving way to an almost comforting numbness. Strange, he thought, how death could seem so gentle in the end. The images began to flow through his mind, more and more vivid, Yuki laughing as she showed him her terrible kunai throw the day they met. Little Ren sleeping peacefully in his crib, his tiny fingers wrapped around the small crystal she had given him. His son training at dawn, determined and patient, with those eyes as innocent as they were wise. Ren. He whispered, blood filling his throat, his fingers feebly searching for the twin crystal around his neck. The jewel pulsed faintly, as if it were trying to respond to his touch. I'm sorry. I won't be able to watch you grow up, I won't be able to teach you everything I wanted to. Another rush of blood stopped him from continuing, but his mind was clearer than it had ever been. You're stronger than you think, my son. Stronger than I've ever been. You see things we don't see. He used his last strength to hold the crystal. I leave everything in your hands. The red moon seemed to cry blood over the silent forest, while Toshiro's last thought was for that small courtyard where his son trained every morning, the fog that wrapped him protectively like a cloak. He would never see that scene again, but he knew, with the certainty that only the dying possess, that his son would continue to train there, carrying on his dream of a better village. The crystal around his neck gave off a last, faint glow, before going out forever. Chapter 32, The Last Mistamigan, Hiding in Mist Jutsu, Fujimoto-sensei's voice filled the classroom, is one of our village's signature illusory techniques. Unlike the real mist created with chakra, this is a technique that tricks the opponent's senses into perceiving a mist that doesn't actually exist. Ren listened intently, trying to ignore the strange feeling of uneasiness that had been with him since morning. The technique primarily alters visual perception, Fujimoto continued, but it can also affect the other senses if performed correctly. The opponent will sense moisture on the skin, the distinctive smell of mist, even the muffled sound typical of a foggy environment. Tomorrow, he added, we will learn how to break out of this and other basic illusory techniques. Knowing how a Genjutsu works is the first step to effectively neutralizing it. Ni, sensei. Juneko raised her hand enthusiastically. Can I demonstrate? Before Fujimoto could respond, Juneko had already formed the seals. An illusory mist began to fill the classroom, but something went wrong. Instead of the usual gray mist, this one had a strange pink hue. Whoops, Juneko muttered as Aoi began frantically flipping through a manual. Technically, he said, adjusting his glasses, this is due to a fluctuation in chakra control that has altered the frequency of the pink mist is very pretty, Shinji interrupted, yawning. It reminds me of cherry blossoms. Isn't it supposed to be scary? Someone asked from the back of the classroom. The pink mist is terrifying. Juneko protested. It's like being trapped in a cloud of murderous cotton candy. Even Fujimoto-sensei had to suppress a smile as he dispelled the illusion. But Ren couldn't join in the general hilarity. The feeling of unease continued to grow, like a weight on his chest that was becoming harder and harder to ignore. After class, as he made his way to his mother's shop, the feeling became almost unbearable. That's when he saw them, two Anbu standing outside the shop, their white masks glowing ominously in the late afternoon fog. He began to run. Degrees the world seemed to slow down. Degrees each step toward the shop seemed to take an eternity. Degrees the mist around him suddenly seemed thicker, more suffocating, more real than any Genjutsu they had studied that day. When he opened the doorbell rang with a tinkle that sounded obscenely cheerful to him. His mother was sitting at the counter, still as a statue. Her face, normally so lively, seemed to have aged 30 years in a second. Kazan? He called, his voice betraying a vulnerability he had never allowed himself to show. Two more Anbu stood in the shadows. I'm sorry, one of them said, his voice neutral behind the fish mask. Mizutani Toshiro fell on a mission, serving the village with honor. The words echoed around the room like pebbles thrown into a deep pond. Ren felt something snap inside him, not like the sharp pain of losing a parent, but like the collapse of a wall he didn't even know he'd built. I'm an adult, he told himself. I've faced death before. I've studied medicine, I've seen people die. This shouldn't. But it hurt. It hurt in a whole new way, unlike anything he'd experienced in his previous life. How? His mother's voice was a broken whisper. The details of the mission are classified, the Anbu replied. All we can say is that he died as a hero. Rin, Ren thought, his blood freezing in his veins. It happened. The incident with Rin. I was so caught up in my training, in my plans, that I forgot. I forgot that my father was out there. At that moment, Ren felt something break inside him. The tears began to fall, surprising him. He hadn't cried in. How long? Since his previous life? And now he couldn't stop them, couldn't maintain that emotional distance that he had always considered his strength. San, he whispered, and in that single word there was everything, the regret for the lessons not completed, for the moments they would never share, for that I love you he had never said openly. His mother held him close, and for the first time since he had been reincarnated into this world, Ren allowed himself to simply be a child who had lost his father. The Anbu took their leave silently, leaving the mother and son in their grief. The mist outside the window seemed thicker than usual, as if the village itself was mourning one of its own children. Later, Ren was alone in his room. All his plans, all his knowledge of the future. What good were they if he couldn't protect his own family? I was fooled, he thought bitterly. I thought that being a reincarnated adult somehow made me immune to this pain. I thought I could keep my distance, that I could be a detached observer. But... He broke off, a sob shaking his chest. The pain was real, raw, impossible to rationalize. It wasn't the pain of an adult who had studied death in medical books, nor that of a child who didn't fully understand what death meant. It was the pain of someone who had learned to love, truly and deeply, for the first time in 2 lifetimes. The tando his father had given him lay on his bed, the blade catching the moonlight. He took it with shaking hands, remembering his father's words about the strength that comes from the heart. I promise you, he whispered into the night, that your sacrifice will not be in vain. He paused for a moment, as a new realization hit him. He now truly understood Obito's pain, the pain that had turned an idealistic boy into an instrument of destruction. But unlike him, Ren would not allow this pain to consume him. Madara, Black Zetsu. You are the ones truly responsible for all of this. You are manipulating people's pain for your own purposes. One day, I will make you pay the price. The mist outside the window continued to thicken, hiding from the world the tears of a child who carried the weight of 2 lives, and now also the weight of a promise of revenge that would change the future. Chapter 33, Absence. The classroom was unusually quiet that morning. Ren's empty seat seemed to scream his absence. Before we begin class, Fujimoto-sensei's voice was more serious than usual. I must inform you that your classmate Mizutani Ren will be away for a few days. His father, Mizutani Toshiro, has died on a mission serving the village. A heavy silence fell over the class. Juneko put a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide open. Aoi dropped the book she was reading. Even Shinji, who usually slept through morning classes, was wide awake, his face pale. At times like this, Fujimoto continued, it is important to remember that being a ninja also means this. It means being ready to give everything for the village, like Mizutani Toshiro and all the other ninja in the village have done. Yukiko looked at Ren's empty chair, her hands clenched into fists under the desk. The temperature around her had dropped imperceptibly. Meanwhile, in the Mizutani weapons shop, the shutters remained closed. A simple sign on the door read, closed due to a family bereavement. Inside, Ren sat on the floor of his room, surrounded by the jutsu scrolls his father had given him. His mind kept returning to their training sessions, to those moments when he could have said I love you but hadn't, thinking there would always be time. His mother moved around the house like a ghost, making tea that no one drank, arranging weapons that no one would buy that day. A gentle knock on the front door startled them both. It was Kenji, the old ninja from the ramen stand. It's tradition, he said in a gentle voice, handing a small package to Yuki, to bring food to the grieving family. Although, he added with a faint smile, this ramen will never be as good as the one Toshiro liked. In the afternoon, after class, Juneko, Aoi, and Shinji showed up at the shop door. No one knew what to say exactly, but their presence spoke louder than any words. We took notes for you, Aoi said, putting down a carefully organized notebook. And Juneko promised not to make any more pink mist until you get back. That's not true. Juneko protested weakly, tears in her eyes. I just said that. That. She couldn't finish her sentence before she burst into tears. Shinji simply placed a small coral sculpture on the table, It was of a flower that seemed to dance in the wind. To remember, he said simply. Yukiko arrived later, alone. She didn't say anything, just sat next to Ren in silence. Her presence was like that of snow, silent but comforting in its coldness. Left alone, Ren found himself struggling with conflicting emotions. His adult mind tried to rationalize. Death was a constant in the life of a ninja. He had studied it, he had seen it, in his previous life he was even dealing with it clinically. But his child's heart screamed with a primitive, visceral pain that no previous life could prepare him to face. He found himself staring at one of Aoi's medical books, and for a moment he felt an irrational anger. What good was all that knowledge if he couldn't save his father? What good was being a reborn adult if he couldn't protect the people he loved? That evening, as the sun set over the mist of Hidden Mist Village, Yuki found his son in the courtyard. The tando his father had given him lay beside him as he mechanically repeated the gita, each movement a silent prayer, each position a memory. The blade felt heavier now, as if it carried the weight of all the lessons not yet taught, all the techniques not yet taught. Watch your posture, keep your center of gravity low, his father's voice echoed in his memory. Every movement must have a purpose. Tomorrow, his mother said softly, we must prepare the memorial service. Ren nodded, his hand gripping the hilt of his tando. In Hidden Mist Village, the bodies of ninja who fell on missions rarely returned home. Instead, a memorial stone was added to the war memorial, a place where the living could go to remember and honor their loved ones. San, he whispered into the night, performing the last kata with aching precision, I miss you. Chapter 34, The Stone in the Mist. The memorial ceremony was held at dawn, when the mist was thickest. An ancient tradition in Hidden Mist Village, nin from the village of the mist were expected to return to the fog. Ren wore a dark, formal kimono. It was his first time wearing it, and the stiff fabric felt foreign against his skin. His mother, at his side, looked smaller in her black kimono, as if grief had somehow shrunk her. The war memorial stood in a secluded clearing, surrounded by a perpetual fog. Hundreds of names were carved into the dark stone, silent witnesses to the price the village had paid. As an elderly monk recited traditional prayers, Ren surveyed the gathering. There were other ninja in formal uniform, his father's teammates. He noticed how among them, his face unusually grave. In the corner, his friends from the academy stood in silence. Juneko wasn't smiling for once, Aoi had left her books at home, Shinji was awake and alert. Mizutani Tashiro, the craftsman's voice rang out as he carved the name into the stone, fallen on a mission in service of the village. Ren caught snippets of whispered conversations around him. The 3rd Squadron this week. The war is taking a turn for the worse. They say Hidden Leaf Village as a new. Not now, he told himself, focusing instead on the sound of the chisel carving his father's name into the stone. This moment didn't belong to politics or war, it belonged to memory. When the time came to offer the incense, Ren moved mechanically, as if in a trance. The sweet scent mingled with the mist, creating ephemeral spirals in the humid air. Ancient tradition, the monk murmured, says that the mist of Hidden Mist Village is made of the souls of our fallen, who still watch over the village. The idea that his father had become part of the mist itself. Ren didn't know whether to find comfort or pain in that thought. After the formal prayers, the offerings began. Each of Tashiro's teammates approached the stone, leaving a meaningful object, a kunai worn from use, a still-sealed medical bandage, a flask of water of the kind his father always carried with him. Yuki stepped forward, placing down the first weapon Tashiro had bought at her shop, a simple tanto, worn from time but perfectly maintained. The beginning of our story, she whispered so softly that only Ren could hear. It was then that something unexpected happened. One by one, the shop's regulars came by, leaving small items, weapons Tashiro had helped choose, tools he'd recommended, even a pair of training gloves he'd given to a young genin who couldn't afford them. Your father, Al said, approaching Ren after the ceremony, wasn't just a ninja or a merchant. He was someone who took care of the village in his own way. The words struck Ren unexpectedly. His father hadn't been a famous hero, he didn't have legendary techniques or KK Genkai. He'd simply been a man who'd done his best to help those he could, in whatever way he could. On the way back, the fog had cleared slightly. Yuki walked with Ren's hand tightly held, as if afraid he too might dissolve into the fog at any moment. Kasan, Ren said suddenly, tell me about when you first met San. Yuki stopped, surprised by the request. Then, slowly, a small smile formed on her tired face. He was such a serious young Chunin, she began, her voice softening at the memory. He came into the shop looking for a specific set of kunai. I tried to sell him something completely different, just to see how he would react. As they walked home, her voice painted pictures of a young Tashiro, of his increasingly frequent visits to the shop, of his clumsy attempts to impress her with his knowledge of weapons. For the first time in days, Ren felt a warmth in his chest. It wasn't happiness, It was too early for that, but it was something akin to peace. That evening, in the courtyard where he had trained with his father, Ren began practicing Tandokita. Every movement was a prayer, every stance a memory. "You have taught me more than I imagined, San," he whispered into the night. "And I promise I will use these teachings in the right way." Chapter 35, Return. The morning mist shrouded the lake as it always did, oblivious to the changes that had shaken Ren's world. He was there, like every morning, repeating his workout routine. But every movement now carried the weight of memories. "Shoulders straight while walking on your hands," he told himself, his father's voice echoing in his memory. "Keep your breathing steady." The uniform he wore to the academy felt heavier than usual. His mother helped him straighten it, her hands lingering a moment longer than necessary on his shoulders. "Are you sure you're ready?" she asked, worry evident in her tired eyes. Ren nodded. He wasn't ready, not really, but life had to go on. The academy felt different, somehow. The same hallways, the same classrooms, but everything had taken on a new dimension, as if he were seeing these places through fogged glass. As he entered the classroom, the conversation stopped. Duneko, who had been talking with her usual energy, stopped mid-sentence. Aoi looked up from his book, his glasses glinting in the morning light. Shinji, for once, was fully awake. "Welcome back," Yukiko said simply, and those two words held more understanding than any lengthy speech could have conveyed. Fujimoto-sensei entered a few moments later. His gaze briefly fell on Ren, and a shadow of something crossed his face. "Today," he announced, "we'll be talking about chakra sensing techniques in low-light conditions. As you know, the mist of Hidden Mist Village can be both a blessing and a curse." The class proceeded normally, but Ren noticed the small changes, how Juneko constantly checked to make sure he was following, how Aoi passed him more detailed notes than usual, how Shinji seemed to wake up every time he moved. During lunch break, the group gathered in their usual spot. For a few minutes, no one spoke. "I tried to remake the pink mist," Juneko finally said, her voice unusually serious. "But it keeps coming out gray. I think I'm missing my favorite critical audience." Aoi opened his mouth, probably to technically explain why chakra reacted to emotions, but Shinji nudged him lightly. It was then that Fujimoto-sensei joined them. "Mizutani-kun," he said, "can I talk to you for a moment?" He led him into his office, a small space filled with scrolls and maps. He sat at his desk, studying Ren for a long moment. "Your father," he finally began, "was in my squadron when I was still a Chunin. He saved my life during a mission in the Land of Lightning." He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. He wasn't the strongest or most famous ninja, but he had something special. He had a humanity that not all ninja can maintain. He looked Ren in the eyes. "I see a lot of him in you, Mizutani-kun. Don't lose yourself. Don't ever forget that." Ren was silent, his sensei's words ringing in his mind like a distant echo. A humanity that not all ninja can maintain. It was that humanity that he now felt slipping away, drop by drop, like water between his fingers. Fujimoto-sensei seemed to understand that he would not receive a response and, with a nod, dismissed him. In the afternoon, the air of the training yard was thick with residual chakra. Duneko was showing Aoi some variations of the Migan, hiding in mist jutsu, her concentration evident in the way her brows furrowed slightly. Ren watched from afar, torn. Part of him wanted to keep his distance, to protect the shell of solitude he had built around his pain. But another part, the colder and more rational one, saw an opportunity. After several minutes of internal hesitation, he approached with measured steps. Duneko was explaining something about chakra manipulation, while Aoi took notes with his usual meticulousness. "Duneko?" His voice was controlled, almost distant. "Could you explain the basic principles of Ganjutsu to me?" They both turned to look at him, surprised by the request. Duneko seemed about to show her usual enthusiasm, but held back, sensing his mood. "Of course," she replied with unusual composure. Ganjutsu works through subtle manipulation of the opponent's chakra. You have to be able to infiltrate your chakra into their circulatory system, disturbing the natural flow. Aoi was about to add something about chakra meridians, but stopped halfway, casting a worried glance at Ren. "In the case of Migan, hiding in mist jutsu," Juneko continued, her voice unusually professional, "we create layers of illusion. It's like weaving an invisible web around the opponent's mind." Ren absorbed every word, every technical detail. His gaze was cold, analytical, but behind that mask of detachment, a battle raged. "I can't afford sentimental weaknesses," he thought. "Every resource, every source of knowledge must be exploited. Even if that means using the people who try to be my friends." The illusory mist danced around them, creating hypnotic patterns in the late afternoon air. Juneko continued her explanation, going into the more technical details of chakra manipulation in Ganjutsu, while Aoi occasionally added clarifications about pressure points in the nervous system. I'm sorry, Ren thought, looking at his companions who were so sincerely trying to help him. But I can't afford the luxury of bonds. Not now. Not here. The illusory mist slowly dissipated, leaving behind only the echo of a decision made and an innocence lost forever. Chapter 36, Echoes and Shadows. Dawn found Ren in the courtyard, the Tando his father had given him clutched in his hands. He wasn't practicing, not yet. He was simply looking at the blade, thinking back to how his father held it, how his chakra flowed through it. This blade has a history, his mother said, looking at the Tanto. Your father only used it on his first missions, then he put it away. He said he couldn't use it to its full potential, that the way he channeled chakra was peculiar. It's not a blade for me, he always said. It's waiting for its true wielder. Ren turned. His mother was standing in the doorway, 2 cups of steaming tea in her hands. Her eyes were tired, she probably hadn't slept much, but there was a gentle smile on her face. He showed it to me proudly, she continued, handing him a cup. He was so young then, so serious. Just like you. They sat together, watching the morning mist dance across the courtyard. The shop is supposed to reopen today, Yuki said after a long silence. Ren nodded. They both knew it, life had to go on. But the thought of walking into the shop, of seeing all those items his father had touched, fixed, sold. I can help before I go to the academy, he offered. The shop seemed smaller without Toshiro present. Every corner held a memory, the shelf where he neatly stacked kunai, the counter where he leaned to talk to customers, the chair in the corner where he sat to check inventory. As he helped his mother sort out a new delivery of Sharingan, Ren noticed how his hands were shaking slightly. Yet, he continued to work, smiling at the customers who came in with condolences on their faces. Your mother is a strong woman, his father had once said. Only now did Ren understand how strong she truly was. In the afternoon, after the academy, he returned to training. But this time it was different. Every movement of the Tanto was no longer just an exercise, it was a dialogue with his father who was no longer there. Strength does not come from the arm, he heard Toshiro's voice in his memory, but from the heart. He adjusted his posture, integrating elements of his own style with the techniques his father had taught him. The result was something new, not purely Mizutani style, but not entirely his own. This emptiness. It doesn't go away. I've never felt anything so strong. It was his mother who found him hours later, still training in the fading light of day. You're changing your style, she observed. Ren stopped, surprised. He hadn't realized she could notice. He did the same thing, she continued with a nostalgic smile. He took traditional techniques and adapted them, made them his own. He always said that a weapon should adapt to the warrior, not the other way around. San. She paused, and for a moment Ren saw how tired she was, how she was struggling to maintain that facade of strength. Kasan, he said softly, lowering his sword. It's okay not to be strong all the time. She looked up at him, startled, and something seemed to break in her eyes. She hugged him suddenly, and Ren felt her silent tears as she clung to him. While mother and son shared their grief, a very different scene unfolded in the hidden Mist Village Council chamber. Lanterns cast uneasy shadows on the tense faces of those present, while rain beat insistently on the windows. A mission gone completely wrong, Councillor Tanaka's voice filled the room. 4 Anbu squads decimated, Akito dead, and for what? The third Mizukage sat still, his face lined with exhaustion and frustration. The mission report lay open before him, its pages stained with blood. Not only have we lost valuable men, another councillor continued, his voice shaking with anger, but now we risk a diplomatic incident with Hidden Leaf Village. All for a crazy plan. Watch your words, Yamamoto. The Mizukage's voice was low but sharp as a blade. I remind you that you are in the presence of your Mizukage. And if memory serves, you were among the most enthusiastic supporters of Akito's plan. Silence fell over the room again. No one dared look the village leader in the eye. Akito's suicide complicates matters, Yamura, the eldest of the councillors, finally said. We could have used him as a scapegoat to appease Hidden Leaf Village. And now? Someone asked from the shadows. How will we justify this? This massacre? The Mizukage slowly stood up, his figure casting a menacing shadow on the wall. We will find a way. Hidden Mist Village has always known how to handle its complications. In a hidden room, a figure sat in near total darkness. The light of a single candle barely illuminated the weathered face of Madara Uchiha. Everything is going according to plan, he murmured to his companion in the shadows. Akito's death was necessary. A sinister smile formed on his wrinkled face. And now? Now we can proceed to the next stage. The candle's flame flickered, as if it too feared the elder Uchiha's words. As the council broke up, its members dispersed into the evening mist. The last to leave was Counselor Fujino. For a moment, as he passed by a lantern, the light revealed his gaze, dilated, empty pupils with a reddish sheen that was terribly reminiscent of a Sharingan pattern. The mist of Hidden Mist Village swallowed him up, hiding from the world yet another puppet in a game far greater than anyone could have imagined. Only the rain continued to fall, washing away the blood but not the secrets that the Hidden Mist Village held in its depths. Chapter 37. The weight of months. The morning mist was lighter than usual, allowing the first rays of dawn to filter through and illuminate Ren's figure as he completed his morning routine. 5 months had passed since his father's death, and much had changed. His body had adjusted to the 35 pounds of additional weight he now carried constantly. His movements, once studied to appear mediocre, had acquired a natural fluidity that was difficult to completely hide, despite the additional weight of the equipment he always carried with him. 140 days, he muttered, completing the last set of push-ups. It seems like yesterday and an eternity ago. Memories of the past few months flooded through his mind as he prepared for the academy. 3 months ago you must learn to recognize even the most subtle alterations in your chakra flow, Juneko explained as she wove another Ganjutsu. The more you get used to being under illusion, the easier it will be to identify and dispel them. Ren nodded, letting the illusion wash over him. He had specifically asked Juneko to help him with this aspect of his training. Don't hold back, he had told her. I need to be prepared for the worst. Concentrating, he formed the tiger seal as he modulated his chakra precisely, the key to performing the Kai. Ganjutsu is based on the subtle manipulation of the opponent's chakra, Juneko explained as she wove another illusion. To dissolve it, you must create a disturbance in your chakra flow strong enough to disrupt the outside influence. Ren nodded, feeling the illusion cling to his senses as he practiced the release over and over, trying to reduce the time it took to free himself more and more. I could create something similar to a pacemaker, that would disturb my chakra flow at constant intervals, to note this idea for its feasibility. 2.5 months ago the key to tree climbing is not the strength of the chakra, but precision, he muttered to himself as he climbed yet another tree in the secluded forest he had discovered. The scars on the bark testified to his numerous attempts, but each day he managed to climb a little higher, maintain control a little longer. 2 months ago healing is not just a matter of chakra, Dr. Kaito explained as he supervised a training session. It is an advanced form of manipulation of yang, the energy of life itself. Technically, Aoi said, adjusting his glasses, yang represents life energy, the creative principle that animates every living thing. Medical ninjutsu requires the ability to manipulate this force through the body's natural meridians. That's right, Dr. Kaito nodded, pointing to a complex diagram of chakra meridians. Chakra no Mesu is the most refined manifestation of this control, condensing yang chakra into a razor-sharp edge at the cellular level. He watched as Aoi demonstrated the technique, his chakra condensing into a nearly invisible blade. The real challenge is not just creating the scalpel, but maintaining it. Too much yang and the tissue will be cut deeper, too little and the technique loses effectiveness. It's like balancing life itself on the tip of a needle. Well, that makes it easier to use scalpels for offensive purposes. I wonder if it's possible to combine it with the wind element in Tanto. To note for further development. A month ago you've mastered the Shiheifu into a decent level now, Tatsumi observed as he examined Ren's latest location seal, which was glowing with a steady, controlled glow. It's time to move on to the Chazonoen. This preservation seal requires a completely different structure, an octagonal pattern with overlapping layers of containment. Notice how the characters intersect here, he pointed to a specific point on the diagram, creating a three-dimensional containment matrix. The ink must have a 30% higher chakra concentration than the sealing arts, or the storage space will collapse on itself. In the present, Ren stopped in front of his mother's shop. The sign had been renovated, but the name Mizutani still shone proudly. Yuki had taken over the business with renewed determination, even though Ren sometimes caught her staring at the empty chair in the corner where his father always sat. I've sorted out the new arrivals, he said as he entered. Thank you, his mother smiled. Her voice was stronger now, more confident. The pain was still there, but they had learned to live with it, mother and son, finding strength in each other. Oh, a letter arrived from the academy administration. It seems they are holding a preliminary exam among the students. Later that day, after class, Ren waited until all the other students had left before approaching Fujimoto-sensei's desk. Fujimoto-sensei, Ren said after the classroom had emptied, his voice controlled. I would like to consult you about Kenjutsu. Every resource must be used, he mused as he chose his next words carefully. Time is limited, and every opportunity for improvement must be seized. Given your experience as a ninja and your knowledge of the village sword masters, I was wondering if you could suggest someone with whom I could continue the training I had begun. He said nothing more, there was no need. Fujimoto regarded his student for a moment, his expert gaze assessing the request and what was behind it. Ren held that gaze with his usual mask of calm, even as he was internally calculating the chances of success of his request. Kenjutsu in Hidden Mist Village has a long tradition, Fujimoto said finally, his tone professional but not without respect. There could be some masters who might be interested in a new student. I'll run some checks. He rose from his desk, gathering his papers. I'll let you know when I have some concrete information. Another piece of the puzzle, Ren thought as he bowed formally. Every day of training mist is a luxury I can't afford, not when time is ticking inexorably toward the inevitable. On the way home, Ren took stock of the situation. The basic techniques he had studied in the previous months were now an integral part of his daily arsenal, the kawarimi executed with surgical precision, the henge maintained without apparent effort, the hiding in mist jutsu perfected to the point of being able to modulate the density of the mist at will. The water style, water trumpet, from a simple projectile of water, had evolved into a versatile technique. He could now vary the pressure of the jet from a diffuse stream to distract to a concentrated blow capable of piercing wood. After weeks of constant practice, he had finally managed to master the cutting of the leaf with the wind chakra. His experiments with infusing the wind element into weapons were yielding promising results, although maintaining a stable chakra blade still required too much concentration to be effective in combat. The wind style, dusting wind jutsu, his first true wind technique, was starting to take shape. The ability to manipulate dust in the air provided him with useful cover, especially when combined with the hiding in mist jutsu. His chakra control was steadily improving through tree climbing and medical exercises, allowing him to manipulate his chakra more precisely. Tatsumi's seals were opening up new tactical possibilities for him, turning simple tools into potential game-changers in combat. The current level is not enough, he thought. I need more versatility, more control, more precision. The end-of-year exam will only be the first test. Chapter 38, Echoes of Change. The Hidden Mist Village Council Chamber was dark, lit only by ancient lanterns that cast dancing shadows across the tense faces of those present. The silence was broken by the sudden arrival of a fish-masked Anbu, raindrops still fresh on his uniform. Report confirmed, the Anbu said, bowing deeply. Minato Namikaze has been named the fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. The silence that followed was as heavy as lead. The third Mizukage gripped the arms of his chair until his knuckles were white. The sound of rain outside seemed to amplify the tension in the room. The yellow lightning, one of the counselors muttered, his voice shaking. The man who decimated our forces on the western front. Not only that, another intervened, unfurling a map on the table marked with numerous red X's, places where entire squadrons had vanished without a trace. Reports confirm what we were told, he has developed an instant teleportation technique. Our traditional defenses are useless against him. And with the loss of our swordsman, the Special Forces commander added, our offensive capability has been severely compromised. Speaking of the swordsman, an older advisor interjected, his voice hoarse with age, I've heard there are some potential candidates among the younger ranks. The academy finals are approaching, and historically it's always been a good time to identify promising talent. Yes, another agreed. I've heard of some particularly gifted students this year. With the right training. In the corner of the room, Advisor Fujino watched the scene in silence, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the arm of his chair, as if following a tune only he could hear. In the flickering light of the lanterns, his pupils occasionally caught reddish highlights. Hours later, as the counselors left the room, Fujino lingered in the dark corridors of the administration. He waited patiently until he noticed Counselor Yamamoto walking alone, the day's reports still clutched in his hands. Yamamoto-san, he called softly. One moment, if I may. He approached his colleague, gently guiding him toward a less frequented side corridor. I have some thoughts I would like to share with you. About the current situation in the village. When Yamamoto emerged from the corridor a few minutes later, something in his bearing had changed, subtly but undeniably. He walked toward the exit with measured steps, while Fujino watched his figure disappear into the evening mist, a thin smile curving his lips. The rain continued to fall on Hidden Mist Village, masking the sound of footsteps receding toward other corridors, other counselors, other whispered conversations in the shadows. Over the next few days, whispers began to creep through the corridors of the administration. During the council meetings, more and more voices were raised to express concerns about the direction of the village. The health of the Mizukage-sama. Someone muttered. In times like these. Another suggested. Perhaps we need a younger leader, whispered a third. Councillors who had once been staunch supporters of the third began, one after another, to show a subtle but unmistakable shift in their positions. Their interventions, once cautious and respectful, took on increasingly critical tones. The third Mizukage sat in his place, his dry cough occasionally echoing in the room as he listened to these increasingly insistent murmurs. The change in his counselors was almost imperceptible, yet undeniable. The fog outside the windows was growing thicker, as if to hide the slow, inexorable change that was taking place in the very heart of the village. Chapter 39, Exams. The academy classroom was awash with morning light as Fujimoto-sensei entered, his presence immediately calling the students to order. Next week, he announced in a stern voice, we will be holding the end-of-year exams. While not as lethal as the third-year exams, a hidden mist village ninja must always be prepared for anything. He paused meaningfully, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. In this village, every test is an opportunity to demonstrate one's determination. Or weakness. Sensei, Aoi raised her hand, what are the criteria for passing? The exam is divided into 3 parts, Fujimoto explained. The theory test and the practical demonstration of a jutsu are worth 30 points each. The final sparring match is worth 40 points. To pass, one must score at least 60 points. Why this specific division of points? Another student asked. Because in an emergency, second years and up could be called upon to serve the village, Fujimoto replied, his tone suddenly more serious. 60 points in all 3 tests indicates at least a basic mastery of both fundamental techniques and theory. It's the minimum needed to be considered useful in battle. A murmur of excitement mixed with tension ran through the class. Juneko sat up straight, her eyes shining as she whispered to Ren, I can finally show off my new mist. Technically, Aoi chimed in, already deep in his notes, the division of points suggests an emphasis on practical combat. 40 points for sparring means that. Please, Shinji interrupted, fully awake for once, no statistics lessons before the exam. Don't expect leniency just because you're a first year, Fujimoto-sensei continued. The examiners will be evaluating not only your technique, but also your potential as future hidden mist village ninja. Yukiko, sitting 2 rows ahead, maintained her usual impassive expression. Sensei, a student asked from the back row, is it true that Danbu observe the exams? Fujimoto paused for a calculated moment. The village is always on the lookout for promising talent. Take this as an added incentive to do your best. A full exam with Danbu observers, Ren mused. I'll have to carefully calibrate my performance. Show enough to pass, but not so much that I attract unwanted attention. That evening, in his mother's shop, Ren was helping to sort a new shipment of kunai. The silence was comfortable between them, broken only by the clanking of weapons. Are you worried about the exam? Yuki asked as he labeled a box of shuriken. No, Ren replied, weighing a kunai in his hand. Just thoughtful. His mother watched him for a moment. You know, the end-of-year exams have always been an important time for the village. It's when the clans show off their airs and... She trailed off, her gaze wandering into the mist outside the window. But you don't need to prove anything to anyone. You just do your best. A small smile formed on Ren's face. Later, in the safety of his room, he pulled out a seemingly nondescript containment scroll. At first glance, it looked like a normal scroll of basic techniques, a deliberate appearance. Only his specific chakra could reveal its true contents. With a precise set of seals, he revealed a small, dark-covered notebook, his diary of future events, created after his father's death when he realized how dangerous it was to rely on memory alone. Yagura, he wrote in neat handwriting. Something's off with the timing. The Sanbi died with Rin, it should take time for it to reform. How can Yagura become a Jinchuriki and then a Mizukage so quickly? He paused, his pen hovering over the page. Something was eluding him, a missing piece of the puzzle that could prove crucial. Perhaps the answer was connected to the way the tailed beasts reformed? Or was there something else, something more sinister behind this apparent temporal incongruity? He closed the notebook, a new uneasiness creeping into his mind. He formed seals to reseal it in the scroll, another layer of protection he'd added using techniques he'd learned from Tatsumi-sensei. The fog outside the window seemed thicker than usual, as if it were trying to hide secrets he wasn't ready to discover yet. Chapter 40, The Written Test. The morning mist thickened around Hidden Mist Village Academy, creating an almost surreal atmosphere. The exceptionally quiet main classroom housed the first-year students from all sections. The desks had been arranged in neat rows, each seat assigned with military precision. Begin, Fujimoto-sensei said, his voice echoing in the silent classroom. The rustling of hundreds of papers being turned simultaneously filled the air. Ren scanned the questions quickly, a feeling of familiarity washing over him. History of Hidden Mist Village, Chakra Theory, Ninja Tactics. Nothing he hadn't already studied in depth. Now, he thought as his pen glided confidently across the paper, I need to earn enough points to make up for the low scores I'll get in head-to-head, but without excelling. Around him, the scene was a mixture of concentration and desperation. 2 rows ahead, Juneko alternated between pleading glances at Aoi and awkward attempts to peek at the answers. Her bespectacled friend, completely engrossed in the exam, seemed oblivious to her silent pleas for help. PSST, Aoi. Juneko whispered. What's the answer to the question about the clan war? Technically, Aoi muttered without looking up, this behavior could be considered a violation of exam protocol. But I studied. She protested under her breath. It's just. All these dates look the same. A significant cough from Fujimoto-sensei silenced her. In the next row, Shinji was fighting his own battle against sleep. His head was swinging dangerously, while small coral crystals unconsciously formed on his desk every time he was in danger of falling asleep. Karatachi. Fujimoto's voice made him jump. Your desk is growing. Sorry, sensei. Shinji straightened abruptly, his sudden movement knocking over the small coral forest he had created in his half-sleep. Across the room, Misaki from Section 3A maintained a focused expression, her presence intimidating despite her young age. Beside her, Kai from Section 3C muttered his answers to himself, while Hiro from Section 3A looked as if he was about to tear up the paper in frustration. Yukiko, 2 rows behind him, exuded her usual aura of icy calm. Her pen moved across the paper with methodical precision, each answer carefully considered before being written. The hours passed slowly. Ren completed his exam ahead of schedule, each answer calibrated to demonstrate thorough but not suspicious knowledge. Upstairs, the second-year students could be glimpsed through the windows of the hallway, also struggling with their exams. Among the concentrated faces, a red-haired girl stood out, her fierce gaze glued to the paper as her pen moved with deadly precision. Further up, in the graduation room, a young woman with long brown hair finished her exam with almost regal elegance, unaware of the role that fate would reserve for her in the years to come. Time's up, Fujimoto announced. Turn in your papers. Outside the room, while they awaited the results, the group gathered in their usual spot. Juneko dramatically sank onto a bench. My brain is officially fried, she groaned. If I see another date for the founding of Hidden Mist Village, I swear. Technically, Aoi interjected, the founding of Hidden Mist Village is a pivotal event that determined. No. Juneko covered her ears. No more history for today. Ren watched the scene with studied detachment. Since his father's death, he had built an invisible wall between himself and others. The pain had not diminished, but he had learned to hide it behind a mask of cold indifference. The laughter and minor dramas of his classmates seemed to belong to another world, a world he had once been a part of, but now observed as if through fogged glass. Mizutani-kun, Fujimoto-sensei's voice brought him back to the present. One moment. Sensei led him aside. I marked your exam. Solid work, not perfect, but shows a good understanding of the theory. Keep up the good work in the practical demonstration. Thank you, sensei, Ren replied, inwardly relieved that his controlled performance had worked. As he walked back to the others, Ren thought about his strategy. The written exam had gone according to plan, a solid but not exceptional performance. Now he had to maintain the same balance in the practical demonstration. Chapter 41, the demonstration. The air in the training arena was thick with tension, like a string stretched too tight. Rows of students stood motionless, their posture rigid, their eyes fixed on the center. Silence held its breath. Fujimoto-sensei stepped forward, the long scroll unfurling in his hands with a whisper of old paper. His presence, as always, was calm, measured, unforgiving. For the practical demonstration, he began, his voice slicing through the quiet, I will call each of you. You will perform the jutsu assigned from those studied this year. You will be evaluated on execution precision, chakra control, and overall effectiveness. His eyes scanned the list. Kaido Aoi. Substitution jutsu. Aoi stepped out, steady and focused. His fingers moved with clinical precision, each seal crisp, deliberate. In a blink, his figure vanished, replaced by the training log with seamless timing. Good chakra control, one of the examiners noted, jotting something down. Tsuki Juneko. Transformation jutsu. Juneko smirked. With a puff of chakra, her form shimmered, then shifted into an impeccable replica of Fujimoto-sensei himself. Stern expression included. A murmur of amusement rippled through the students. Even Fujimoto raised an eyebrow. Hazuki Hiroshi. Water style, water trumpet. Hiroshi exhaled sharply. Water surged from his mouth in a focused jet, crashing against the distant target with a satisfying thwack. Controlled. Sharp. Yukiko. Substitution jutsu. Yukiko moved with dancer's grace. Her substitution was flawless, elegant, fluid, almost too smooth. Then came the name that drew a momentary stillness from the air. Mizutani Ren. Ren stepped forward. Calm. Composed. His eyes unreadable. Hiding in mist jutsu. His fingers blurred through the seals, not rushed, but not too smooth either. Just. Average. A mist began to form, thick and clinging, but slightly uneven at the edges. Intentional flaws. Enough to be believable. Just a student. Still learning. Fujimoto stepped closer, watching the drifting fog. His eyes narrowed briefly, barely perceptible. He noticed something. A twitch in the mist? A tremor in the chakra flow? But the moment passed. A decent foundation, one of the examiners said. Still needs refinement. As the mist dispersed, Ren let his breath ease. He returned to his place without a word. I had to fight to maintain those imperfections, he thought. Sparring will be even harder to calibrate. The evaluation continued. Students took their turns, kawarimi, henge, water trumpet, hiding and mist jutsu, cycling through the arena with varying degrees of success. For some, it was a triumph. For others, a bitter stumble. And finally, as the last jutsu faded, Fujimoto turned toward the blackboard. A provisional ranking was already scrawled across it, combining written exam scores with today's performance. You know the rules, he said. Only the top 16 advance to the sparring matches. Pairings are fixed, first versus 16th, second versus 15th, and so on. One by one, he began to write the names. 1. Hazuki Hiroshi, 58 out of 62. Kurashimi Misaki, 57 out of 63. Yuki Yukiko, 57 out of 64. Kaido Aoi, 57 out of 65. Kashima Kurara, 56 out of 66. Tsuki Juneko, 54 out of 67. Karatachi Shinji, 53 out of 68. Yuki Sora, 52 out of 69. Mizutani Ren, 52 out of 60-10. Mori Mizuchi, 51 out of 60-11. Munashitma, 51 out of 60-12. Kaguya Shin, 51 out of 60-13. Terano Kori, 51 out of 60-14. Kenji Arame, 50 out of 60-15. Regino Koga, 50 out of 60-16. Aishin Taki, 50 out of 69th. Well, that might be enough, but I'll win just one match to be sure. Now I'll announce the pairings for the first round, Fujimoto-sensei declared, starting to draw a bracket on the board. The matches will be held in this order. He turned to the class, chalk tapping rhythmically on the board as he listed. Karatachi Shinji, 7th, versus Munashitma, 11th, Hazuki Hiroshi, 1st, versus Kenji Arame, 14th, Yuki Yukiko, 3rd, versus Mori Mizuchi, 10th, Mizutani Ren, 9th, versus Regino Koga, 15th, Kaido Aoi, 4th, versus Kaguya Shin, 12th, Kashima Kurara, 5th, versus Terano Kori, 13th, Kurashimi Misaki, 2nd, versus Aishin Taki, 16th, Tsuki Juneko, 6th, versus Yuki Sora, 8th. Prepare yourselves properly, Fujimoto-sensei concluded. Tomorrow begins the real test of your abilities. Lunch break brought no rest, just a different kind of tension. The usual group had gathered near the board, eyes fixed on the newly drawn tournament bracket. It loomed like a silent challenge. Technically, Aoi muttered, adjusting his glasses with an anxious flick, her finger tracing the tournament lines, if I win against Shin. Which is highly unlikely considering his KK Genkai. I'd end up facing the winner between Kurara and Kori in the quarterfinals. Which probably means Kurara, Juneko added, arms crossed, her tone breezy. But hey, at least you don't have to deal with another ice user in the first round. Yuki Sora's gonna be a nightmare. Shinji let out a long yawn, rolling his shoulder lazily. Between his fingers, small coral crystals formed and faded, absent-minded like a tick. If I beat Ma, then I go against the winner of Hiroshi and Kenji in the quarters. Which means Hiroshi, they all said in unison. Aoi didn't even blink. His eyes were still fixed on the board, mind already spiraling through dozens of what-if scenarios. The problem with Shin, he mumbled, more to himself than anyone else, isn't dodging his attacks. It's the fact that one clean hit from his bones could stop tormenting yourself. Juneko cut in, throwing a playful elbow his way. You've got a day to prepare. Then, with a slight tilt of her head, she added, besides, I heard he's afraid of needles. And you're pretty good with those, aren't you? Technically I have a knight, Aoi replied flatly. And I've never used syringes in combat. Yet, Juneko grinned. Ren stood just behind them, silent, observing. His eyes moved over the bracket with calculated precision. Koga first. Should be manageable. But then his gaze shifted downward, stopping at another name. Misaki. The laughter and chatter faded as the students began to drift away, heading back toward the academy halls. Ren remained still, his figure half lost in the edge of the lingering mist. Tomorrow, he thought, the real test begins, the balance between showing and hiding. Chapter 42, Fights, Part 1, the morning mist had cleared, revealing the academy's training arena where the fights would take place. Students had gathered on the stone bleachers, excitement palpable in the air as Fujimoto-sensei stepped forward to announce the first match. Two hooded figures sat beside Fujimoto-sensei and the other examiners. Their dark robes and Anbu masks created an aura of silent menace. Kaido Aoi vs Kaguya Shin. His voice rang out through the arena. Begin. Aoi adjusted his glasses, his clinical gaze already analyzing his opponent's every move. Shin stepped forward with a contemptuous smirk, his posture betraying the confidence of someone who considered the fight already won. Let's make this quick, the Kaguya said. I don't have time to waste with a bookworm. The right shoulder joint moves with a range of about 178 degrees. Slightly limited, Aoi noted, as he assumed a defensive posture. His chakra concentrated in his hands with surgical precision. The first exchange seemed all in Shin's favor, until he noticed a slight numbness in his shoulder joints, Aoi explained as he dodged a punch, his voice calm as if he were lecturing, are surprisingly vulnerable points. Technically, repeated impacts in the right places can cause temporary neuromuscular paralysis. Shut up. Shin charged, only to find his legs strangely heavy. His movements, once fluid and lethal, were becoming increasingly stiff. Striking the same spot multiple times, Aoi continued, striking another nerve node with surgical precision, causes temporary microparalysis. It's fascinating how the human body. Shin stopped, realizing that the weak scholar had systematically weakened him. Half of his seemingly harmless strikes were actually aimed at specific points on her body. You! He growled, anger rising in his eyes. I didn't think I'd have to use this against someone like you. Small, sharp bones began to emerge from his arms and shoulders, his Kekkei Genkai manifesting in all its brutality. Let's see how you fare against this, Four Eyes. Aoi stepped back slightly, but her eyes continued to calculate, analyze. The bone manifestation increases its reach by 47 centimeters. Extension speed approximately 30 centimeters per second. Now that's enough playing. Shin's attack became brutal, savage. The bones extended and retracted, creating a lethal vortex of sharp points. From the bleachers, Ren watched the scene with apparent detachment. I can't intervene, he told himself coldly. A heroic act would ruin months of careful planning. I'm sorry, Aoi. Shin, furious at being outmatched by what he considered an inferior opponent, concentrated all his hatred into one final attack. A bone spear formed from his arm, aiming straight at Aoi's chest. A 47-degree angle. Expected impact, left lung area. Aoi's calculations were interrupted by the realization that he no longer had time to dodge. But instead of panic, cold determination shone in his eyes. In a move no one expected, Aoi fell backwards, twisting his body so that the bone spear barely grazed his side instead of piercing his chest. At the same time, his fingers filled with medical chakra precisely struck a specific spot on the outstretched bone. Bones, he panted as he struggled to his feet, a cut bleeding from his side, have specific stress points. Technically, if you apply the right amount of pressure. Shin's spear bone cracked where it hit, forcing him to retract it. Aoi. Juneko leapt up from the bleachers, her usual playful demeanor momentarily forgotten. Stop reciting the walking encyclopedia and move. Her fists were clenched so tightly her knuckles were white as she watched her friend narrowly avoid yet another bone attack. For once in your life, could you stop giving anatomy lessons and focus on not getting killed? Shinji, at her side, looked at her in surprise. He had never seen Juneko so serious. Even her usual chaotic energy seemed to have transformed into an almost palpable concern. When she saw the blood on Aoi's side, Juneko started to leap forward, only to be stopped by Yukiko's hand on her arm. We can't interfere, Yukiko said calmly, though her eyes betrayed a note of concern. But Juneko bit her lip, frustrated by her helplessness. If this keeps up, that idiocy phallic guy with glasses is going to end up. Her voice trailed off as she watched her friend stagger, narrowly avoiding yet another attack. If you survive this, Aoi, she muttered, I swear I'll make you regret all those times you corrected me on the difference between jellyfish and sea anemones. Chapter 43, Fights, Part 2, For once in your life, could you stop giving anatomy lessons and focus on not getting yourself killed? Shinji, beside her, looked at her in surprise. He had never seen Juneko so serious. Even her usual chaotic energy seemed to have transformed into an almost palpable concern. When she saw the blood on Aoi's side, Juneko started to leap forward, only to be stopped by Yukiko's hand on her arm. We can't interfere, Yukiko said calmly, though her eyes betrayed a note of concern. But Juneko bit her lip, frustrated by her helplessness. If this continues, that idiocy phallic guy with glasses will end up. Her voice trailed off as she watched her friend stagger, narrowly avoiding yet another attack. If you survive this, Aoi, he muttered, I swear I will make you regret all those times you corrected me on the difference between jellyfish and sea anemones. Present, it was then that Fujimoto-sensei stepped in, declaring the match over. As the doctors checked Aoi's wound, Ren kept his expression impassive, even though internally he felt a mixture of relief and self-loathing. It was necessary, he said to himself as he watched the doctors treat his friend. In this village, bonds are a weakness I cannot afford. Mizutani Ren vs. Koga, Fujimoto-sensei announced, drawing everyone's attention. Ren stepped into the arena, his mind still reeling from his internal conflict. The tango beside him seemed heavier than usual. Koga, a burly boy from Class 3C, smiled confidently. Nothing personal, little guy, but this match will be over soon. Ren didn't respond, just watched. His eyes studied his opponent's every move, even though he seemed almost distracted on the outside. Heavy breathing, stance slightly off to the left. A classic academy student. Koga began with a direct taijutsu assault, his movements solid but predictable. Ren dodged with economy of movement, each step calculated to conserve energy, occasionally tripping in a seemingly natural way. Well, despite having 15 kilograms of weight on me, I can get the upper hand. I have to remember to make my movements less fluid. You're just running away. Koga taunted, frustration evident in his voice as his fists met only air. He quickly formed the seals for water style, water trumpet, a sequence he had clearly practiced countless times. A jet of water shot towards Ren, who responded with the same technique, purposely executing the last seal with a slight imprecision to reduce the water's pressure. The two blasts collided in midair, with Koga's winning, forcing Ren to roll to the side in a dodge that looked more like luck than planning. I mustn't show too much precision in my seals, he thought as he stood up, pretending to be slightly shaken by the impact. A first-year student should still have some hesitation. Koga, emboldened by his success, charged again. Now I've got you. It was his overconfidence that gave him away. Ren executed a kawarimi that, while perfectly timed, seemed almost haphazard in its execution. Koga found himself hitting a log, while Ren appeared behind him in what looked like a fortunate combination of positioning and opportunity. A single strike to the abdomen, timed to look more like luck than precision, ended the match. Ren maintained a slightly surprised expression, as if he himself hadn't expected the strike to be so effective. Winner, Mizutani Ren, Fujimoto-sensei declared, his strained gaze lingering for a moment on the seemingly imprecise but strangely effective movements. The final match of the day pitted Misaki against Taki. The air in the arena seemed to grow heavy as the two fighters took their positions. Misaki's eyes had already taken on that distinctive reddish hue that her Kekkei Genkai was about to be used. Taki, despite his obvious tension, maintained a solid fighting stance. He was one of the top students in Class 3B in Taijutsu, and he hoped his superior technique could offset his opponent's genetic advantage. Begin. Misaki wasted no time in preliminaries. She moved with impressive speed, her first strike landing before Taki could complete his guard. A thin cut appeared on his cheek, and that was when the real fight began. The drops of blood from the wound, instead of falling, hung in the air like liquid rubies. Taki tried to ignore the disturbing spectacle, launching into a combination of punches and kicks that he had practiced hundreds of times. But Misaki dodged with ease, her every move calculated not just to avoid the blows, but to position herself for her next attack. Blood tells the truth, Misaki said, her voice strangely distant as the suspended droplets began to solidify into tiny crimson blades. It can't lie, it can't hide, it can't pretend to be something it's not. Taki was forced onto the defensive, now fighting not only Misaki but the deadly shards of crystallized blood that danced around her like a swarm of red wasps. He attempted a water technique, hoping to dilute the manipulated blood, but Misaki had anticipated the move. The shards of crystallized blood moved in a coordinated swarm, some swirling clockwise around Taki's head, while others arced downward before her eyes. Each shard, no bigger than a coin but as sharp as glass, followed a slightly different trajectory, creating a swirl of red dots that made it impossible to focus on a single threat. As Taki desperately tried to keep track of the shards closest to his face, Misaki lunged forward with primal ferocity. Her fist, charged with rage rather than technique, crashed into Taki's floating ribs with a dull impact that echoed across the arena. The air left the boy's lungs violently, and he bent sideways in excruciating pain. In that moment of vulnerability, the blood shards converged all at once, suspended millimeters from his exposed neck like a necklace of deadly rubies. The fight ended at that moment, with Taki immobilized and surrounded by dozens of shards of crystallized blood, each ready to strike at the slightest movement. Match, Fujimoto-sensei declared, his voice betraying a hint of concern at how easily Misaki had dominated the fight. As the blood blades dissolved into the air, Misaki walked away without a word, leaving Taki trembling and knowing that he had faced something far more dangerous than just an academy student. The spectators were silent, awed by the brutality of the fight. In less than 2 minutes, Misaki had shown why she was considered one of the favorites of the tournament, and why the Kurashimi clan was so feared in Hidden Mist Village. As he watched, Ren made a mental note of her style. If his calculations were correct, they would soon be facing each other in the arena. Compared to the academy fights seen in Naruto, The level here seems much higher. Is it because it's wartime? Ren mused as he watched Taki being rescued. Who knows how the Village of the Mist would have evolved if there had not been the purge of the KK Genkai. That evening, in the solitude of his room, Ren took out a seemingly nondescript containment scroll from his ninja pouch. Forming seals with methodical precision, he revealed the small notebook with the dark cover. Kaguya clan, he wrote in his precise handwriting. Attack on the village planned. Date uncertain, probably during the reign of Yagura. Characteristics: frontal attack, no strategy, pure fighting ferocity. Their KK Genkai is formidable, but their pride will be their downfall. The attack will fail, leading to the near extinction of the clan. Kurashimi clan, devastating power, one to watch. He closed the notebook and formed seals to reseal it in the scroll. The evening fog was returning to cover the academy, but for once, it wasn't the most ominous thing in the air. Chapter 44. The first round continues. The second day of fighting began with Karatachi Shinji and Munashitma. Shinji entered the arena yawning, still seemingly half asleep. Karatachi Shinji vs Munashitma, Fujimoto-sensei announced. Start. The first exchange was quick. Ma advanced with a combination of well-placed punches, forcing Shinji back. One of the blows grazed Shinji's cheek, finally waking him up. Oh, Shinji muttered, small coral crystals starting to form on his knuckles as he dodged the next blow. You're faster than I thought. Ma smiled, continuing his pressure with a series of low kicks followed by straight punches. His technique was solid, the result of hours of consistent practice. Shinji responded in a more unorthodox manner, his movements a mix of basic techniques and improvisation that made it difficult to predict his next move. From the stands, Aoi, who had not yet recovered, watched with interest. There's something strange about the way he moves, she commented, adjusting her glasses. As if he's alternating between standard techniques and something else. Or maybe he really is half asleep, Juneko chuckled. The fight continued point for point. Ma managed to land a few clean strikes, his technical precision finding spaces in Shinji's erratic defense. But every time he seemed to gain the upper hand, Shinji would respond with an unexpected movement, the coral crystals on his hands adding weight to his counterattacks. The turning point came toward the end of the match. Sweat glistened on both fighters' foreheads, their movements slightly slower after minutes of intense exchange. Ma prepared for what he hoped would be the final assault, quickly forming the seals for the water-style, water trumpet. The water projectile hurtled toward Shinji, who ducked to the side to avoid it, rolling awkwardly. Ma saw an opening and lunged forward, chaining the ninjutsu with a taijutsu combination they had practiced countless times in class, left punch, right punch, roundhouse kick. But in his haste to finish, his water trumpet seals were slightly imprecise for a second. The resulting stream of water was weaker, more scattered. Shinji noticed the microscopic hesitation between the end of the technique and the start of the physical assault. That was all it took. Super Mega Karatachi Ultimate Attack. Shinji shouted with enthusiasm that contrasted with his usual drowsiness, a small smile lighting up his face as coral crystals formed on his knuckles. Slipping under the weakened stream, Shinji moved in the space of an instant. The coral crystals on his knuckles glowed as his fist found Ma's solar plexus. It wasn't a particularly powerful blow, but the combination of precision and timing, along with the rough surface of the coral, was enough to knock the wind out of his opponent and end the match. This is the Karatachi clan's secret technique, he exclaimed triumphantly, though his subsequent yawn ruined the dramatic effect somewhat. Winner, Karatachi Shinji, Fujimoto-sensei declared, hiding what might have been a hint of a smile. Shinji helped Ma up, both panting from the effort. Good match, he said simply, but the next time try not to telegraph your combinations so much. Or was it just me dreaming that you were telegraphing them? He scratched his head in confusion, before heading to the bleachers to find a comfortable spot, probably to catch up on his interrupted nap. Ma watched him go, a mixture of frustration and respect on his face. His opponent hadn't been unbeatable, but that unpredictable way of fighting, and those strange improvised secret techniques, had made the difference in the end. Hazuki Hiroshi vs Kenji, Fujimoto-sensei called. The arena fell silent, everyone aware of the disparity between one of the heirs to the Hazuki clan and the civilian student. Hiroshi strutted around the arena, his body occasionally showing translucent patches, like water catching the light. Kenji, despite his obvious tension, kept his guard up in a flawless defensive stance. I hope you're ready, Hiroshi sneered. I'm not holding back just because you come from a civilian family. The first exchange was quick. Kenji's fist passed through Hiroshi's partially melted shoulder, but his second strike found solid flesh. Hiroshi's control of his KK Genkai wasn't yet fast enough to respond to quick combinations. Not bad, Ren observed. Odd, I've never heard of Kenji in Naruto. Angrily, Hiroshi counterattacked. His body turned to water at the points hit, but the process wasn't uniform. Some areas solidified more slowly than others, creating moments of vulnerability that Kenji, with his precise technique, was occasionally able to exploit. Not bad for a civilian, Hiroshi snapped after a well-placed kick caught him by surprise. But it won't be enough. He lunged forward, his body oscillating between solid and liquid in an irregular pattern that made it difficult to predict where the next blow would come from. It was then that Kenji surprised everyone. Instead of futilely attempting a water technique against a Hazuki, he quickly formed a series of different seals. Earth style, earth bullets. Fujimoto-sensei's eyes widened slightly as small earth bullets formed from the arena, hurtling toward Hiroshi. The water transformation could protect him from physical blows, but earth and debris were another matter. A civilian without a KK Genkai in Hidden Mist Village has to be creative to survive, Kenji said, his voice calm despite the effort. I've been training in the earth element in secret. Even Ren was surprised. Brilliant. I need to do some research on the earth element, too. Hiroshi was forced onto the defensive, his body struggling to maintain cohesion as he dodged the earth projectiles. When he did manage to liquefy, small particles of earth would contaminate his watery form, making it harder to control. Finally, Kenji's labored breathing and shaking hands revealed his exhaustion. This was the moment Hiroshi had been waiting for. He lunged forward with a burst of speed, his right shoulder liquefying to avoid a last-ditch punch from Kenji. As he spun, he solidified his right arm for a strike to the side, while his left arm transformed into water to slide under his opponent's guard. Kenji staggered, his defense compromised. Hiroshi completed the combination with brutal precision, a solid punch to the stomach, followed by a knee strike as his opponent bent forward. His upper body remained liquid long enough to avoid a final, desperate blow, before solidifying completely for the final blow to the jaw that sent Kenji sprawling. Winner, Hazuki Hiroshi, Fujimoto-sensei declared. A good tactical choice, he told Kenji as he helped him up. The earth element. Not many in Hidden Mist Village would think of that. Hiroshi left the arena with his victory, but his pride had been dented. Not only had he struggled more than expected, but his control over his KK Genkai had proven less reliable than he was willing to admit. From the stands, several observers took mental notes of Kenji's performance. In a village dominated by KK Genkai and water techniques, the ability to think outside the box was a valuable asset. Yukiko vs Mori Mizuchi, Fujimoto-sensei announced. The temperature in the arena seemed to drop slightly as Yukiko took her position, her movements as measured as snowflakes falling on the winter's night. Chapter 45, Dance of Weapons. Yukiko vs Mori Mizuchi, Fujimoto-sensei announced. The temperature in the arena seemed to drop slightly as Yukiko took her stance, her movements measured like snowflakes falling on the winter's night. Mori began cautiously, aware of the Yuki clan's reputation. His movements were solid, based on hours of practice in the academy's dojo. A front kick, followed by a combination of punches, a sequence he had repeated hundreds of times. Yukiko barely moved, dodging with a minimum of movement necessary. Where Mori youthful passes, she seemed to glide between strikes like a winter breeze. A thin layer of frost formed where her feet touched the ground, almost imperceptible in the arena lit by the morning sun. The first real exchange came when Mori managed to close the distance with a well-executed feint. His fist grazed Yukiko's cheek, but a thin layer of ice formed at the point of contact, making his hand shudder in sudden cold. A good strike, Yukiko commented, her voice as calm as the surface of a frozen lake. Her counterattack was minimal, a single strike to Mori's side, but accompanied by a chill that spread from the point of impact. Mori changed tactics, trying to use his advantage in brute force. He quickly formed the seals for the water style, water trumpet, hoping to catch Yukiko off guard. The water splashed toward her, but something strange happened. Small ice crystals began to form in the stream even before it reached her. Yukiko's response was elegant in its simplicity. She didn't dodge the stream, she welcomed it, letting her KK Genkai naturally cool the water. Small ice crystals fell across the arena like a brief snowfall. The cold, Juneko whispered from the bleachers, hugging herself, isn't just coming from her chakra. It's as if the air itself is responding to her presence. Mori didn't give up. He alternated between taijutsu and ninjutsu, trying to find an opening in Yukiko's seemingly perfect defense. He even managed to land a few strikes, proving that even the young Yuki wasn't invulnerable. Soon after, Mori, breathing heavily and his muscles protesting the strain, attempted a more ambitious combination. A high punch followed by a spinning kick, a move he'd mastered in training, but now, with exhaustion, left his left side exposed for a split second. Yukiko seized the moment, moving inside Mori's guard in one fluid motion, her right elbow finding the space between his ribs as she spun. As she completed his rotation, her left foot swept through the air in a low arc, striking Mori's supporting ankle. The contact was accompanied by the faintest crunch of ice. As Mori attempted to regain his balance, he found that a thin layer of frost had formed beneath his feet, making the ground as treacherous as a frozen lake in spring. His final attempt to remain upright resulted in an inelegant slide that left him sprawled in the arena, the cold seeping through his clothes. Winner, Yuki Yukiko, Fujimoto-sensei declared as Mori was helped to his feet, still shivering from the cold. Kashima Kurara vs Terano Kori, he called, as silence fell over the arena once again. Kurara strode into the arena, his fluid movements betraying years of weapons training. An impressive array of ninja tools were neatly arrayed on her person, kunai, shuriken, ninja strings, even a miniature kusa origami on her belt. Interesting arrangement, Ren noted. The weapons are positioned to minimize extraction time. Kori assumed a standard academy defensive stance. Her hands quickly formed seals for the water style, water bullet, opening hostilities with a barrage of water projectiles. Kurara danced between the projectiles, each movement calculated to draw a different weapon. 3 shuriken sliced through the air, followed immediately by kunai that exploited the blind spots created by Kori's evasion. She uses the weapons not only to attack, Ren noted, but to control the combat space. Kori was not intimidated. Her water style, water whip materialized, intercepting several kunai in midair. In one fluid motion, she manipulated the water whip to attempt to disarm her opponent. The water style, water whip can come in handy too, Ren thought, noting it in his mind. Not bad, Kurara smiled, seemingly allowing herself to be hit in the shoulder, only to reveal that she had used the moment to stretch nearly invisible ninja strings across the arena. As expected, Ren thought. The threads are similar to the ones my father used, but their placement is different. The fight intensified. Kori alternated between water techniques and standard taijutsu, while Kurara seemed to have a different weapon for every situation. When Kori attempted to trap her with a combination of water whips, Kurara used her kusa origami to deflect the attacks, turning the defense into a fluid counterattack. Kori, noticing a pattern in Kurara's weapon trajectories, attempted to anticipate her next throw. She quickly formed seals for another water bullet, aiming for where she thought her opponent would be. It was then that Kurara revealed her trap. The ninja threads, strategically placed throughout the fight, suddenly tightened. Kori found herself restricted in her movements as a barrage of senbon rained down from impossible angles, bouncing off the wires in intricate patterns. Brilliant, Ren thought. She's turned the entire arena into a tool. But Kori had one last card. Just as the senbon were about to hit her, she performed a variation of the water whip, creating a rotating barrier of water around her. Some of the senbon were deflected, others slowed enough for her to dodge. Kurara wasted no time. Using the distraction the senbon had created, she lunged forward with her kusa origami. The chain wrapped around Kori's water whip, the blade finding its way through her guard. Match, Fujimoto-sensei declared, stopping the fight before the blade could touch Kori's throat. A worthy opponent, Kurara smiled, helping Kori to her feet. As the other students excitedly commented on the fight, Ren mentally rehearsed every move, every strategy. The creative use of ninja strings, the manipulation of the combat space, the integration of multiple weapons into one fluid style, all could be adapted and improved. I need to expand my arsenal, he mused. And perhaps, with the right seals, I could make setting traps more efficient. Chapter 46, Another Side of the Mistsuki Juneko vs Yuki Sora, Fujimoto-sensei announced. Juneko entered the arena with an expression none of her classmates had ever seen before. Gone was her usual playful smile, replaced by a focus that resembled the ice her opponent was a master of. Something has changed, Ren noted. Aoi's fight must have affected her more than I thought. Wasting no time in pleasantries, Juneko quickly formed her seals, hiding in mist jutsu. A thick, unnatural mist enveloped the arena, much thicker than what she normally used for her pink demonstrations. Sora reacted immediately, ice crystals starting to form in the humid air. Don't think the fog will protect you, he said, his hands forming the seals for one of his clan's techniques. Ice style, ice needles formed from the mist itself, shooting out in all directions. A soft sound of impact revealed that some had found their target, followed by the distinctive puff of a replacement log. Not bad, Ren thought, but his eye's control is much less refined than Yukiko's. There's hesitation in his movements. You were looking for me? Juneko's voice sounded from somewhere in the mist, followed by 3 kunai hurtling towards Sora. Young Yuki quickly created a barrier of ice, but it was thin and uneven by his clan's standards. Suddenly, Yukiko appeared from the fog, advancing with the same grace that was her trademark. Sora hesitated for a fraction of a second, long enough for the false Yukiko to transform into Juneko, her kunai dangerously grazing his opponent's guard. Clever, Ren observed. She used a hinge to exploit Sora's natural hesitation towards a stronger member of her clan. Sora wasn't fooled twice. His response was a wave of ice radiating from his body, forcing Juneko to jump back. But that was exactly what she wanted. Now I understand why I enjoy Genjutsu so much. Juneko's voice rang out from 3 different directions. There's something liberating about playing with other people's perceptions. Sora found himself surrounded by multiple Junekos, each one fading into and out of the fog like a ghost. His eyes, already less controlled than Yukiko's, was starting to show signs of fatigue and imprecision. She's not just using the fog as cover, Ren realized with surprise. She's creating the perfect conditions for a more complex Genjutsu. Soon after, Sora, frustrated by the constant illusions, attempted one last desperate technique. Ice style, needles wave. It's supposed to be an enhanced version of the ice needles, but it still seems imperfect. Good job Juneko, you're wearing him out, Ren thought, unable to fully hide his detachment from himself. But as the ice expanded into a freezing wave, the real Juneko had already slid up behind him, her hands forming a seal that Ren hadn't expected to see. Temporary paralysis jutsu. Is that a paralysis technique? Ren's eyes widened slightly. When did she learn it? Sora suddenly found himself immobilized, his body refusing to respond to commands. The fog cleared, revealing Juneko with a kunai pressed gently against her throat. Match, Fujimoto-sensei declared. I'm sorry if I was intense, Juneko said as she helped Sora up, a hint of her usual smile returning to her face. As they walked back to the stands, Ren thought back to the fight. Juneko had shown a side of herself that no one had expected, methodical, calculating, systematic in her efficiency. And that temporary paralysis jutsu. How long had she been secretly preparing for these fights? The reactions in the stands were revealing. Aoi, still sore from his match, watched with a mixture of pride and concern for her friend. Yukiko studied the scene with renewed interest, as if re-evaluating her opinion of her classmate. Even Shinji seemed to have fully awakened to observe Juneko's change in attitude. Well done, Fujimoto-sensei said as Juneko and Sora left the arena. The temporary paralysis jutsu is not a technique expected of a first-year student. I have my own tricks up my sleeve, Juneko admitted, her usual carefree attitude momentarily absent. After seeing what happened to Aoi during the last fight, I realized that being unpredictable can mean the difference between life and death. The silence that followed was heavy. Aoi adjusted his glasses, visibly surprised by the words of his classmate, who now saw with a new gaze. Technically, combining Genjutsu with paralysis techniques requires very precise chakra control. When did you find the time to? I have my ways, Juneko interrupted with a hint of her old smile. But there was something different now, a maturity that hadn't been there before. She did the same thing I'm doing, Ren realized. Hide her true abilities until the right time. But she did it to protect others, not herself. Yukiko approached Juneko as they returned to their seats. Your Genjutsu. She began, then trailed off, as if searching for the right words. It wasn't just an illusion. You were telling a story with every move. The mist always tells a story, Juneko replied softly, her eyes unconsciously searching Ren. Sometimes it hides, sometimes it reveals. The important thing is to know how to listen. There was an unusual sadness in her gaze, as if she were thinking of all the stories that the hidden Mist Village Mist had hidden in the past months, including that of his friend who, after his father's death, seemed to have become part of the mist itself. The Anbu on the stands exchanged an almost imperceptible look. Something was changing in this new generation of hidden Mist Village ninja. The mist was forging its blades in unexpected ways. Chapter 47, Water and Coral. The dawn of the third day brought with it a palpable tension in the air of Hidden Mist Village. The fog, thicker than usual, seemed reluctant to leave the academy arena, as if trying to hide what was about to happen. The stands had filled not only with students but also with more sinister figures. The Anbu, their white masks glowing faintly in the morning mist, occupied strategic positions around the arena. 2 of them, the examiners, led by Fujimoto-sensei, sat in their designated seats, evaluation scrolls already spread out before them. The quarterfinals were about to begin, and the atmosphere was electric. Students eliminated in previous rounds crowded into the stands, some still bandaged from injuries from the previous days. The winners who had earned their spots at this stage displayed varying degrees of tension. Misaki sat on the sidelines, her eyes already tinged with red. Juneko drummed her fingers nervously on the railing. Yukiko exuded her usual cool control. Fujimoto-sensei stood up, his voice cutting through the morning mist. First match of the quarterfinals, Hazuki Hiroshi vs Karatachi Shinji. The 2 contestants descended into the arena. Hiroshi, one of the heirs to the Hazuki clan, moved with the fluidity characteristic of his clan, his body occasionally displaying the watery translucence typical of his Kekkei Genkai. Shinji, on the other hand, seemed to be almost dragging his feet toward the center of the arena, yawning repeatedly as small coral crystals formed absent-mindedly on his toes. Finally, Hiroshi smiled arrogantly, his tone betraying months of pent-up rivalry. I hope you slept well, Shinji. I wouldn't want you to fall asleep during our match. Shinji yawned once more, the coral crystals dancing lazily between his fingers. I was actually having a beautiful dream, he muttered, scratching the back of his neck. There was this little coral duck that... Start. Fujimoto-sensei's voice cut through the air like a blade, starting the fight. Hiroshi wasted no time. In a series of fluid movements, his body partially transformed into water as he executed a combination of strikes. Water style, water fist barrage. Shinji dodged the first few strikes, but the third struck him in the shoulder, sending him reeling. Ow! That really woke me up, he muttered, his expression suddenly becoming more focused. Oh? You finally deigned to fight for real? Hiroshi grinned, preparing his next technique. Water style, water trumpet. The jet of water shot toward Shinji, who responded by creating a barrier of coral. The structure crumbled under the impact, but it had done its job. You know, Hiroshi, Shinji said, his usual drowsiness giving way to an uncharacteristic calm, our clan can manipulate coral even without water. It's the chakra that counts. Small crystals began to emerge from the ground. And my chakra can create coral anywhere. Hiroshi wasn't intimidated. Alternating between solid and liquid forms, he began to press Shinji with a series of coordinated attacks. Don't underestimate the Hazuki clan. His water transformation technique, while not perfect, showed hours of dedicated practice. I don't do that, Shinji replied, as more elaborate coral formations emerged from the ground. That's why I can't fool around anymore. The fight intensified. Hiroshi was demonstrating why he was the top-ranked, his mastery of water techniques surpassing the academy's standard. But Shinji, now fully awake, was responding with a precision that surprised many. Coral maze jutsu, Shinji muttered, creating a miniature maze of coral formations. They weren't particularly durable, but their arrangement was designed to limit Hiroshi's movement. Not bad, Hiroshi admitted, his watery form sliding between the barriers. But not good enough. It suddenly condensed, generating a pressure wave that shattered several formations. It was then that Shinji revealed his strategy. Super Mega. No, sorry, this is serious, coral crystallization network. The shattered coral fragments began to merge with Hiroshi's chakra, creating a crystalline network that, while weak, limited his ability to maintain his liquid form. My clan's chakra, Shinji explained with uncharacteristic seriousness, can crystallize other people's chakra if I know how to manipulate it. Hiroshi found himself forced to hold himself solid, his movements increasingly limited by the expanding crystalline network. In a final attempt to free himself, he concentrated his chakra for a full transformation, but the crystals were now too widespread. Match, Fujimoto-sensei declared. You really made me sweat, Shinji smiled, returning to his usual relaxed tone as he helped Hiroshi free himself from the crystals. Now I can go back to dreaming about that duck. Next time it won't be so easy, Hiroshi promised, but there was respect in his tone. From the bleachers, Ren watched thoughtfully. He had seen a different side to both of his classmates, the determination hidden beneath Shinji's laziness and the true skill behind Hiroshi's arrogance. It was a reminder that in Hidden Mist Village, nothing was ever as it first seemed. Next match, Fujimoto-sensei said, the silence that followed his words heavier than the fog itself. Mizutani Ren vs. Kurashimi Misaki. The spectators unconsciously leaned forward, curious to see how the youngest in the class would fare against the heir to one of Hidden Mist Village's most feared clans. Chapter 48, Blood in the Mist, Part 1. The arena was silent as Ren and Misaki stood facing each other. The Kurashimi clan girl's eyes had already taken on that distinctive reddish hue. Don't hide, Mizutani, Misaki said, her voice cold. I've seen how you watch everyone, how you study every move. Today we'll find out what you're really hiding. Ren kept a neutral expression, the tanto at his side. I have to be careful, he thought. I can't afford to attract too much attention. Begin. Misaki attacked immediately, her fighting style revealing years of traditional clan training. Her movements were precise but not overly elaborate, deadly in their simplicity. Ren simply dodged, studying her fighting rhythm. I have to be careful, he thought as he dodged a combination of strikes. Her taijutsu is superior to mine, at least from what I can show. Water style, water trumpet. Ren performed a basic technique they had learned at the academy, deliberately keeping the water jet at a moderate strength. Misaki easily avoided it, but the wet ground served its purpose, slowing her movements slightly. Is that all you can do? She taunted, stepping forward with a kunai. Basic techniques from the academy? A blow found its mark, slightly cutting Ren's arm. It was then that the Kurashimi clan's KK Genkai manifested, not spectacularly, but with uncanny precision. The blood from the wound, instead of falling, hung in the air for a moment before solidifying into a small crimson blade. Ren was forced to perform a kawarimi when the blade of crystallized blood turned on him. The replacement trunk was cut clean off, a clear warning of what would happen if he took a direct hit. The KK Genkai of the Kurashimi clan, one of the examiners muttered. Though still raw, the potential is obvious. The fight continued with Ren on the defensive, limited by the basic techniques he could display. The weight of his equipment made every movement more laborious, but that at least gave him an excuse for his apparent slowness. Misaki continued to attack, but her control over the crystallized blood was still not perfect. She could manipulate small amounts with precision, but maintaining control seemed to require constant concentration. "Why are you holding back?" she asked, frustration evident in her voice as another of her attacks was narrowly avoided. "Do you think I'm weak? That I'm not worthy of a real fight?" "It's not a question of strength," Ren thought as he dodged another strike. "It's a question of survival." Ren executed another Kawarimi, buying himself a few moments of respite. Misaki's taunt went unanswered, only the sound of her measured footsteps as she kept her distance from the next attack. The silence seemed to infuriate Misaki more than any response. Blood from the small wounds she had managed to inflict pooled around her, not in a spectacular way but with a methodical precision that made it all the more disturbing. "Your silence," she hissed, her voice shaking with suppressed anger, "is worse than any insult. Like everyone else, you think you're better than us, don't you? That you can ignore us?" Ren continued to move cautiously, his eyes never losing sight of either the blades of crystallized blood or Misaki's movements. His silence was not a taunt, but a necessity. Any word could betray too much, reveal what he couldn't afford to show. It was then that Misaki launched her most dangerous attack, not a storm of blades, but a series of small but lethally precise bullets of crystallized blood. There weren't many, but their trajectory had been calculated to leave him no escape route. "I have no choice," Ren thought, his hands forming the seals of the only other technique he could afford to show. Hiding in mist jutsu. A mist began to fill the arena, not particularly thick but enough to confuse his aim. The bullets of crystallized blood cut through the mist, inexorably approaching his position. Chapter 49, Blood in the Mist, Part 2. The mist enveloped the arena, not particularly thick but enough to confuse the trajectory of the crystallized blood projectiles. Misaki moved cautiously, her control over the blood requiring even more concentration in the reduced visibility. "This little trick won't save you." Her voice betrayed more frustration than anger now. Ren's persistent silence seemed to wear her down more than any response. A kunai emerged from the mist, forcing her to deflect it with one of her blood blades. The metal wrinkled at the contact with the crimson crystal. But it was only a distraction. Ren was already elsewhere, his movements as silent as the mist itself. Misaki began to show signs of fatigue. Maintaining the crystallized blood required a constant expenditure of chakra, and the mist forced her to divide her attention between offense and defense. "I can't keep up this pace much longer," Ren thought, noticing how each kawarimi consumed his already limited chakra. The weight of the equipment seemed to increase with each movement. It was then that Misaki did something unexpected. Instead of scattering her blades in random attacks, she began to converge them methodically, narrowing the area in which Ren could move. It wasn't a display of power, but a patient and calculated trap. Clever, Ren thought. She's using my own mist to force me into an increasingly limited space. When the last escape route was blocked, Ren found himself effectively trapped. The blades of crystallized blood formed a deadly cage around him, unspectacular but undeniably effective. It was then that Ren lowered his hands, dispelling the mist. "Match," Fujimoto-sensei said, his voice betraying no emotion. Misaki held her blades in check for a moment longer, studying her opponent suspiciously. But Ren remained still, his face a mask of calm acceptance. The crystallized blood slowly dissolved, returning to a liquid state before falling into the arena like a crimson rain. As they left the arena, Misaki looked up at him, still trying to decipher his silence. Ren paused for a moment. "Next time will be different." A simple, ambiguous phrase, it could be a threat, a promise, or a simple statement. But in the context of the Village of Mist, where each word could have multiple meanings, its weight was undeniable. Fujimoto-sensei watched the two students walk away, thinking that sometimes the most important lessons are learned at the most unexpected moments. From the bleachers, Juneko watched thoughtfully as Ren returned to his seat. "He didn't use Tanto," she muttered, more to herself than to the others. "Technically," Aoi began, adjusting his glasses despite the residual pain from his fight, his strategy was surprisingly conservative. He only used basic academy techniques, and yet he lasted longer than anyone expected against a KK Genkai, Yukiko completed, her neutral tone belying a deeper interest. High up in the stands, the two Anbu exchanged a silent look through their masks. Young Mizutani, the one in the wolf mask, murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "His movements are interesting. Too precise to be random," the one in the crow mask agreed. "But too imprecise to be natural. It's as if..." Fujimoto-sensei stepped forward into the arena, now cleared of traces of crystallized blood. Next match, Yuki Yukiko vs Tsuki Juneko. A shudder ran through the stands. After the last two matches, the anticipation for this match was palpable. Juneko stood up, her usual carefree attitude gone from her face. "Hey, Juneko," Shinji called, "awake for once. Try not to make a pink fog." A faint smile crossed Juneko's face. "No," she said softly. "This time will be different." As the two Kunoichi made their way to the arena, Ren noticed how the temperature of the air was already starting to drop imperceptibly around Yukiko. The Anbu stopped their conversation, their attention now completely focused on the upcoming match. This match, Ren thought, will reveal much more than a simple victory or defeat. Chapter 50, Ice and Illusions. The temperature in the arena dropped sharply as Yukiko and Juneko took their positions. The morning mist seemed to naturally recede around the young Yuki, as if recognizing a superior force. "I can't afford to use the same tricks as before," Juneko thought, her eyes studying her opponent's perfectly controlled posture. She saw it all. "Begin." Juneko wasted no time. Hiding in mist jutsu. The mist thickened in the arena, but almost immediately began to crystallize at the edges, where Yukiko's chakra touched it. "A thicker mist than the one you used against Sora," Yukiko commented, her voice as calm as the surface of a frozen lake. "But also more unstable." A kunai emerged from the mist, followed by two more. Yukiko deflected them in one fluid motion, small ice crystals forming where her fingers touched the metal. It wasn't a display of power, just controlled precision. She's different from her cousin, Juneko realized as she attempted to position herself for her Genjutsu. Her control is more natural. Temporary paralysis jutsu. Juneko tried to replicate the strategy that had worked in the previous match, but Yukiko simply released a short pulse of cold chakra, dispelling the illusion before it could take hold. "An effective trick," Yukiko said, ice crystals starting to form in the air around her. But to be expected after seeing it once. Juneko was forced onto the defensive. The mist was becoming a trap. Every particle of water suspended in the air was a potential ice crystal under Yukiko's control. From the bleachers, Ren watched with clinical interest. Yukiko's true power is not the brute force of her ice, but the precision with which she controls it. Juneko tried to change her strategy. Her seals, executed with a speed that surprised even Fujimoto-sensei, began to weave a Genjutsu more elaborate than anything she had shown so far. The mist moved in complex patterns, each layer of illusion overlapping the previous with surgical precision. "I can't beat her in a head-to-head fight," Juneko thought, sweat dripping from her forehead from the effort of maintaining so many illusions simultaneously. "But maybe if I can confuse her senses enough." The first illusion showed multiple copies of Juneko, each performing a slightly different sequence of movements. The second subtly altered the distances, making each attack seem closer or further away than it actually was. The third, the most insidious, toyed with the perception of temperature itself. For a moment, one glorious, brief moment, it seemed to work. Yukiko hesitated, her chakra visibly fluctuating as her senses struggled to distinguish reality from the overlapping illusions. A thin layer of ice formed in the wrong direction, revealing that at least one of the illusions had breached her defenses. Now, Juneko used that moment of hesitation to launch her true attack, a Genjutsu hidden within the others, designed to directly target the chakra circulation system. But Yukiko hadn't gotten this far by accident. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and then, ice style, frost touch. A thin wave of frost radiated from Yukiko, turning the illusory fog into a myriad of tiny ice crystals that fell like snow. The Genjutsu, deprived of its medium, dissolved. "Your control has improved greatly," Yukiko said, and there was genuine respect in her voice. But ice cannot be fooled by illusions. Juneko knew it was over. Her chakra was nearly depleted, and every technique she knew relied in some way on the moisture in the air, the very thing Yukiko controlled with natural mastery. With a final push, Juneko attempted a direct attack, hoping to catch Yukiko off guard. But the young Yuki moved with fluid grace, the ice responding to her will like an extension of her body. A thin layer of frost formed beneath Juneko's feet, causing her to slip. "Match," Fujimoto-sensei declared. Yukiko approached Juneko, holding out a hand to help her up. "Your Genjutsu," she said softly, "have become more than the illusions of the academy." Juneko accepted the help, a tired smile on her face. "And your ice is more than just a KK Genkai." As the two Kunoichi left the arena, the Anbu exchanged meaningful glances. The level of control Yukiko displayed was remarkable, perhaps too remarkable for a first-year student. "The next match," Fujimoto-sensei announced, "will determine who will face as Misaki in the semi-finals." Chapter 51, Jutsu vs. Nature. The arena still bore the marks of Yukiko's eyes as Kashima Kurara and Kaguya Shin took their positions. The contrast between the two could not have been more stark. Shin exuded an aura of raw physical power, while Kurara methodically controlled the placement of her weapons, every movement precise and calculated. "I hope you're more interesting than that budding medic," Shin sneered, small bony protuberances already visible beneath his skin. "I'm not holding back this time." Kurara didn't respond, her fingers lightly stroking the hilt of the kusarigama at her belt. "Begin." Shin attacked immediately, bones emerging from his arms in small sharp blades. His speed was impressive, anger at his earlier difficulty with Aoi fueling each strike. Kurara narrowly avoided the first assault, a kunai already flying in response. But Shin's bone blades easily deflected it. "Is that all you can do?" Shin laughed, advancing inexorably. "Throwing toys?" From the stands, the Anbu watched with interest. "The Kaguya boy has raw power," the one in the wolf mask muttered. But he's underestimating his opponent," the one in the crow mask completed. Kurara continued to retreat, seemingly in difficulty. Her throws seemed less and less accurate, kunai and shuriken missing Shin by ever-widening margins. "Why don't you use that nice little chain?" Shin taunted, referring to the kusarigama. "Or are you afraid I'll break it like your little blades?" It was then that something changed in Kurara's expression. An almost imperceptible smile. "Hyoketsu," she muttered, suddenly pulling on a nearly invisible ninja string. The arena exploded into motion. The seemingly misthrown kunai and shuriken were all connected by a complex web of threads, now strung in a pattern that trapped Shin at the center. "A trap?" Shin growled, bones emerging from his body more rapidly. "You think simple threads can?" But Kurara was already in motion. The kusarigama sang in the air, its chain dancing between the threads as if it had a life of its own. Every time Shin snapped the thread, two more seemed to take its place. "The threads aren't supposed to hold you back," Kurara said, speaking for the first time. "They're just supposed to limit your movement." Shin roared in frustration, small bones now emerging chaotically from his body. But every thorn, every bone blade he created, ended up tangling further in Kurara's web. "Raw strength," the crow-masked Anbu commented, "is useless if you don't know how to use it." The decisive moment came when Shin, now enraged, attempted to break free with an explosion of bones in all directions. But that was exactly what Kurara had been waiting for. In one fluid motion, he used the wires to redirect the force of Shin's expansion against himself. The bones became entangled with the wires, creating a cage of his own making. The more he struggled, the tighter the trap became. "Match," Fujimoto-sensei declared, as Shin realized he could no longer move without risking injury from his own bones. "Interesting," the wolf-masked Anbu muttered. Kurara approached her trapped opponent, methodically beginning to free him from the web of wires. "Your Kekkei Genkai is powerful," she said softly. "But power without control is like a weapon without a handle, it hurts the user." Shin, for the first time, seemed to actually listen. "The semi-finals are decided," Fujimoto-sensei announced. "Kurashimi Misaki vs Kashima Kurara, and Karatachi Shinji vs Shuki Yukiko." From his position in the bleachers, Ren watched thoughtfully. The fights were becoming more and more revealing, not only of the fighters' abilities, but also of something deeper, the true spirit of Hidden Mist Village, where the fog hid as much as it revealed. Chapter 52, Reflections in the Mist. The cool morning air enveloped the academy courtyard,